I guess we'll go to the Pledge of Allegiance now. Giacomo is here. He's our student board leader. He is here in Sarah's place this evening, and I've asked him to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today. Giacomo, whenever you're ready.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thanks, Giacomo. Okay, moving on. Approval of agenda. Could I have a motion and a second to approve our agenda tonight?
So moved.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Second.
Thank you, Lisette. Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Thank you, Sophia.
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Lisette?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosie. Okay, moving on to public comments now. I think we'll start with our written comments. And then we'll go to people that are here that want to speak live. And I think Dr. McFetridge is gonna read our written comments. And in the meantime, Rosie's showing you here how to raise your hand if you would like to speak tonight with a comment, and we'll get to you as soon as we're done with the written comments.
Let me explain how our public comments work. Thank you everybody for joining us tonight. There are two ways people can submit comments. One is by submitting a written comment in advance using our Google form. This Google form is posted on our website, our agenda, and our calendar. The Google form opens on agenda posting date and closes today at 5. To raise their hand, we can also use the raise hand to provide a live comment. Please go to your webinar controls and tap on the raise hand icon. If you are listening from a phone, dial 9. The speakers now have the opportunity to turn their video on. So when you are called, you'll be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept that invitation. Your microphone and your video will be off. Please unmute, and if you wish, please turn your video on. Just as a reminder, you'll have 3 minutes to speak on each agenda item, and we ask to please keep within the limits. Holly, would you move to the Spanish, please? Hola, buenas noches. Gracias por acompañarnos esta noche. Antes de pasar a los comentarios públicos, vamos a revisar cómo funcionan nuestras pautas para realizar comentarios. Hay dos formas en las que ustedes pueden realizar comentarios públicos. La primera es usando nuestro formulario en línea de Google. Este formulario lo puede encontrar en nuestra página del distrito, la agenda o el calendario. El formulario abre el día que se publica la agenda y cerró hoy a las 5 de la tarde. Hay otra forma en la que usted también puede proporcionar comentarios públicos y es usando la función de levantar la mano. En inglés es raise hand. Es un icono con una manita gris. Para levantar la mano, si usted está escuchando en un dispositivo electrónico, busquen sus controles por ese icono y presiónelo. Si está escuchando en un teléfono, por favor, marque asterisco estrella. Ahora los participantes también tienen la oportunidad de prender su cámara. Para hacer esto, va a recibir una notificación de que va a unirse a la junta como un panelista. Acepte esta invitación. Su micrófono y su video estarán apagados. Usted puede encenderlos y si quiere que su cámara esté prendida, también encienda su cámara. Los participantes tendrán 3 minutos para hacer comentarios públicos. Gracias. Thank you, Holly.
Thanks, Rosie. Okay, Dr. McFetridge, start us off with some written comments, please.
Thank you. The first comment is from Jenny Scarpacci, a teacher at Fairlawn View Elementary School. And she writes, it's Women's History Month. To honor that legacy, this briefly is how I chose to be a teacher. I grew up in a single parent household. My mom didn't go to college. Her family believed girls shouldn't. Her one goal was for my sister and I to get a college degree, which we did. Growing up financially insecure, I chose a career that spoke stability to me because it was the only job I was exposed to, teaching. I was naive, following in the footsteps of so many women before me. Because historically, if women were allowed to go to college and have a career, it was as a teacher. Thankfully, now women are afforded other opportunities and many are not becoming teachers. and for a very good reason. For a woman, if you are a teacher, you make 21% less than a woman in another career with the same education. For men, the gap is 31%. Consider that again. It's a crime. Teaching is a complex profession, worthy of competitive pay with others who have the same level of education. In honor of Women's History Month, we need to celebrate how far we've come in balance with how far we still need to go. We as a district are facing a crisis. Veteran teachers are considering another career path, and our younger teachers are not staying. We have to be competitive to attract the very limited number of people out there who continue to choose teaching, which looks like increased dollars and cents and benefits. Please seriously consider this as you negotiate our contract. Teachers deserve to make a livable wage. The second comment is from Manuela Sates-Hipkins, and it is actually regarding the adoption of the resolution to make findings allowing continued remote meetings. And she's a concerned parent. She writes, "Hello to all this evening. I hope this message finds all well. I'm reaching out to you to express my desire to start meeting in person again. Please give the community a chance to be heard in person. As the county states that we are moving into a new phase, our risk rating is low and we are more informed about health measures we can all take to protect ourselves. I think it is time to open up to the public again. Please articulate what your fears may be that hinder you from meeting in person so we can all brainstorm how to support your needs. Thank you, kindly, Manu Hipkins." From Claire Gold, an art teacher at Half Moon Bay High School, regarding pay. If Cabrillo Unified wants certified, happy, and healthy teachers, it is in their best interest to approve the raises we've been asking for and deserve. And the last written comment from Lisa Schick, and I want to point out that Lisa also wrote a longer comment for the board and provided that to the board and to me in addition to this, but this is the one that she entered tonight and understands that there was a word count. Good evening. We don't know if many members of our community and board are aware that two of our valued, respected, and hardworking immersion teachers from Hatch, Ms. Celia Sanchez and Ms. Luisa Hernandez, will return to Colombia next January. The worst part of this unfortunate news is that it could have been prevented had the HR department followed through on their visa paperwork. They have reached out to the district office numerous times for assistance and were reassured. Our district desperately needs these bilingual teachers who have completed their master's degrees. The rhetoric of the district remains the same, that we are working on it. The lack of communication and poor planning is damaging to the Hatch community. Has the district explored new homeland security rules since they are offering exceptions due to COVID? It's time for the district office to take some action and expedite. It looks like expedite, but I think that's expedite this matter. I fear that they have waited too long and abandoned our teachers. The district office needs to formally apologize to our two Hatch teachers, stating their inaction is causing them undue stress and anxiety. Hatch families and staff fully support Luisa and Celia. Thank you for your time and immediate action on this matter. The blue team, Aurora, Maria, Lily, Paul, and Lisa. And that actually ends the written public comments for this evening.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks, Dr. McFettridge. Let's go to the live comments. Rosie, go ahead. I see Heidi up.
Thank you, Mary Beth. We're gonna be moving people to the screen in the order they are raising their hand, and I think that's the same order we can see here on our screen. First, we're gonna have Heidi Mills, Erica Crane, Claudia Lundstrom, Brianna Lafontaine, Angelica Bruno, and Abby Foster. I'm gonna be calling one by one. Holly, can you please move Erica Crane to the screen?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Heidi, we can hear you.
Thank you. There's an old quote that says, "People will never forget how you make them feel." I want you to think about how you made us feel last month. It was shocking to hear your responses. So tonight, I'd like to talk with you about empathetic listening. Empathetic listeners want to hear and understand the speaker's point of view. They actively listen and say things like, "I'm listening. That sounds hard. Tell me more. How did that make you feel? How can we move forward together? I'm here for you." It comes from a compassionate and collaborative lens. At the last board meeting, listening and consequent responses would be categorized as dismissive listening. Dismissive listening puts your own agenda first and does not hear what the speaker is sharing. Dismissive listening says things like, "Why are you so upset? Change is hard. Get over it. Let me tell you what happened to me. Why don't you just fix it? It comes from a blaming and shaming lens. I'm going to ask you to step back from your roles tonight and put on your empathetic listening ears. Don't try to explain away the concerns brought up to you, but be compassionate and curious about why so many people are coming to you with concerns for our school district. Our school district has a healthy reserve, healthier than I can ever remember, yet the worst employee-employer relations that I've ever seen. This imbalance is not healthy. We are all here for the common good of our students. Our students are essentially our customers. So I ask you, what is best for the students? Hiring qualified and experienced teachers, not college students. What is best for the students? Retaining qualified and experienced teachers, not subs, not long-term subs. What is best for the students? Respecting and trusting educators as the professionals and experts they are. What is best for the students? Paying a living wage comparable to that of our over-the-hill colleagues. I came to you last month citing articles about the state of the teaching industry, how the lack of pay, respect, and professionalism were causing teachers not just to leave their school district, but the teaching profession altogether. There is a teacher shortage, and you have the power to make it better in our little slice of coastside. But based on your responses, you just don't care about us. There was no empathy, no understanding, no compassion. How many elementary, middle, and high school students have you taught? Listen to your professionals, listen to your families, support your students by giving them the best. You have the best teachers who care the most about their students. You just don't recognize it yet. Many will go, and I'll end with the Lorax, who speaks for the trees. Teachers have been compared to the trees of the classic book, The Giving Tree, which ends with a stump saying, "I'm sorry, I wish I could give you something, but I have nothing left to give." Teachers give and we give until there's nothing left. And then we still want to give some more because we care so much about our students. So unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not.
Thanks, Heidi.
Thank you, Heidi.
Thank you.
Erica Crane, Holly, will you please move her to the screen? And after Erica, we have Avis Calhoun.
Sorry. Thanks. Hi, I'm a kindergarten teacher at El Granada. I've spoken a few times over the past 2 years to advocate for community liaisons, kindergarten program for teachers, staff, and extra help for our children. We teachers work long hours, pay oodles out of pocket, go to PD on our own time, and sometimes don't see our own families very much. We worry, we advocate, we brainstorm for our students because we are dedicated and determined. It's conference week, but I'm here because this is really important. Please help us retain our highly qualified teachers. Please help us continue to build momentum by valuing the people who put so much time, energy, and effort into our coastside's next generation. Besides our teachers' huge effort these past 2 years, here's some other positive things that have been great. Our PTO is also inclusive to all children, considering equity and access for all. I was doing so good. Our parents have had a few years of having to be flexible and all hands on deck. They're just amazing. Our office staff has kept up to date with protocols to keep us all safe. Our principal, Ms. Beltrami, has led us through a tough 2 years with humor, expertise, and kindness. She's run around the campus helping everyone, yet she knows the kids, is connected to the families and to the staff. My school feels like a team, and we're all in this together. I really just love us. I'd love to see that from the district too, to get that unified support feeling. I've seen glimpses at committee meetings of feeling valued and seen. The elementary task force last year was responsive and listened to teacher feedback, needs, and concerns. The TPA listened to the district kindergarten team's expertise and ideas when we suggested BAPA lessons from Latinx community experts. One just finished Peruvian drumming and Oaxacan-inspired arts and crafts. Next up is folk dancing. Thank you so much to Alice. The Kinder team also just suggested Title I bilingual aids for kindergarten. This extra support for some of our youngest learners and at-promise students has been so helpful. It's improved and changed our students and teachers' lives. It allows everyone to feel safe and supported and seen. You see, we ask you all to listen to our ideas, it's not that we want less work. It's actually more work in a lot of ways, or that we're know-it-alls. We know from lived experience and current research that some effective ways to help support our students. We're asking for your support. Ask teachers for advice and expertise. We love working as a team. It's kind of our jam. We want to help provide a cohesive district for all. Please help retain strong teachers, staff, and programs, the VAPA funding, and bilingual aids. I'm just please consider listening to all grade levels and teachers. And please help Celia and Luisa, because they're amazing.
Thank you, Erica.
Avis. And next we're gonna have Claudia Lundstrup.
Hi, thank you. I guess I had a little bit of a difficulty with that. Okay, thank you so much for taking the time to take my comments. I want to address some comments made by board members at the previous meeting. I'm going to be speed talking. Mary Beth, you said it's hard to be an elected official, and I hear that. You do not deserve to be treated poorly or with disrespect. Sophia, I agree that funding per student varies hugely throughout the state, and there is a fundamental problem regarding fairly funding our schools. You made some diversity comments. Mary Beth, you mentioned that 60% of our students are Latinx. That seemed high. I checked the school district website. It indicated 51% of our students are Latinx. You connected our school demographics to our expenditures by saying that we need to hear all voices when we are considering how to spend our limited resources. I agree. You seem to imply, though, that many families might not support significant teacher salary increases because they might want to spend money differently, but you provided no evidence to support that thinking. Then you mentioned the popular podcast called Nice White Parents, and you appeared, I just say appeared, to suggest that some party had a disproportionate influence over school spending. You were vague regarding who you were talking about. I thought you were addressing all of us who had spoken during the public comment section of the meeting, teachers who had been advocating for a fair raise during the prior 1.5 hours. Of course, the podcast is focusing on parents of privilege, not teachers. Parents of privilege who have an outsized influence over the allocation of resources at their student's school. It was about those who are affluent with power, using it to their advantage. This certainly does not describe teachers who are not affluent unless they are supported by a separate and more robust income. This certainly does not describe teachers who are using their power to educate all students to the best of their ability. Sophia, you focused on diversity as well. You said that we have a diversity crisis and that 80% of our staff is white, while 51% of our students are Latinx. Further, you said there was a disconnect between staff and students and that it caused many problems. I agree that diversity is a goal with intrinsic value. It benefits everyone. You mentioned the diversity and ethnicity between our staff and students, focusing on ELL status. What you might not realize is that all teachers have specialized training on how to teach ELL students. That means that we are all CLAD certified. You also mentioned that there is a disconnect between staff and other underserved populations, such as those with special needs. I don't know where you got that idea. Many of us teachers have children with IEPs or differences. So, though I wish our staff were more ethnic, they are more than qualified to teach all types of students. Many of us are language learners or come from diverse families. I'm the only white person in my nuclear family. Every single day, I think about how I can best educate my class, focusing on those who may have less resources and power. Every single day, I think about how I can support those who have fewer resources, and every other teacher here does the same thing. We are not those with great privilege. We are those trying to make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Avis.
Next, we have Claudia, and after Claudia, Brianna LaFontaine.
Good evening, everyone. My comment tonight is just that teachers show up every day to a very difficult job. For example, I had my freshman classes today. They number at 34 and 33. I tried to teach thesis statements. It was not a huge success because everybody needs help with thesis statements, and I'm just one teacher. My point is that we show up because we honor our students and we support them and we value them. But teachers have not been feeling on the receiving end of that at all. We don't feel valued and we don't feel honored, which obviously makes it that much harder for us to show how much we value and honor our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia.
Thank you, Claudia. Steve, will you please move Brianna LaFontaine? And after Brianna, Angelica Bruno.
Hi, if you don't know me, my name is Brianna LaFontaine and I'm a CUSD parent. Teacher negotiations are still ongoing, so I'm back. I've held a bit of resentment and frustration since the last board meeting, so I do apologize for only speaking now, but I've never been busier in my life. And if you know me, that's really saying something. So it's hard to find time to reach out to each of you directly. Twice since the podcast has aired have I been part of a group called Nice White Parents by school board members. I understand my privilege of being a white, American-born, middle-class woman. Daily, I try to acknowledge what that means and how it affects what I am doing and how I see things. But when it is in reference to increasing all of our teachers' wages, I take umbrage. First, when our teachers teach our community of students, increasing teacher salaries directly affects every one of our students. I am also thinking of the working class teachers who make up this community. What I see are open positions, overworked staff, resource educators unable to do their jobs, which is supporting our most at-risk students, students drowning, and low district morale. My pursuance of wanting our current and future teachers to receive a fair and deserved salary is not a privileged desire. It's one of desperate need to bring security to our staff and students. There was also a comment that maybe not all families want our district money going to increasing teacher salaries, but to other resources that could help their children who need more. Awesome, then do that too. What I see is a district that is doing well financially and increasing their reserve while our families and teachers suffer. Savings is great, but at what cost? And right now, it is at the ultimate cost. Without staff, we don't have a district. Without staff, students don't receive a complete education. Without staff, our kids lose. I've witnessed two, for lack of a better word, adults who thought they could be educators walk out on elementary students because they were not supported by our district. I then witnessed our veteran educators step up and fill in because that is what our CUSD educators do. We have the most amazing staff who see our students, understand that they matter, and work incredibly hard at creating an optimistic and hopeful space. Please show our staff that you see them, show them that they matter, and work hard to bring up our district morale. Thank you.
Thanks, Brianna.
Next, we have Angelica Bruno, and after Angelica, Abby Foster.
There we go. Can you hear me? Oh, excellent.
Yes.
Hi, good evening. I'm Angelica Bruno, a first grade teacher at El Granada. Listening to the news this morning, they stated that the annual inflation rate in the United States is 7.9% for the last 12 months. And now we have Putin's war. Finances are going to get tight. My mother just exclaimed, "¿Has visto el precio del pan? Dios mío, no lo compré." Yes, I have seen the prices of bread alone start to inch up. We have teachers, speech therapists, psychologists who commute to Cabrillo. How can they afford to do this when inflation rates will continue to go up and we don't get a raise? Why should they not leave to neighboring districts that pay more? We all should be very worried. Stop fattening the reserve. Give the raise the union negotiation team has requested. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelica.
And last, we have Abby Foster.
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm trying to, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, sorry. Sorry, I'm on my phone and I wasn't clear about how to get on here. Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. There are two things that I wanted to speak about tonight. The first is the teacher shortage. You've heard from several other people, including Heidi, Brianna, and just about everyone else who's speaking. But the way I see it is this: I've been here a long time, longer than I think all of you. Our district is in an existential crisis. We are experiencing a major teacher shortage, the likes I've never seen. We are always isolated here on the coast, and we have always had trouble recruiting and retaining teachers. But because of the warmth of our community, and the fact that we've always felt valued and appreciated, we've been willing to stay for less pay because it's a great place to be. But we're at a place now where that's just not possible. The cost of living has gone up. Inflation's at almost 8% now. The governor gave a COLA adjustment, a COLA to the district, and the district is offering us less than half of that. So basically, it's a pay cut to me. I can't make my payments, and I can't stay here if I can't afford to live here. It's a tragedy. And as a parent, I'm really concerned. My kids luckily are a little bit older, but I can only imagine for those of you in the audience who have younger students, ask yourself, who is going to be here to teach your children 3 years from now? A lot of people are going to be gone, and the teachers who are older and more experienced, many of them are going to be retiring in the next few years. We can't fill the positions we have now. We need to do something. And I don't care if you think we can afford it or not, you find a way to afford it, because if we don't, we're not going to have a district. Who is going to be here? The district speaks of concern about becoming insolvent down the road. What about who's going to be teaching the children? Those with means are already pulling their kids out and choosing private school. We're already seeing the drops in numbers of the more affluent families, and this is going to be affecting property values. Test scores will begin to drop, our ratings will drop, and we'll have fewer families moving in. The immersion program, which has often been touted as a feather in the cap of many superintendents, it has been something that has certainly drawn families into our community. That's falling apart. We don't have the teachers. We heard about Celia and Luisa and their visa difficulties. We see the empty spaces at Cunha. What's the Cunha program going to look like next year if we don't have any teachers to teach it? It's a disaster. And the only way to stop it is to increase to make teachers want to be here. And the way that that's going to happen is to value them and pay them for their time. Speaking of which, the proposed increased teaching day, 15 minutes a day, is equal to 45 hours during the school year, which is more than a full work week. Are we going to be getting paid an extra 5 days of work? Have you asked parents if they even want a longer school day? The survey that just went out about the schedule doesn't mention the proposed extension. Do families know that this is even on the table? The parents I've talked to were surprised to hear about it and are definitely opposed. So please include us in the decisions that you make and value us. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Okay, thank you for all the public and written comments. We want to hear from you and we do appreciate it. So thank you to everyone who took the time and made the effort to either write in or speak tonight. We appreciate it. Okay, let's move along to employee organization reports. CUTA.
Kathleen will give us our report tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, it's Kathleen Mall. I'm giving the report tonight, and if you can bear with me for a minute, I need to take up my comments. Good evening, governing board members. I'm Kathleen Mall, the CUTA bargaining chair, and tonight I will be speaking on behalf of CUTA. If I may be extemporaneous to begin with, I was motivated by Jenny Scarpacci, who made her comments about how she became a teacher. And like Jenny, I'm also from a family where I was among the first to go to college. And my family laughs because there are 6 children in my family. All 5 of us are teachers. And all 5 of us started out being the first in the family to go to college. My father was a factory worker, and my sister and I were lucky enough to go to some swanky Jesuit university where we didn't really fit in that well, but we were given opportunities based on our financial status, which was low financial status, and we were able to kind of move up in the world. But my mother always says she wished I had become a lawyer instead. So talking about the law, I'm going to make a comment about politics. The last few board meetings have been emotionally charged. You've heard from the teachers and you've heard from the public, and it's a scary place to be. But politics are emotional, and you are in a political office with a lot of responsibility as governing board members. Not to freak you out, but you do control a $50 million budget and oversee the working conditions of the largest employer on the coast side, the Cabrillo Unified School District. And it's a serious matter. The governing board needs to make wise decisions and budget for student needs. We all know what it is to have a budget. And years ago, I always think of the story of the legend of Sleepy Hollow, which I always loved. There was Ichabod Crane, not a very good teacher, I would say, but he was the only person in the classroom. At one point when education started, it was a teacher and children, and the teacher was the priority over a superintendent or a principal or a district office personnel. And I think that's where we need to start when we budget. We need to have qualified credentialed teachers in front of every student. That should be our first priority. On top of that, we need people at our school sites, like at Hatch School. We have our very wonderful Blue Team who takes care of student physical and emotional needs. All students should also be offered enrichment classes in the arts and physical education. I was helped in my comments this week, and I don't think I'm on a timer because I'm speaking for an association, from the New York Times, Maya Bloomfield Kuchara. And I'm going to pull some of her comments out. I wish I was as eloquent as she. Americans fail to take the work of teachers seriously. Teachers often feel disrespected as professionals. They report having their judgment challenged by administrators, policymakers, and parents, having to teach outside of their subject area, being required to attend trainings they find useless, or asked to drop their plans for the day to substitute in different classrooms. Teachers are neither villains or heroes. They are professionals who use the tools of lesson planning and repeated interactions with students to produce learning. Because non-teachers tend not to understand or appreciate this, we have not protected the conditions teachers need to practice their professions successfully. Teachers need stable environments in which to teach. Research on effective schools has demonstrated the importance of consistent supports, sustained relationships, and strong leadership. And in contrast, the damage caused by too many disruptions, in this case, the pandemic. The quality of a student's education depends on regular day-to-day interactions between students, teachers, and subject matter. Moreover, there is ample evidence that students thrive with consistency. The same teacher with them every day, not an array of untrained people or substitutes. Few understand and acknowledge the important everyday work that happens in classrooms as educators design instruction, plan assessments, and strive to meet student needs. This disregard for the daily work of schools was especially clear in spring 2020, when teachers were expected to quickly and with minimal or no support pivot to remote instruction. And just as a reminder of horrible anniversaries, I remember we're just a few days away from the 2-year anniversary of the school's closing of the pandemic. There's been so much instability over the past 2 years, teachers have become depleted, moving from ambitious instruction to, sadly, survival mode, and teachers burn out. If we as a community truly value education work, we would be doing more to ensure that teachers and school site staff have physically and emotionally safe, stable environments to nurture student mental and academic growth. I remember years ago reading when new babies are born, partners struggle with, how do I support this new baby? And the way to support an infant, a newborn, is to support their mother, because they are the one providing all the care for this precious new being. And we need to do the same thing. We need to nurture and support our teachers so they can nurture and support their students. Despite everything else happening in the world, schools are a site of stability. And I do know that for a lot of my students, coming to school is the best part of the day. They come in, it's clean, it's bright, and it's predictable. Schools are sites of stability. They're not chaotic, and teachers do their best. From there, going into some more of my own comments and of my own experience over the last few years. As a union leader, I've been subject to ad hominem attacks by district management. It's been strongly implied that I'm a racist. I've been directly told that I have too much free time during my 8-hour workday and that I do not care about Title I students. All of this from a person who knows nothing about me or my working conditions, or has never stepped in my classroom when my students are present. Sadly, this is an attempt to minimize all district teachers, because minimizing CUTA leadership is minimizing the teachers we represent. There's nothing wrong with teachers speaking up and advocating for themselves, be it for a competitive wage or bearable working conditions. Teachers, in fact, no one should be put down or ridiculed for disagreeing with board and management decisions. Most of us that are teachers are women. And guess what? It's okay for women to have boundaries. I hope that we can all come to agreement on what is best for our students and move forward together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kathleen. Okay, CSEA.
President Alexander, board members, Superintendent McPatridge, administration, staff, and community. My name is Stig Lynn, and I'm the president for CSEA. CSEA represent all classified member staff in our district, everything from bus drivers, kitchen staff, paras, office staff, IT department, I can go on and go on, maintains operations, and all that. So CSA have started the negotiation with the district, and we have, I think, have 2 meetings so far, and we thank for the district for the cooperation we have done so far. And we're working towards getting our contract finalized as well. Enough about that. I didn't really have so much to say today. I had a union meeting yesterday with my members. I just want to say that it's fantastic people. We discussed under our union meeting what's going on each site, what needs to be improved in the district. And it's nice to have staff in our district from every angle of supporting students who actually take part in or to suggest things that we can take up and discuss with the district. I know this is not a union thing, but I also want to say we should all think about the poor women and children in Ukraine who gets bombed out of their housings. We have millions of people flowing into the rest of Europe. Myself, who is from Sweden, for my children, my grandchildren are 450 miles from Ukraine. So we get a lot of refugees there too. And this is children who doesn't get education. Their dads are there fighting because some dictator have decided that he's gonna take over the country. We are fortunate where we live, and we need to be kind to each other. And this is terrible times, but that's all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you, Stig. Okay, let's move on to board member reports. I think Freya's going to start us off.
Thank you. And I just want to apologize for if in the future I'm somewhere else right now. I'm out of the country. And so if the internet connection goes, I might change my settings or something or not be on, but it's working so far. It's amazing how technology works. So
tell us what time it is, your time.
It is 4:44 a.m. That's how dedicated I am. I'm visiting my daughter who's at school in Greece right now. So, and had a wonderful education with everybody, all the wonderful teachers from Cabrillo Unified. So, I just wanted to real quick, I've been trying to keep up with the CTE stuff and just loving that and looking forward to doing more, hopefully conversations about where we can move with that. I was sad to miss the environmental committee meeting, but it was exciting to work with Lizette and Annie and Ona and Joseph Santoni to help set up the agenda. I look forward to hearing how that went. And I think it's good to be able to come in and out of things and have them continue to go. So I am looking forward to that on the agenda item, the second environmental resolution as well. And then I just want to say thank you to all of the teachers who spoke, but also all the teachers who have taught my children and are teaching all the other children in our district. I really, really appreciate all of you. And I just wrote some notes while you guys were talking, and I want you to know that I truly actually believe these things. I'm listening. I see you and I hear you. I care about you and what you're going through. I know how much you do every single day for all of our children, and I really, really appreciate it. I don't know how you do it, to be honest. I'm always so impressed. Every time I would volunteer in my kids' classrooms, it's just the attention and the love and the dedication that our teachers give. I value and honor all of you. I want you to know that for me, you matter. I support you. I want to just thank you for everything that you have done and you continue to do for all of our students. I hope that we can move towards that building of trust and building up morale. I understand that it's really hard right now. And I just want you to know that I really, really appreciate every single teacher in our district and everything that you do. And for me, you really are the program. And I really, really appreciate that. So I just wanted to say that and let you know that I hear you. So that was all. Thank you.
Thank you, Freya. Kim, you're up.
Good evening. Thank you. And thank you everyone for your patience. I was having trouble with internet. I think my connection in El Granada was a little more flaky than Freya's was from Greece tonight. So first, I do want to thank everyone who has spoken this evening. And I would like to echo Freya's comments in terms of valuing all of our teachers. I know it's complex and difficult, and you all articulate what the circumstances are very well for us. And so we really appreciate that. I wanted to acknowledge Dr. Batia's efforts for the VAPA planning, visual and performing arts. I attended the meeting this past week and really appreciate that the committee has started framing a policy document for us to follow at a high level. We broke into subgroups, and it was fairly quick, looking at elementary, middle, and high school. And I guess the shining the light on that, the missing piece is still connectivity from elementary to middle and middle to high school on music and programming in general. I know that whatever happens at the middle school, whether it's zero periods or finding some way to not pit decisions on leadership versus music, or I don't know what the creative ways might be. I'm sure Mr. Barnes and Mr. Bartel might have ideas, and I'm hoping that they're part of the conversation soon in terms of what the systematic either constraints or possibilities. I think that's going to have to go hand in hand with the VAPA planning. So thank you to all parties that are working on that, because there really is some rich conversations going on behind the scenes. Let's see. I also wanted to acknowledge, we had a handful of people speaking tonight. There were 75 people, I think, online together between our panelists and the number of people online. And I appreciate that so many people actually are listening into our meeting. And anyway, I'll save any other comments for different sections in our agenda tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Sophia?
Okay. Hi, everybody. First, I want to wish my colleagues on the board and across our district and school community a happy Women's History Month. This is, I believe, the first time in history we've had a 5-woman board. And I think that's pretty special and exciting. And I couldn't really imagine a more giving, smart group of women and partners of all genders with whom to collaborate both in this governance team and across our district and all our school community, across all the educator roles, parents, community partners. We're just really fortunate to be where we are here on the coast, especially as Stig mentions, the tragedy of war in Europe right now is, really brings some perspective around life is short and we could spend it arguing and fighting with each other in the small kind of local sense or in a bigger kind of national, international sense. But we can do so much more when we turn towards each other and we do have that empathetic listening that Ms. Mills talked about, and really have that open listening and are careful to really hear what people are saying. And it's too easy, I think, to kind of fall into those narratives of, that we've believed for a long time, and to kind of interpret what we hear with those biased filters is just too easy for all of us. And to be clear, I'm not making any accusations for anybody at all. I think this is just something that we all need to be aware of myself included, everyone here in the Zoom included, anyone not in the Zoom included as well. So again, here we are in March 2022, nearly 2 years, in fact, indeed, to the day after schools closed across the country in an emergency response to what was then an emerging COVID-19 pandemic. Clearly the pandemic's taken an acute toll on top of a lot of global challenges, everything from climate change to war. Literal war. And so I think there's a lot of stress and a lot of strain, and, all our challenges seem to be magnified and seem existential and seem really all about us. But I think we need to really take a step back and see the big picture and see where we are in this point in time, and knowing that things ebb and flow. And again, to get through things, it's really nothing like coming together to do that, and really kind of having those shared goals and those partnerships. So a lot of talk about public education, obviously, during the course of the pandemic. And I would definitely, there's a really great resource, I think, to give folks a little bit broader perspective to what's happening to us here in the coast side. Obviously, a lot of media coverage on that, some of which is good, some of which is, not as good. But there's an annual report that the San Mateo County Office of Education releases each year. They released one for the year 2020. So I would encourage folks to just Google San Mateo County Office of Education annual report, and you'll see the latest report there. But it does a really nice job outlining some of the challenges that we've had in public education here locally in San Mateo County. Things like, obviously, increasing demands in our school because of the public health aspects of COVID-19, but also the need to expand what we do as school districts. So adding more mental health supports, expanding, as folks know, over the coming years to expand our offerings for early childhood education. We're doing a lot of more supportive work for our students that wasn't being done and doesn't get done in the classroom of one individual with a bunch of people. It does take a village, and I think that's really important that we think holistically about what our students need, and we think about how we're going to solve those problems. And certainly we spent a lot in my 6 years or so on the board, we've spent a lot of time talking about compensation, and that's super duper important. And I feel, especially for our younger educators, be they teachers, be they CSCA employees, who I think I worry about a lot for many of our employees in CSCA, because they're some of our lowest wage workers. And I think it's really hard to subsist on some of these wages. And this is a challenge, and it's going to take a lot of creative, it's going to take a lot of creative work together, kind of thinking beyond the current narrative of that's focused solely on compensation. Yes, that's super duper important, but it's not going to solve all our problems in a time and space and place in the Bay Area where housing prices have been increasing 20% a year. And it's insane. It's completely crazy insane. And this isn't like a normal, quote unquote, normal situation that we might have considered in the past when many of us chose our career paths, or that might even be the situations elsewhere in the state or elsewhere outside of the state. And so I think this is a really complex situation that we're going to need to really work together on. So I'm really looking forward to doing that. Again, there's no magic bullet. And it is going to come down to all of us really challenging our assumptions about one another, and challenging our assumptions about what the one right solution is, because the reality is there is no magic bullet, and we need to work together within the realities of our situation, which for better or for worse, Jesus will be sharing with us a little bit about later on in terms of the financial side, and Leticia and colleagues at Half Moon Bay High School, and Cunha will be sharing us a little bit what's happening with our secondary school kids. And we hear also later from, I know from Bianca Forrester, our new I don't remember exactly her title, but she'll give us an update on a lot of really exciting HR work that's happening, which is also another really important strategy towards supporting our employees. So I hope folks that made comments today will stay tuned and listen in and kind of just really be part of the conversation, the broader conversation, which I know is hard and takes time. And we are all exhausted. Students, number one, are exhausted. Educators are exhausted. Parents are exhausted. We're all exhausted. We can't let that get in the way of holding hands and getting through this together. So I hope that people will stay and be part of the conversation. So yeah, that's it from me for tonight.
Thank you, Sylvia. I'll go next, and I'll be brief. I just want to reiterate that I'm a big fan of teachers. I've got lots of teachers in my family. I'm a big fan of all our staff, not you two, Stig and CSEA, and our administrators. So I'm a big fan of everyone, and I hope people will stay around to see the budget later, because I have looked ahead at that and see what we're dealing with. Because I mean, it's great. We got some money right now, but we don't have money in a few years. And I started off in this job having to do $2 million worth of cuts, and I really don't want to put us in that position again. So my point is that, yes, I want to give as much as we can. I realize we're not where we want to be, and I am a huge fan. And I don't think anyone who, spends all their spare time being on the board and everything that goes with it, could say, I don't think any of us could say we're not a fan of our employees. So please don't take it wrong. But I also want to make sure that we have a district that can continue to function. And it is hard because, we're trying to hire mental health people for our kids and staff, but then that takes money from something else. So it's a juggling game, and we're trying to get it all done. And it is a big responsibility, as you said, Kathleen. So anyway, please stick around for the budget part, because you can kind of see what's going on. It doesn't look as rosy as it did before. Anyway, we will figure it out and we will get through it. But I don't want anyone to ever think that I'm not a fan. And that's all I have. I will let Lizette go, and the reason she's going last is because she likes to go last. She likes to sum it up for us, so we're happy to have her do that if she likes doing that. So Lizette, take it away.
I don't know about summing it up, but I just, I don't know. I like to go last. Buenas noches a todos. Quiero darles las gracias a todos los que están escuchando, sino es que están presentes por otra junta de la mesa directiva. Para empezar, nada más quiero dar las gracias a todos los papás. Estuve en varios comités estas últimas semanas de diferentes cosas, pero una de las juntas y el comité que realmente me tocó el corazón fue todas las sugerencias de los pocos padres que asistieron a las juntas que tuvo Leticia para dar sugerencias y opiniones en cómo podemos mejorar como en el distrito para ayudar a nuestros hijos que necesitan apoyo, ya sea académico o en cualquier otra forma. Y gracias a todos los padres, no fueron muchos, pero los comentarios que sí se dieron realmente fueron muy simples, pero le dieron al clavo. O sea, más que nada es ayuda y apoyo para nuestros hijos que están realmente teniendo una dificultad con aprendiendo el inglés y realmente dominando el idioma. Y se me hace... Voy a hacer una comparación y tal vez no sea algo justo, pero mi comparación es como en este país decir que te estás muriendo de hambre es algo como no se puede creer, porque es un país tan maravilloso, tan lleno de oportunidades, y estar aquí, estar batallando con el idioma es algo que te hace pensar qué podemos hacer. Y también les sugiero a los padres que hablen con los maestros, porque hay cosas que tal vez no puedan hacer en lo académico, pero siempre hay algo que hacer y alguna forma que podamos apoyar a nuestros maestros que en torno ayudan a nuestros hijos. Eso es lo que más que me llamó la atención. La otra cosa es estoy involucrando a mi hija en los deportes y no hay mucha participación de los latinos. Y lo entiendo, y ya sé un poquito porque tenemos mucha gente maravillosa que está siendo voluntarios, que realmente no ganan nada con estar allí para ayudar a nuestros hijos para jugar estos deportes, pero sí falta mucha comunicación y mucho apoyo. So quisiera ver tal vez un poco más de apoyo y comunicación para los padres latinos, porque sí habemos varios, pero sí es difícil. Y yo entiendo, yo gracias a Dios hablo inglés y puedo darme a entender, pero sí sé cómo puede ser tan difícil todo esto, pero qué bueno que estamos participando, qué bueno que nuestros hijos están participando en los deportes, porque es algo muy beneficial, no nada más para la salud, pero en tantos aspectos que necesitan nuestros hijos en la vida. Y realmente creo que eso es todo. Siempre digo, voy a escribir mis pensamientos como las demás para estar más organizada, pero ay, aparezco todos los días como gallina sin cabeza, corriendo de acá para allá. Jesús y el subdirector y el superintendente me ven corriendo aquí adentro, abriéndome la puerta y tratando de estar aquí en tiempo para las juntas. I just want to say, for me, basically, I was part of many committees. I attended Big Lift, VAPA, the Environmental Committee. By the way, Freya, they did a fabulous job. We didn't even know you weren't there. I'm just kidding. No, but you were missed, definitely. But the high school students did a fabulous job. I think you've done a really good job having them kind of take over these meetings and make it their own. So that's, I mean, I have to give kudos to you for that. So you were missed, but it was done. I mean, they did a great job. And other board meetings like ELAC, and I think I went to an ELAC, DLAC, but what really stood out were the meetings that Leticia held for the input for LCAP. And I'm saying it right? LCAP, LCAP, yes, just not Leticia.
Yes, correct.
And there were just very few, not as many parents as you would see basically there were very few parents, but there were a good number of parents, and they were just, you know, asking for support. They weren't really complaining, or they all they wanted was they were just desperately asking for support in English and just tutoring and more support that I'm sure they value in Mexico. In my a teacher is being a teacher is a very prestigious, very honorable position. So they value the teachers. They also just want more support for their kids, and it's kind of sad because I'm just thinking like it almost equivalates to like, you know, being in such a great and amazing country and then struggling to help and support your child to speak the language. It's just, it kind of, and I've been through it, so it's a personal thing, I guess. But you know, like I said, I urge the parents to communicate with the teachers to see how they could support them at home. It's a little more complex than that, meaning because people work several jobs, parents are sometimes not home, and then many families are more than one, you know, they have more than one child, so there's a lot going on. So I just urge the parents to just try to continue to stay involved and support the teachers. And then I was just mentioning about the sports, and my daughter's involved in sports, bless her heart. They're not the best, but they have a lot of fun, and this is actually the first time she's been so active, and there's not a lot of Latino kids, but in basketball and her team right now, there are, and they're having so much fun. But I could see where parents get lost with, you know, there's definitely needs to be more support and help in communicating with the parents, because a lot of parents now do these apps and they have these threads, and it's it's really complicated. And I wish we could, look into that. And this is just me speaking out and going on a tangent, but I do honor and I do appreciate all the amazing people who dedicate their time and efforts to, having our kids go out there and just, play with their heart and have fun. So I want to say thank you to all the coaches and everybody, Boys and Girls Club and Mr. Lugo, I believe. I'm horrible with names, but thank you for all that you do for our kids. And my daughter's playing right now, so they haven't really won, but they definitely have had a lot of fun. So, it's thank you for everybody for doing that for our kids. And with that, I am done. I kept saying how I need to write these things down and sound so eloquent like everybody else, but I feel like I'm running around like a chicken without a head. So I hope I touched everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Lizette. Okay, we have Giacomo standing in for Sarah tonight, so he will go next.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're having a good evening. So I'm going through the student board, or the school reports, I believe. So I'll just start off. El Granada Elementary says, visit El Granada School and you will find classroom windows decorated with artwork appreciating our CSEA support staff. As part of February Kindness Month celebrations, each class recognized support staff members and decorated their classroom windows with an artistic flair expressing their thanks for all they do to support the El Granada school community. Coastside Hope's pantry has been stocked by the generous donations from El Granada families. Students delivered non-perishable items to the office to fill a giant bin, which in turn will be shared with the Coastside families. Parents and teachers are meeting this week over Zoom for parent conferences. This valuable time allows for strong and specific collaboration between families and educators. El Granada School is all abuzz about the upcoming Arts and Science Week 2022. The PTO has activities scheduled for every day during the week of March 14th. This long tradition is one that El Granada School Community looks forward to every year. Thanks to the PTO for keeping this unique El Granada School tradition alive. Next, we have Fairlawn View Elementary. March Reading Madness is underway at Fairlawn View this month. Last week, we celebrated Read Across America Day with our first school-wide assembly in 2 years. Guest readers from the community included current Fairlawn View parents, former teachers, former students, Raul Castillo, as well as Half Moon Bay High School football players, cheerleaders, and Coogie the mascot. Scholastic Book Fair is back this week, and students are turning in their weekly reading logs to see how high our tower of books can grow in the MU. We're looking forward to our used book swap, dress like your favorite book character day, and a pizza party for our top readers. This Friday, we are looking forward to a Lion Dancer presentation, which was postponed earlier this calendar year. Save the date of March 19th and buy your tickets now. Fairlawn View PTO will be hosting an outdoor movie night in conjunction with our annual auction fundraiser. Hope to see you there. Hatch Elementary. This week, parent-teacher conferences have been occurring virtually. The conferences have been productive, and we are grateful for the insights being provided for both teachers and parents and guardians through these meetings. In light of CUSD's emphasis on mindfulness as a tool for resilience and stress relief, we are happy to announce that the Hatch PTO has graciously decided to sponsor weekly staff yoga classes. We anticipate that these optional classes will be held after school on Tuesday. We are grateful for the PTO's continued support of our staff and teachers. We are looking forward to a number of celebrations and activities in the upcoming week. Oceans Week will be celebrated between March 21st and March 31st. This will actually take place over 2 weeks. As part of our Oceans Week program, we will host a variety of assemblies and presentations virtually, outside, and in classrooms. During Oceans Week on March 25th, we will host our Jogathon and await a fun-filled day of community building and parent involvement. Also, from March 21st to March 26th, we will be celebrating our blue team during Crossing Guard Appreciation Week. Kings Mountain Elementary says, we have launched Kings Mountain has launched its first readathon fundraiser on March 2nd, 2022, Read Across America. We've almost reached our school's goal of 8,000 minutes, and we still have 10 days left. School-wide total minutes read is at 7,248. 4-5 class total is at 4/5 class total minutes read. 4-5 class total minutes read 3,430 minutes. 2-3 class total minutes read 2,720, and TK kindergarten and first grade classes total minutes read 1,098 minutes. The 5th graders are looking forward to their Cunha field trip this month, and our Heel Garden beds were built. Conference week is going well. Cunha is enjoying our March Madness competition with games every day at lunch and student and versus staff each Friday, volleyball, dodgeball, basketball, flag football, and more. Next week is Spirit Week and a dance on Friday, March 18th. All our students have been taking 3rd quarter math benchmark tests this week and making sure we keep the campus clean so the field stays open at lunch. We want to congratulate our Cunha Science Fair winners who placed at the San Mateo County STEM Fair. 17 Cunha students participated and 6 students placed. Honorable mention, Miranda Sarabia, Sydney Sarabia, Danica Gonzalez Johnston, and Aya Nato. Nado. 2nd place, Lucy Collins and Nicole Hyde. 1st place, Andrew Hyde, who goes on to state. Cunha took 21% of all prizes awarded by the county. Half Moon Bay High School. There's a lot of good news coming from Half Moon Bay High School. We are looking forward to Wednesday, March 16th, during advisory class, world-class big wave surfer, Mavericks 2010 winner and waterman who did a solo unsupported stand-up paddleboard across the Atlantic Ocean, Chris Burdish, will be doing a live Zoom presentation and taking questions with our student body. We believe he will be inspirational and interesting. The art department is hosting an art show at the Coastal Arts League Gallery, 300 Main Street in Half Moon Bay from March 10th to April 4th, Thursdays through Sundays. There will be a formal reception Saturday, March 12th from 1 to 4 p.m. The WASP Mid-Cycle Review will be on Wednesday, March 23rd. The spring musical is quickly approaching. Opening night will be Friday, March 23rd. We think it should be fabulous. The new Cougar Park, sponsored by the PTO and being constructed by the leadership class, environmental club, and the ag classes, is coming along. This will be a great resource for all students and make the campus a better place. Finally, construction has begun on building the outdoor lab area for the agriculture department. This area, consisting of a wet lab, a mini ag area, will get landscaping and the materials needed to teach outside. It is located right near the existing greenhouse. Pilarcitos High School. Our students conducted home visits this week for our students who are struggling the most. The visits were very successful. Pivot Learning has been providing restorative justice support for PHS for 3 years. PHS teachers will be featured in their guidebook that will be released later this month. So that's all the school reports. And I was hoping to potentially comment from a student perspective on some of these matters that we've discussed today. And personally, I feel that through my 13 years in this district, the teachers are the ones who have shaped me the most. Many of them have left, but their guidance has helped myself and others in a variety of ways as we've gone through our academic and our life journey. The support and care and experience teachers bring is what makes our district special. And I think losing any of our teachers who care so much about our students would be a travesty. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I hope everyone has a good night.
Thanks, Giacomo. Okay, on to Dr. McFetridge, Superintendent's report.
Thank you very much. I just want to start by thanking Giacomo for asking, because he's filling in for Sarah Gorman, if he could speak to his opinion, and that's important. And I also want to, so thank you, Giacomo. And I also want to thank the teachers who spoke from the heart and from their experiences. And I think Heidi Mills is right. I think we all have to do empathetic listening. I think I said at the last meeting, there are a lot of truths in the world. And one truth that I recognize loud and clear, and it pains me to hear, is that this is a lower paying district than a lot of districts in the county because of how we're situated financially. And I actually want to say that the board, I'll just say this, every time I've gone to the board to try to get an increase in offer, they have done so. And yet there are financial constraints. So I just want to have that balance out there, which is the board does listen. The board does have a hard job. The teachers certainly have a hard job. The CSEA members certainly have very hard jobs also. This is difficult work. It's important work. Kids matter. The employees matter. The families matter. Our students really matter. That's really why we're here. And we have to balance all these needs. So I just want to say I hear it. I know negotiations can, be challenging and feel really hard because people are advocating for needs, and then from an organizational perspective, sometimes we are only able to do what we feel like we can do, but it's never over. I think we have made progress in the past couple of years with a 3% raise in 1920 and a 3% raise in 2021. And currently we have a 5% offer to the teachers for $4,730. And it would certainly be our hope that we would pass on that same level of raise to all employees. And yet we're also trying to make sure that we're fiscally solvent, and so we have to balance that. And we also want to make sure that there are some teacher program, student and family programs, and et cetera, et cetera. So we're listening. I hear it. I know it gets charged, but it's tough. I hope everybody will listen to all the many truths. Another controversial topic, of course, has been masks. Last week, I sent a letter because the governor and his administration lifted the mandate, the statewide school indoor mask mandate, on February 28th, last Monday. And that lifts 11:59 p.m. on March 11th, which means Saturday, March 12th, we no longer have an indoor school mask mandate. School starts on March 14, but if there's any activities on the 12th and 13th, that is, the mandate is lifted. However, we continue to follow the guidelines of the San Mateo County Public Health Officer, Dr. Scott Morrow, and the California Department of Public Health. And all these health experts still ask us to strongly recommend masks indoors. And I just want to put this in perspective. A speaker before spoke about the 2-year anniversary. It was almost 2 years ago when we were required to move to remote learning, March of 2020. And then we were able to reopen and keep schools open because of our collective work to mask indoors and take other health precautions. California represents 12% of the students in the nation, yet only 1% of the nation's school closures happened in the state because we worked collectively for mask use and took other steps. Now students, families, and staff across the state have an opportunity to take masks off on March 12th. But please know, again, masking indoors is still strongly recommended. Even if it's no longer required, we are going to continue to strongly recommend masks for all, provide masks to staff and students, keep conducting pooled testing, keep doing contact tracing until June as an ongoing safeguard. So I just want to make sure that everybody knows that. To put this in perspective, I heard this the other day in a meeting. On January 8th, there were 239 cases out of 100,000 people in this county. That case rate has declined 96%, so that 2 days ago, there was only 10 cases per 100,000. The Omicron surge was huge. It really challenged us. But I think we are doing better, but we all have to keep diligent. Again, masks are strongly recommended, but we will start letting more things happen. And I hope that we can all just take care of ourselves because we've worked so hard as a community to do so. Again, we will continue pooled testing if families sign up for that. We will continue contact tracing, and we will continue encouraging precautions such as strongly recommending masking and vaccines. Another thing that I want to mention is that tonight, you'll see many items on the board. We talked about Earth Day, April 22nd. It was great yesterday to be in that meeting with the Environmental Committee. And it's great seeing Half Moon Bay High School doing some tri-bin sorting and them starting to plan this for Cunha as we start to move toward a goal of having tri-bin composting, recycling, and garbage on all our schools. We were able to give an update about the electrification of the bus fleet, which is legally required, but is also great for the environment and great for our bottom line. And you'll have a presentation on that tonight. We were also able to talk about HEAL project and how they've been able to move from just 2 schools 2.5 years ago to now all 4 elementary schools. And we got to talk about the proclamation tonight that we're presenting. We also have a new proclamation tonight, California Friday Night Live Month. And I want to thank Ruby Salazar and her colleagues from Coastside Collaborative and the Youth Leadership Institute who brought this because they do great work trying to make sure that kids have healthy leadership opportunities in Friday Night Live Month and provides an opportunity for students to take part in really healthy activities as opposed to get involved with some unhealthy behaviors. We also, this is our 2nd year of having an Autism Inclusion Month proclamation, and I want to thank Christy Walker last year for working with us to refine that proclamation. There's a presentation from on Half Moon Bay High School. There are our regular update on D's and F's. From Half Moon Bay High School and Cunha Intermediate School. And that also, I want to say, dovetails with a presentation, a couple slides from Dr. Bhatia tonight about a UC A to G grant that we need to just give that information to the board tonight so that we can apply for that grant. You will also see nutrition services as we're starting to plan how we can improve nutrition services, especially as we go to free breakfast and lunch for everyone, regardless of socioeconomic income status. And there'll be a personnel services presentation from our new interim director of pupil and personnel services, Bianca Forrester, and the bus grant presentation. And finally, and I want to point this out too, because you heard it from a board member, please stay tuned to listen to the finance presentation. This is our 2nd interim budget presentation. And again, I think this is really important for people to understand when we hear so much about negotiations and salaries and the cost of living. It's really important for everybody to understand our budget outlook, and Mr. Contreras will be presenting on that. So again, just to wrap this up, we know this is a controversial topic about masks. We hope everybody understands we strongly recommend masks ongoing. Please continue with the 4 pillars, continue to mask, continue to sanitize your hands, continue to just take care of yourselves. Hopefully we can all continue with the precautions that have kept us safer than a lot of states in the rest of the union. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on. Let's get this party started. We're moving on to the consent agenda. Could I get a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda, and then we'll discuss?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Sophia.
Second.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Before we have board discussion, I'll open it up to the public. If anyone has any comments on our consent agenda, could you raise your hand now? Okay, I don't see any. Okay, I'll open it up for discussion. Anyone have anything they want to discuss on the consent from the board? Okay, no discussion. Rosie, if you could do roll call, please.
Thank you. Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Lisette?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, moving on, general business. Our first presentation is Half Moon Bay High School update presentation. Rosie's bringing in our speakers. like we've got Mr. Boysen joining us. And Mr. Nazar. Take it away.
I want to thank Andy and John for presenting tonight and working with Dr. Bhatia and Deanna Tower and everybody else on this presentation.
Oh, and Ms. Tower. All right, got everybody.
Yeah, thank you all. Yeah, Deanna Tower will be part of this. Good evening, Governing Board President Mary Beth Alexander, Governing Board members, Superintendent Dr. Sean McFetridge. I'm John Nazar, Principal at Half Moon Bay High School. Thank you tonight for your interest in looking at and finding out about Half Moon Bay High School. I firmly believe that the greatest gift we can give our children is a public school education at a school like Half Moon Bay High. Not only are they receiving an excellent education in the classroom, they're learning to work with, respect, and care about a broad range of young people who represent the community and state in which we live in. The lessons they learn inside and outside of the classroom will set a foundation for success throughout their lives. Half Moon Bay High School is an outstanding school. It is a true community of invested students, teachers, staff, parents, and community members. We have so many people that volunteer to help support our students or dedicate their financial or other resources to make our school a better place. Our graduates are proud of the fact that they attended Half Moon Bay High School. I am proud. My own children attended Half Moon Bay High, and I believe that much of what has made them such good members of our society was founded at our high school. Our graduates attend the greatest universities in this nation, and almost to the person, they were ready to succeed upon entry. Our students are engaged in every aspect of school life: music, athletics, arts, clubs, volunteerism, and school activities are incredible points of interest and pride for our students. Absolutely across the board, our faculty and support staff care deeply about the curriculum they teach, but most importantly, the students they teach. Tonight, our outstanding assistant principals, Deanna Tower and Andy Boysen, and myself will give you a little glimpse into what we are doing. We will show you areas of success and areas that we're working very hard on so they will be successful too. We recognize we have a number of areas that we need to improve in. However, we also feel we should recognize a few of our accomplishments as well. I now would like to turn the presentation over to Mr. Boysen.
Good evening. Next slide, please. And just to give you an overview, Mr. Nazar did the opening remarks. I'm going to cover the overview of our WASC mid-cycle self-study and mention some achievements and areas of growth. And Ms. Tower is going to address the bell schedule for the 2022-2023 academic school year. The next slide, please. Okay, so this presentation couldn't come at any better time because we are going through what is called a WASC mid-cycle self-study. Now, WASC stands for Western Association of Schools and Colleges, and in short, it's an accreditation organization, and it is designed to check and make sure that public and private schools are supporting student learning as they should, and that they take a look at schools' goals and objectives and evaluate how schools are working toward achieving those, and also prompting schools to look to the future and develop new goals and objectives for the future. So if you look at bullet 3 in 2018-2019, Half Moon Bay High School received what's called a full accreditation for a 6-year term with a single day mid-cycle visit by the visiting committee. And so this is the best accreditation that a school can achieve. And so we are at the midway point. So at the 3-year point, there's a single day mid-cycle visit. And if you see the next bullet, we've submitted our report, our paper report, which is about 40 pages on February 14th. And then we are going to host the visiting committee for a virtual visit on March 23rd. So we're all excited and nervous. And looking forward to showing how we have met our goals or are working toward our goals, and also new goals that we're setting out for ourselves as we look to the future. And next slide, please. So part of the process is accreditation is to show how we align with our LCAP, with our CIPSA, which is developed by our school site council, and then our action plan and critical areas of need that our whole staff, faculty, and classified staff come to an agreement with, in addition to other educational partners. And so this is a list of various educational partners or stakeholders that we work with: school site council, ELAC, Health and Wellness Committee, our leadership team, academic council, which is our department heads, subject area departments, our PTO, classified staff, leadership class, San Mateo County Office of Education, and the WASC Visiting Committee, because they have some say in what they think we need to continue to work on, or perhaps new items that we need to consider, again, moving toward the future. I've attached the slideshow, which I won't go into detail because it's lengthy and there's a lot of detail to some things that appear in the appendix. But if you wish to see how the lineup is arranged, the goal here is to try to make sure that LCAP, CIPSA, action plan, critical areas of need all have commonality so we can show that alignment. Next slide, please. Okay, so some of the things that we're trumpeting as our areas of improvement and a sense of accomplishment since the 2018-2019 WASC self-study. They kind of get broken up into two key categories. We have climate and communication, and the other aspect relates to academic achievement and college and career readiness. And a lot of these things overlap with district initiatives as well. Again, the lining up of what our LCAP goals are with what our site goals are. So these are some things you've heard of at board meetings before, which is our MTSS initiative, and at our site trying to rebuild PBIS, which was pretty robust, and due to various circumstances was sort of reduced and not as formalized across campus, but we see that as something we would like to do in the future. Our website update, implementation of school messengers so we could really reach as many members of our community and our families as possible. Implementation of online registration, which we're continuing to refine and work on. Implementation of parent access to student information system. That's Infinite Campus. So parents can take a look at schedules of their student. They can look at their attendance on a daily real-time basis as well. Social emotional or SEL, SEL, personal learning plans. That was something we started this year in English classes. Personal learning plans that the counseling department have done for years have been more academic oriented and being spurred on by the effects of the pandemic and so many of the mental health challenges that created. We really wanted to push that into the classrooms as well, led by our counseling staff. Expanded mental health resources, thankfully due to a great emphasis by our district and adding staff and allowing our counseling staff and our administration and teachers to make referrals for our students. We have a bi-weekly newsletter to continue upping our communication volume with our community. Unity Day, it's replacing Challenge Day this year, which is a social emotional event, which is very, very exciting and impactful for our students. We continue to support Vape Escape and Mr. Nazar spearheads the One of a Kindness campaign to again promote kindness across the campus. And we have homework buddies as well, which was really trying to work out support of our students who might be struggling academically and having peer homework buddies to assist them as well. Next slide, please. On the academic side of things and the college career readiness for all students, we have completed since 2018-19 full CTE pathways in agriculture and natural resources and building and construction trades. And so we're excited about this. And as Giacomo had mentioned, we have infrastructure work as it relates to our agriculture program. And we're just really happy to see that we've built out something connected with career tech education. We have added honors courses in physics and advanced agri-science. Our metal sculpture continues to grow a population of female students, which is always great to see that sort of equal representation in a shop class. And just the idea of, something which might have been traditional over the years, being one-sided to see something balanced. We've added full-time positions in science and art. So we're seeing students really filling out our 7-period days, improved faculty proficiency with educational technology, an upside from the pandemic and remote learning, and our real life learning program, which is really building out from what we would say is just community service, where students would do community service a few hours here, a few hours there without any common theme or interest, but really trying to get students to associate themselves with service learning in a field or an area that they're passionate and have a great concern or interest in. Avid rebuild, we have wonderful Avid site coordinator who's just really done a wonderful job, Joelle Sauté, and her whole Avid team represented by PE teacher, counselor, social studies teacher, a science teacher, 2 science teachers. And so it's just something that we're really excited to build up and get it in a much more robust position. And we have new courses, positive psychology, a digital art class, and AP Computer Science A, which will be offered this fall. Next slide, please. In addition to that, with partnership with the district, with district leadership and with actually all sites across our district, we revised the ELD pathway and updated that and try to streamline or get students reclassified fully English proficient and in college preparation classes so that they can be A through G approved. Dual enrollment with CSM, which we're very excited about, in the agreement with the College and Career Access Pathways program. And that is beginning this fall, and we're very excited about that, and really try to target our community college going students so they get that experience in high school. They arrive at community college with some units and also an experience that gives them confidence to stick with it, earn their AA, and progress with their education. We're also working on more frequent data-centered professional development so that guides our instruction and our choices curricularly and in terms of instruction. And also consistent focus on college and career readiness PD, really orienting ourselves toward what can we do to get all our students in that position to be college and career ready when they graduate from Half Moon Bay High School. And consistent focus on designated and integrated ELD learning strategies. And that is an ongoing thing that which we will continue to put to the forefront of our concerns, but really continuing to work with instructional strategies to help our students become successful and promote site literacy that is robust, built out, and inclusive of all of our students. In addition, you can see identified areas for continued growth. Those can be found in our action plan and our school-wide critical areas of need. And you'll see that our action plan is very much in line with the other acronyms that I quoted earlier. Next slide, please. And Mr. Nazar, he's going to go ahead and speak to the future.
Yes, well, thank you, Andy. Looking forward to the future, I think we're recognizing that we're trying to consistently improve and get better. But I think in the bigger picture, if there's going to be a major area of focus that will take on some heavy lifting going forward, and that is which will really need the support of our entire community. It will be a focus on the facilities at Half Moon Bay High School. please know that there's no way, and this is not a dig in any way at what we have. We're so fortunate to have the facilities we do have. However, I believe that we cannot become complacent in any area of education. We must, as a school board, a community, continue to imagine, look into the future, continue to provide our greatest resource, our young people, every opportunity to grow, thrive, and succeed in embracing current and relevant environment. And that's what I think we need to do, target our facilities. We're turning out students that are absolutely fabulous. They have a confidence. They are ready to take on the world. And we need to continue that tradition and to continue to grow it. We are really competitive with the finest schools on the peninsula, whether it's private or public school. And we, though, need to keep the edge on what we can offer, not only by our teachers, but by the facilities we have. So I think what we need to do is see, as a community, to come together, having classrooms and facilities that reflect the work that is being done and will be done in the future. Rosie, if you could go to the next slide, please. This community has been amazing in support of our schools. We passed the bonds, we've passed construction, designing and building, upgrading the facilities to our students to access the very best of 21st century education. An area that we are very proud of is our athletic facilities. We're probably some of the best on the peninsula, but this was done by some efforts of very generous individual and forward-thinking individuals and donors. Our classrooms and our other facilities, though, are a little archaic and worn down. What I'm asking for, and this is not a blame, but this is trying to rally a collective effort. Let us all kind of gather around our school, our high school, the pinnacle of it, the one school that everyone in our district ends up and comes to and should be so proud of, that we need to get together, rally together in every way we can to provide the very best educational environment for our students, allowing an area where our teachers can do their best work, and something that I think would be of great pride to our community. So that's a bigger picture thing that we're not going to be able to tackle just internally. Other things that Andy talked about, Mr. Boysen talked about, we're working on, and we're working with our community right now, and our so many of our people that support our school. But this is one that's a little bit bigger and will take a great effort. Thank you. I think we now could turn it over to Ms. Tower.
I'm just going to take a minute to talk about our bell schedule for next year. The Senate Bill 328 mandates that the start of the school day for California high schools cannot be earlier than 8:30 in the morning. And we have to make sure our bell schedule is aligned with that by next school year, so 2022, 2023. So there is an urgency here that we need to make this change. We researched a bunch of schools. We looked at a lot of bell schedules. We surveyed our staff, our students, our families. We collected their preferences. We recognized their needs, but meeting what needs we could. While adhering to the state guidelines, we designed 2 potential bell schedules, one with a modified block schedule like we have this year, where we see every period on Mondays, and then the rest of the week is a block that rotates odds and evens. And then the other schedule we presented was a full block. Our staff voted to go with a full block schedule for next year. So every day will be a block schedule. We'll rotate odds and evens throughout the year. And then the only days when students will attend every period are the 6 professional development days, or the new Super Fridays instead of Super Tuesdays. So we're going to begin each day at 8:30. That's the earliest we can start. We understand the potential for traffic issues on the coast. with this start time, we know it firsthand. Mr. Nazar, Mr. Boyson, and I all have kids that attend schools in the district, so we're in it as well. So the problem is, so if we start later than 8:30, then we have to end even later. And we made a little bit of tweaks, and so we get out at 3:45 or 2:50, depending on which block day, rather than 4 o'clock if we just pushed our 8 o'clock start to 8:30. So the problem is many of our students have after-school responsibilities. They participate in extracurriculars or they report to a job. So just know that all the schools in the district, we all have been in communication all year about the change in bell schedules. We're working together to minimize the impact on the morning traffic. Because like I said, we're in it as well. And so we will communicate the actual bell schedule to the HMBHS community shortly after this board meeting. That's it.
All right. And I think that is our presentation. I thank Mr. Boyson and Ms. Tower for putting a lot of this work into this. And now we open up to any questions and comments.
Thank you. I have lots of questions, but I can let someone else go first if they would like. I'll start off with one at least then.
Hey, Mary Beth, quick point of order. Do we want to open to any public comments?
Oh, correct. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. Yes. I'll open it up right now. If the public has any comments on this presentation, please raise your hand now. Thanks, Sophia. Okay, I don't see any. Okay, I'll start off with a question and someone else go, and I have more. Because you brought up the CCAP stuff, I'm super curious if you know what classes you're going to offer yet. And maybe you don't, but I'm just curious. The dual enrollment.
Okay, so it's starting a three-year pathway, and that begins at the 10th grade year. And there are two pathways that we've identified now. We'll see how year one goes, but they have one that's oriented toward a business certificate and one toward a communication certificate. And the other one, which is called exploration, which just means it's a mixed bag of different types of courses, which are general education courses, which will help build toward an associate's degree. And the 10th grade year will be a counseling course for one semester, which is more of, think of it like a metacognitive type of class, something in which students sort of get a sense of where they are and their goals, and a career course as well. So those are kind of base courses that other schools in San Mateo County use who have that type of agreement with the College of San Mateo. They're kind of starter courses.
Great. And so it's 3 classes total?
2 per semester, 10th grade year, 2 per semester, 11th, and then 2 per semester, 12th grade year. Okay. So, in the end, you're looking at, 18 units.
And I'd heard talk of 4, or is that not right? 3 is going to be what there is.
Well, right now we're trying to build out 3 pathways, but the first year is going to be the same 2 courses because they're the base courses for all 3 pathways. And then the 11th grade year and then the 12th grade year is where the courses will start to change up for the exploration, the business, and the communication path.
Okay. But 3 pathways.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Just a quick question to add on to that. Just to clarify, when do you have a kind of rough timeline? Are you thinking school year 23-24 or 24-25 would be initiating these classes?
No, it was offered on the student planning guide and the course signups for this year. So
okay.
Our goal is to begin this fall.
This fall, okay. Great, thank you.
Sure.
I can go next then. Unless you want to add more questions. Yeah.
I have more, but
Okay, I just first want to say with a thanks, a big thanks to you guys for pulling this together. It's really always nice to see kind of a compilation of what's been happening over a few years, because you can see it's been a lot. So I just want to start by saying thank you. So much great work happening. And one thought too, I appreciate that you mentioned MTSS, because I'm kind of curious to what extent we're looking at kind of foundational practices, everything from different, just kind of the basic policies and practices. I think you touched upon it a little bit when you mentioned ELD and kind of how our approaches to that. And I know there's been some work around grading policies, and we had a homework policy also that we had implemented at the district level. Things like attendance, course selection, prerequisites, like these processes that can be either kind of path openers or path closers for students. And is there anything else kind of, and I apologize if it maybe was in the critical areas of need, and it's in there in the appendix, but are the things that come to mind in terms of like those basic foundational things? I guess facilities would fit in that category too.
I'm not sure exactly what, there's a lot there. I'm trying to figure out what, in terms of response with MTSS, the idea of our tier 1 interventions to really kind of work together as a team to see what's happening in the classroom in terms of management policies. It could be, grading policies, late work policies, those types of things, working more closely with counseling staff, in terms of referrals, and really trying to provide the type of tools for teachers to communicate with them, and then the counselors communicate with us. There's several things. I mean, I know next year that as a district, there's going to be a lot of focus again on MTSS, PBIS, and restorative practices. As a site, we hope to complement that as well. And I've tried to do some research into trying to contract in some restorative practices work as well. So as a site, we take a look at it from a secondary lens and see how that can work and help with the classroom climate, which is what definitely all teachers on site can control. There's also been discussion, and tomorrow at our staff meeting, and we're also going to ask some teachers, or all teachers and staff, to discuss and think about items that they would like to see with professional development within the context of MTSS, PBIS, and restorative practices. What can we do to support those with things like curriculum and instruction, with, again, the idea of prerequisites being something that's recommended, but something that's not a barrier for progression, as well as tailoring, horizontal and vertical alignment within departments, and approaching that with the lens of evaluation and grading, and having those types of conversations where we can reach some commonality as a site, so the expectations aren't multiple flavors. But of course, there is going to be some variance because different departments have different needs. But at the same time, having that level of continuity so that our student and family expectations aren't wildly different, but there's some core anchor things that they can expect and rely upon.
That's great. Now that's fantastic just to hear about kind of the alignment and the collaboration and the coordination, even though, like you said, and I appreciate that, sometimes there'll be reasons things are different, but they're rational reasons, so not just by accident because people weren't talking to each other. Sure. I think that's really great. And too, I'm just remembering now too, Mr. Nazar mentioning, and we'll see in the next presentation, I think, just kind of the more data inquiry cycle type of approach that you're adopting. And I know if I remember some of your professional development centered around that too, and having that be part of kind of how we do what we do together. I think that's an observation that I've had as well that relates to what you just described, but that's great. Thank you, Andy.
I have some questions on the slide number 5 of the areas of improvement. And I guess the reason I'm asking these questions is as a parent, it's good to know kind of ahead of time what you're. I guess I'm asking. I'm just rambling on. Basically, I have some questions. For example, like the school messenger, is it similar to School Loop?
No, those are, so School Loop is right now our learning management system.
Okay.
Every student in every family has access to it. So, and it's updated daily. So you as a parent get it could come to your phone every day at 5 o'clock. It gives you how each class is going for your student. If they missed a homework assignment, what the homework assignments are. That's our learning management system. It's something actually we're going to be exploring. Is there a better system than School Loop? And Jesus Contreras will help lead that. There are some other systems out there that may be even better and more responsive on both the user end, but also on the support end, which School Loop is not as good as it used to be. But the School Messenger is a different broadcasting system which allows us to, we could either text out messages or send out email messages to the entire staff. Or
Okay,
not the
so
entire school.
it's the general like robotic. Okay,
yes,
that makes sense. And then so I guess what I'm thinking, I guess I don't know if you have this at the high school. I know they have School Loop and they have programs for parents and students to see missing assignments. But I guess what I'm curious is, do the counselors or does somebody really make sure that, kids who are really failing and kids who really, are we making sure as a district that the parents are being notified? I guess what I'm asking is I don't even know how to ask my question. My concern, for example, is we have the School Loop, for example, and it's supposed to be kind of a tool for parents and open communication between different teachers. But is it really being used in a way where the kids that really need it and the parents that really need access to it and maybe guidance to how to navigate it, is that being flagged or prioritized? Do I make any sense, Mr. Nisa?
Yeah, no, Lisa, you're really asking an important question because I think, yes, I think it is an extremely widely used tool by both students and parents. I think it is a very effective one, but I think what you do hit on is that there are some parents that despite, and I know we have made massive efforts. We have, even went out, we've gone to different sites and locations like at Moonridge, and this is, talking about how this is how you can use it. This is how, you could get it. And it does flip to if someone wants it in Spanish. So it could, it is, it could be presented in Spanish, but still there are parents that don't use it. We always, every time we have any kind of conference, well, that's the first thing we talk about. Are you checking School Loop? And if a parent doesn't, then we sit with them and do it. One thing though, I think, just so you understand the level of concern and intensity around this is we meet every other week with Andy, Deanna, and I, with all the counselors, school psychologists, and mental health. And what we call Cougar Talks, and we sit and we talk about every student that we think is popping up as academically struggling, socially, emotionally, and then we try to wrap around as a team. Okay, this is our concern with the student. What are some things we can do to intervene and, and whether it's calling a family and meet with them, set up some services to provide, mental support for, there's anxiety, all those, whatever it is. So we're looking at not just a broad range of, oh, here's how our students are doing. We try to drill down and look at every single kid and what is going on. How can we help? And every time we do that, in our communications is, we do look at, of course, for the grade school loop, and which is important, but also look at the individual family and kid and what's going on.
Okay, yeah, I guess, and then my concern is like at the high school level, if they've been in the district maybe since elementary and they're still ELD, that's a big red flag right there, especially since we want to make sure we give them all the opportunities possible, considering that this child has been in our district for over 10 plus years. And I guess that was my concern, because you'd be surprised how parents get lost, and parents, some parents need a little hand holding in the beginning, but once they get it, they are your number one, allies to help the students at home. And then I guess I was also curious about the homework buddies and who determines who needs a buddy, and is there a specific subject? I guess that was kind of cool, and I was just curious about that.
Yeah, that's a new program that, so we have a few resources. So we have 2 parent volunteers who have done it for many years. Leo Locks and Jay Thompson. Leo is PhD in chemistry. Jay has a master's in computer science. They are available and open to working with so many of our students, either via Zoom or in person. They have been just incredible partners with our school. And that's what I was talking about, like, people have dedicated, we're talking like for years and major time. The Homework Buddies is a really cool program started by our psychology teacher, Sarah Bunkin. Sarah now is teaching positive psychology, 2 of those, and 2 AP psych classes. But she's created this group of students who want to give and support. And how are some ways we can help our school environment? And they've created the Homework Buddies program, and it is open to any student in the school, and their resources during advisory period. So during the advisory, if I'm a student and I'm struggling in my math class, but my advisory teachers, Mr. Nazar, is the One of a Kindness campaign, I could say I need to go see my math teacher, or I could say I need to go to Homework Buddies. And there is a core of students in there that work together and collaboratively with the students. We're finding that program has grabbed a lot of traction. And from only a few students accessing it, now we're getting quite a few, and I'm going to say numbers in the 20s and 30s on a regular basis. So it is a teacher/student driven and created program to give further support. But it also is, I think a lot of the kids like it because it is peer-to-peer instead of maybe I don't have to be judged by my teacher.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to ask a few more questions if I could.
Sure.
I see from presentations yet tonight that you're looking at graduation requirements for math and aligning them with others in our county. I wondered if there's, and I'm by no means an expert on this, so I've heard that maybe our requirements for history are not super in alignment with others. Is this something that's being looked at? I guess anything besides math?
No, I'm not sure on what you're saying. I think we have a very important social studies program and department. I think there are some schools that do not offer a freshman level, but there's
it was the 4th year. I just heard that we require 4 years, and I heard other schools don't, and I don't know. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I wonder if it's something to look at. I think
it is absolutely important and essential in a lot of ways that we do have a 4-year program. When we're talking about a world today where it's becoming increasingly complex, the understanding of not only the history but of political science and how we fit in, I think, is essential. And those conversations where the other schools you're going to be seeing are actually will probably moving more toward our direction, is that we're working toward an ethnic studies program, which fits nicely. We've had in the freshman year a freshman studies / geography program, and we have a slot right there. We're going to be adapting that space and that place. Other schools are going to have to figure out a different way to implement something that is, it's going to become mandated at some point, but we're working on looking into how we could teach it, how we could present it, and resources to give it.
Yeah, and I don't mean that in particular. That's just what I heard. I guess I mean too in general, like we seem to be on par, and you're looking at math. So. Okay. Another comment I had was about the facilities, and we have approved money to go to the high school. I don't know if it's going to be enough for everything we need, but it's coming. If not fast enough, I don't think for any of us.
I recognize that. Absolutely. And that's what I said. This is not a dig. This is just really, I'm asking for, let's keep the motivation. Let's keep that. Now, do I think there's going to be enough with that bond? Of course not. I mean, I could tell you right now, I mean, I know if you're going to fulfill my dream, we would need about 10 of those bonds. I'd love to see, a performing arts center, and, I know there's a demand for, a new swimming pool, but, upgrading our classrooms in 21st century and the power and the lighting and all these things that could go on, and the technology that, I think there's always going to be, a demand for more. But I do believe that this board, all of you, our community, we're really excited. That's what I'm saying. We are excited about the potential to see what our school can, what we can look like. And, I do see our schools that we compete with on the peninsula, and they have some beautiful facilities. Yeah, we're very, very extremely competitive with them academically and almost in every way, and just want to give our kids the best. And, I'm asking that we all collectively work toward this.
Yeah, and continue thinking about it. So yeah. I'm on page with you. I had another question about quarter versus semesters. I think they do quarters at the high school, but
no. We
but it's semesters, but it goes quarter grades. I feel like there's some confusion there. And
so I'll explain it now. And I do send it out every now and then in a newsletter. We have quarters, but we are for our transcripts, it's only by semester. So there's 4 quarters or 2 semesters in a school year. The first quarter grades are important only really for athletic eligibility. So every quarter when grades come out, it determines that student must be 2.0 if they're going to participate in extracurricular, especially in CIF sports.
Would it help to call it a mid-semester grade? I just feel like I had confusion about it a long time. My kid was at the school. Sophia finally told me, like, dude, that's a mid-semester grade. Yeah. Is there any concern about that? And also more beyond the high school, at all our schools that we're more similar as they go along, it seems weird that it's different at different schools. And then when you get to high school, it's super confusing because you think it's a quarter, but actually that doesn't matter. It's only the end of the semester. It's really a mid-semester grade. I'm not saying I just want to bring it up. That's all.
Well, I'm totally open to exploring what we call it, but just, we are going to, so we actually, we do a number of reports. So halfway through the first quarter, we also have a designated day that we ask all parents, look at this. And what we're trying to do is make sure parents, students are constantly, okay, this is what I need to do. This is where I need to get caught up. But the quarter part is for the really the only long-term weight is around the athletic eligibility. For transcripts, it only counts for the semester. I mean, I don't know. I'm just familiar with quarters at every school I've been at, but I'm not saying we're not open to, should it be a mid-semester, whatever. I mean, I want to try to make
a thought. It was confusing to me, and I've heard other people talk about it. So just bringing it up. I don't know what the answer is. I'm no expert in this. So.
Yeah, and that's why I tried to make sure I clarify that. And I hope I'm not confusing more people when I send it out. But I'm totally open to that, Mary Beth.
Okay, just a thought. Can I have one more thing? Sure. If no, Kim had something. You go, Kim, and I'll finish up.
Just briefly, I just wanted to say thank you. I picked up on the, I thought it was interesting that you're working the social emotional learning plans, the SEL plans in the English classes. I think that's, given what's happened in COVID, that's a really positive thing for our community and for our kids. And a shout out to the digital art class too. One area, I know you can't, it's 10 pounds in a 5-pound bag and it's hard to acknowledge everything, but I just wanted to acknowledge the music program as being one where you do have diversity and in community that participate, and how, anyways, I had some sidebar conversations earlier this spring with Mr. Anderson. And so anyways, I just want to, and I realized that not everything is controlled at the high school, but it is a feeder system. And so whether you're talking math or whether you're talking music or language arts, I don't know what that connective tissue is between the middle and the high school, but just something to keep in mind. And thank you for the wonderful presentation and all that you do. So thanks.
Thank you. No, thank you, Kim. And obviously, we take a lot of pride in our music program. We have just an incredible leader, Mr. Anderson. He is dynamic. He loves what he does. He's so proficient at what he does, and he gives to those kids in so many ways. I really appreciate you, Kim, that you've been such a advocate, and I think it's something really important to me. It's one of my little bit, I guess, disappointments at this time. I really had hoped by this point our marching band would be, and that, and marching band could be, a collection of different kids, just, something like that, which is a giant performance thing, would be about 100 kids right now. I just think 10% of our kids, we've got about 1,000 kids, 10% of the kids, playing an instrument and being part of that would be, I think, would be so impressive. And it just, with the marching band we have now and our performance bands and our jazz bands, the highest profile one is our marching band, because they're at the football games where a lot of people attend basketball games. But it's surprising, and not surprising, it is gratifying to see not only does the band players love performing, the players and the participants, whether it's cheer, the athletes on the field, everyone loves having that band. The band has such an impact on the culture of our school that music, it just raises the level and makes it such a great experience. And I just think with our VAPA plan, we can get to the point where we're getting that pipeline of students that are coming in wanting to be part of the band with some experience and being able to, whether it's band or I'd love to see eventually an orchestra, maybe, a number of different things. I think we're just just touching the tip of the iceberg. I think there could be a really powerful performing arts part of our school.
I have a comment and I want to read the critical areas of need. It's on slide 18 and it's in the last one, it's in number 8. And it says increasing involvement of English speaking parents and students in school communities through ensuring translation of all school communications, increase opportunities for leadership and engagement and decision-making that leads to school-wide change. That's sounds so awesome, but sometimes, and I'm just gonna say it, I think sometimes just simple translation, something that Google can do, doesn't cut it. I hope that we look into more innovative and meaningful ways of translating, Mr. Nazar, because sometimes it's not, the same word doesn't mean the same message. It's more like culturally also, be culturally sensitive when translating. If you really are trying to engage the parents. And so I would like to also offer myself to help in any way possible. I know that we're, as a Latina, we're very, we have very much, we're engaged based on relationship based, kind of feeling comfortable, kind of feeling like it's worth my time. Like I have to work, so don't waste my time unless, I need to be there, I can help you. So I guess I'm saying this because I really, I'm really hopeful to, when I saw this, and I just want to offer myself if I could help in any way. I know there was this last minute thing and Mr. Boysen was at Moonridge and I ended up going and things like that. I never want to make anybody feel like I'm micromanaging. I really want to help, and I can find time during my sleep to do it. I mean, I'll figure it out. But I'll do it. And I really want you to know that, yeah, I'm here for you guys. If you need anything, I'm sure you have amazing staff and amazing people at the high school who are taking care of this. But if you ever need me, please reach out. And then lastly, I was a cougar and I don't have any memorabilia, if I'm saying the word right. And I saw your little pink, orange thing, and I want one of those.
Well, I'm going to bring you one, Lizette. And Lizette,
I don't have anything, and I graduated from.
Okay, I'm going to hook you up with a bunch of swag.
They never made anything. I was like, why don't I have anything?
My whole life, everything I got in my house is orange and black now. I mean,
I noticed you were the guy to go to, so yeah.
But I will definitely take care of it. And I think a lot of Lizette was a former student of mine, just a really dynamic student. And I remember her and Myra, they would sit and when I was teaching political science and American government, there was always these amazing, not just questions, but thoughts. And really it was something that, you always hope that, wow, maybe I'm, we're touching on some things that really that a student would care about. And here she is years later, really caring about our community. So I know Lizette well enough. And I also consider her someone that I really respect and as a friend, but when she says I know she said, I'm willing to help. That's genuine. I mean, it is totally genuine. I just so you do know for everybody that when I send anything out that is translated, so everything I send out is translated. I always have our community liaison, Ana Cabrillo, who's really proficient. I always have her help me. So it's not, I have never sent anything out that I just put into Google Translate because I agree. So I've never just dropped something in. We've always had, somebody, and if she's not available, some of our other office staff, Yadira Costa, I mean, we just got so many people that really care about how our school and how we are communicating, but we could always do better. And I appreciate your offer because I know that's genuine, Lizette. And I'm going to get This is so every member of, just so you know, every member of the one of a kindness. We all wear these. This it is about kindness, and it says one of a kindness on it. And we'll be giving actually a lot away when we go down to the elementary schools. We do with the fifth graders. We meet with the fifth graders. We do this presentations. We haven't done it in a couple of years since COVID hit, but a lot of activities. And one of the activities we have done in the past was it's like they toss a beanbag into like a bucket. And if they make it, they get two. One they get to keep and one they give to a friend. So I am going to give it to my friend Lizette Cortez.
I can be kind.
I see Sophia has a question if you're done, Lizette.
Yeah, it was just a very quick comment. I didn't want to let it pass without acknowledging Ms. Tower for her work in updating the bell schedule, because that was a Herculean effort. It's going to come out this nice, neat, tidy table of numbers and times and stuff like that. But I know it was a big effort. And I think that's another good example of like a foundational piece of work that I know was kind of spurred on because of like the state law. But I think, you know, the spirit behind that state law and your follow through of it being like to have master schedules that are more amenable to students' needs, and be it their sleep cycles or their after school needs and whatever. And I know a lot has gone into it to make that really a student friendly master schedule. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank you for it. And that's
Lizette,
it.
Lizette, were you done? Do you have anything more?
No, I was done. I was going to go on a tangent. I just going back through memory lane, and especially since it's Women's History Month, I wanted to let Diana Tower know the amazing mother she has. She was also my teacher, and so she's just an amazing woman. And please say hi to her, and God bless her.
I will. Thank you so much. That was so sweet.
I just wanted to. Okay, sorry. I just wanted to also just say thank you for the presentation and all the hard work, and having one graduate already from Half Moon Bay High and another in a year. I really appreciate all that our high school has been, and you talked about this a little bit, but that balance between the academics, the social and emotional, the athletics, the school spirit, the music and the art. I've always been really proud of our high school for the way that it balances all that, but I also really appreciate that you also still can set out, well, this is what we want to improve and this is what we're working on. And I just feel like your presentation tonight really demonstrated that commitment to that whole child, and how we're continuing every year to continue to work on that and improving what we're doing so that we're serving that whole child. So I just want to say thank you for that to all of you. I just had a real quick specific question, and yes, thanks to Ms. Tower for working on the schedule. I was wondering, maybe I missed it in the presentation, were students surveyed on that? And then I had a question also about, you said it's every day and we're going to be switching. Does that mean just one day a week? I'm just trying to figure out how it balances. And I know you're going to send it out, but I wasn't sure if it was changing every week or it's just like every Monday maybe switches or something. So if you could just clarify that part.
So when I send out the bell schedule, I'll also send out the year-long schedule that shows exactly which days are which classes. And it rotates every day. So it's, if Monday's odds, then Tuesday's evens, Monday's odds, or Wednesday's odds, Thursday's evens, Friday's odds, Monday's evens. It just constantly rotates odds, evens, the entire year. And the only time it's different are the 6 professional development days.
Mm-hmm. And then were students surveyed on the bell schedule?
And so I gathered student input first semester to kind of drive the big needs from the student. So that a lot of that was more surrounded around advisory length and how often and what did they use it for. So that was one of the main pieces there, as well as start time, end time, lunch, kind of like I did with the families too.
Well, great. Well, thank you so much for all your work.
I had some concerns around the policies for the physical kids at the high school versus the kids at the independent study. And I brought it up to Lizette at our last meeting. So I wanted to bring it up to you as well, that I had some concerns that the policies seem very different for the kids that are at the high school versus the independent study kids. And I know they're all part of Half Moon Bay High School. So I wanted to bring that up. They don't seem to jive for instance, like in the student handbook, like, it says kids have to take 6 classes, but at the high school, but then you have independent study kids that are going to the college and they're doing independent study and they're going to the high school for a class. So I just feel like there's so much more opportunities for these kids that are going through that side of things, and kids that are at the high school are being told, no, they can't do these things. Like, for instance, another example is the handbook says kids can't take a class that's offered at the high school at CSM, but yet kids are doing that. And then I feel bad that those kids, some kids can do it, basically, if they're going through the independent study side of things, but then the kids at Half Moon Bay High School are being told no. And I've seen it. I mean, I've had parents come and, tell me, well, and I've seen it with my own kid too, but, their kids being told no at the high school, but then I see another kid doing it at the independent study side. So I had some concerns that it's not, and I don't know what's right, if they're doing it right, or if you're doing it right, or who's doing it right, but it seems like some of the stuff isn't following our board policies. And so I have some concerns around that. I wonder if you have any comments on that, or I can just bring them up.
Well, I think it's something, obviously we're, really trying to wrap our heads around and explore. I mean, we've had things that we were very confident with prior to the COVID. COVID has changed quite a bit, and so when we started looking at our structure and policies and whatnot, and aligning them, everything we're doing, in my belief, and obviously I can miss it, is that we are aligned with board policy. I mean, there are some, things that we are, as a district and as a school, are needing, and we're working on, and that's our conversations with Leticia Batia and, around the curriculum instruction, and with Dr. McFetridge, and, how do we provide the best education we possibly can, and adjusting. Things may even look a little different from last year, because we do have the Half Moon Bay High School, sort of speak, independent study. There's the independent study through, more Pillar CETOs based. There's pillars. So it is now going back and trying to align or realign, a pathway that makes sense, because I think it feels a little bit more scrambled, to be very honest, right now than it has been. And I want to make sure that we have a very cohesive plan so that there are not gaps in the student's education. I think, some subjects may be a little bit more flexible than others, but, really it is about providing that what we feel is the best education for our kids, so that not only they're getting past school, but they are thriving when they get to college. And we do know traditionally our kids that have gone on to, the universities in the 4 years upon going through the Half Moon Bay High School program have been extremely successful. I talked about it. They're ready for college. I have talked to so many kids that come back, and they're at Berkeley, they're at University.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. Everything's great, but I don't think it's fair that some of the kids are getting opportunities that other ones aren't. And I don't know what the right answer is, right? I don't work there. You're the employee, but I think it should be the same. I don't think it's fair that some kids are getting told no, and then because another kid's going through the independent study field, they're getting to do it. I don't know who's right, but it's just a concern that's been ongoing. And I mean, this was happening last year. I know it all came up and there was a lot of discussion around it. And I mean, this is all pre-COVID stuff, but I know the discussion about it came up last year. So I was super bummed when I saw that handbook, and like all those same rules were in place, so that, again, those kids that are going in person at the high school aren't allowed to do those things. And then the other kids are doing whatever they want. I just didn't think it's fair. That's all. So, I mean, we can leave it at that, but I just wanted to bring that up.
Please know that Andy Boysen and John Nazar and Deanna Tower and I have been in conversations in the past with Jason Owens, with County Council, to review our policy, to review ed code, and we continue to work on that. And I do think this is new practice, to John's point. And so I think that is sort of like where we want to make sure that everybody knows my belief, which is we want to be able to provide students the opportunity to excel and to take college classes if they can within the constraints of board policy and education code. So we continue to refine that. I know that we recently just communicated to Half Moon Bay High School administrators about, applicability of private school classes according to our policy and ed code, applicability of dual enrollment, concurrent enrollment outside the dual enrollment pathways. So these are things that I think it's healthy that we're seeing this kind of like interest. And it's a small group of students in great perspective, but that dual enrollment, I think, will open up a lot of opportunities for more students. And I just always want to say too, remember it was in August that we brought you the CCAP, the Community College Agreement, at which point, I think people sort of said, well, wait a second, is this going to impair the staffing at Half Moon Bay High School? The law says no. And so we just keep having to refine that, and we'll continue to work with our colleagues at the high school to make sure that it's clear.
Well, and speaking of board policy, I mean, I just read it because it's in our consent items for today, but like, for instance, the PE board policy was in there, and I think it says, like, you have to take PE in 9th grade, and then you can either take it in 10th, 11th, or 12th. But I think we're saying you have to take it in 11th. So it's lots of little things maybe like that. But the concurrent enrollment, I've been hearing from people, and I've been hearing from some that say no and some say yes, and I just feel bad it's not the same for everybody. That's all. So enough said.
On the physical education piece, there is a 2-year requirement. Half Moon Bay High School does have its own internal policy that students can waive a year if they take, let me get this right, John, if they are participants in 3 sports in 1 year, in 3 seasons, they can waive.
But it's a 2-year requirement. Does it have to be their freshman and sophomore, or according to policy, it says freshman or 10th, 11th, and 12th?
No, and that's a question too about aligning policy.
I just had another kid with a scheduling conflict, and they were like, oh, if we could do gym the 11th grade instead of 10th, it would work out. So I don't know.
They're just titled, it's Core 9, Core 10 are the titles of the PE classes. And then they have elective ones as well called Power and Strength. You can take those 2 PE classes anytime over the 4 years.
The Core 9 and the Core 10?
Core 9 and Core 10. So typically the freshmen will take the Core 9 their freshman year, they take that, and then typically sophomores will take Core 10 sophomore.
But you could take Core 10 as a junior or a senior.
You could, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, you can, and thank you, Deanna, and that is ed code. I just want to be timekeeper. I hate to be this guy, but we have 6 presentations and items, and 3 might be longer than this one, if that's possible.
Okay, anybody else? Thank you, John. I didn't mean to beat you up, but I just wanted to bring that up because I keep hearing it from parents. So,
yeah, no, it's always something that we're going to work on, and it is about alignment. It's lining up with really meeting with what's Pillar Cito's doing, what is the independent. It's putting a lot of things together because we've gone through a huge transitional piece, and not perfect, but we're going to make it better, and it will get better over the next year or so.
I really appreciate, and I think we're all very pleased and proud of the work that our Half Moon Bay High School colleagues do, the students, the teachers, the staff, the leaders, the families. It's a fantastic place. You guys have done a great presentation tonight. Thank you for giving us a snapshot of WASC and sort of the glows and grows, where you want to go, how you want to improve, and it's a never-ending continuous improvement cycle. So thank you for all your work, you guys.
Yes, thank you all. Okay, thank you, John. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Deanna. Let's move on. Next up, secondary quarter 1, quarter 2, and math placement data presentation.
Hi, good evening, President Alexander, Governing Board, colleagues, and community. And Rosie will get that presentation up and going. Just want to let you know that we will be presenting this together with Principal Barnes, as well as I believe it's going to be Mr. Boysen, who has the honor to present some of this data. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Do you mind going to the second slide? And so basically, we are going to be looking at two sets of data, the Q1 and Q2, but Q2 equals to semester one. And I know that President Alexander was mentioning that. But we wanted to make sure we saw the growth of the A's through F's and the D's and F particularly in this presentation. We also are going to talk about the math pathways and also include a really great opportunity of the A through G completion improvement grant. We want to present to you our goals and also open conversation and discussion around the goals for this approximately $160,000 grant. Then it's going to be followed up by a Cunha presentation regarding the data as well as the math placements, and continue conversations around the supports and next steps. The next slide, Rosie. Okay, so here, now we know that data sometimes brings out different kinds of, well, at least me personally, it brings out, I love data, but I have a love-hate relationship with data sometimes because it could be cumbersome. But it is instrumental in meeting the goals of any kind of organization, particularly here in education, where our goal is students' academic and social success. So similar to the Cheshire Cat, data is instrumental in defining our path towards our achievement and our goal, which is the end goal, where we want to end up. And if we don't use data, then we don't have a clear pathway, then it doesn't really matter where we end up. And so this year, we have engaged in the tool that's known by many different names. You'll hear cycle of inquiry or improvement science. I know we're anchoring our data cycles around improvement science with the support of our San Mateo County of Education partners. I know back in, gosh, more than a decade ago, I used gap analysis in my doctoral program. But that data journey and data cycle you can see to the left. And as you can see, we begin with the gray circle in the data to uncover some of the gaps and some of the gaps that we see. In our case, we're looking at student achievement and academic achievement. Then we use that data to meet and collaborate and discuss what strategies and best practices can help close that gap and identify very specific steps to ultimately make that gap smaller and achieve our goal. Now, this year through the Super Tuesdays, we were very lucky to partner with San Mateo County of Education. And for the 3 district trainings, we engaged in this cycle. The first of the trainings, we engaged in the looking at data, both the macro and the micro, summative and formative data, which we looked at state data, but we also talked about the importance of the daily classroom data that we know our educators are always looking at both qualitative and quantitative data in the classroom when they're talking to students, walking by and looking at their classwork, analyzing their homework. Now, the second training for Super Tuesday, we focused more around best practices and strategies that can help close what we saw in our data as the instrumental goal, that end goal of making sure that we incorporate academic vocabulary, because it not only will support our biggest subgroup that had the biggest gap, our English learners, but it also would support our special education students, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and students who just need that extra increased language support. And the final Super Tuesday, the steps that we identified around the next steps, we did group together our teams either by subject level or by grade level specific in the middle school to determine 1 to 2 strategies that we can implement across the school or across a grade level team that will lead to an increased academic conversation and collaboration that again would naturally support those target subgroups of students that we see continue to need that language support. Now, the next slide, Rosie. Also important in this math placement policy, every year through math placement policy 6152.1, we are to present to you, the governing board, what are our math placement practices as well as math placement data to ensure that we are looking at the data and doing our best to eliminate unintentional barriers that may lead to again, unintentional tracking of certain subgroups. And so tonight we do have Mr. Boysen and Mr. Barnes who will be presenting that data to you as well. And then the next slide, Rosie. Now, you heard Dr. McFetrich talk about our A through G completion improvement grant. Before April 1st, we are to present our A through G improvement grant, which will be supporting some of the gaps that we're already seeing, particularly at the high school around the topics that were discussed just earlier. So I wanted to provide you just an overview of what this grant is meant to provide to school districts. For us, we're talking about $160,000 of one-time funds. Now, the A through G grant is it's created to help increase all students in their journey towards A through G eligibility, but particularly unduplicated pupils. Unduplicated pupils, and a word that we use here at Cabrillo is at promise. It's our socioeconomically disadvantaged, our English learners, and our foster youth. And of course, here at Cabrillo, we include special education, as well as special education students. Now, the second bullet here talks about today that we are to talk about our plan at a governing board meeting, and then next meeting in April, we'll come back with an approved plan after we continue to have discussions at the site and with our administrators, as well as obtain input from you in regards to the goals that we have discussed. It is one-time funding, and it's meant to, again, target those students that are in danger of not achieving a C or better, basically students receiving Ds and Fs. Those are our target population of students. And lastly, by December 2023, we are to bring back and present to the board what our plan was and the impact of the funds of this A through G completion improvement grant. The next slide, Rosie. Now, in this next slide, you're going to see you do have a hyperlink for the community for you to review the grant, but wanted to let you know that the goals of this grant are directly aligned to goal 1 of our LCAP, maximizing student outcomes. And here you are going to see how we have allotted the I believe it's $162,000 of funding approximately. So first, we do know that it's really important for us to continue with professional development across the board to make sure that everybody understands the importance of the A through G completion, beginning in elementary school, particularly in middle school, and that access to ensure that kids are given those opportunities to reach A through G and beyond, even AP. Now, you're going to see that the majority of the funding is given to the second goal, which is around college and career supports. Now, this includes advanced honors courses, but again, for the target students, the students receiving Ds and Fs, and how can we encourage and create systems that will push our students into advanced pathways. Also, AP courses, intervention support, credit recovery, dual enrollment, articulated courses. And I know that Dr. McFetridge and the high school team has already begun that work, but we want to continue to put some of these funds into expanding what President Alexander, you've mentioned, expanding those opportunities for all students to have dual enrollment, but particularly our students at the high school with the D's and F's. We did meet earlier this week, again, with the high school team, Lisette, Andy, and John. And we talked, although it's a very small amount, it's an instrumental amount, that the majority of the funds of this grant do have to be primarily focused around A through G, but we can use some of the funds just for graduation purposes. And we heard from our amazing Lisette Bendaña that it's important for us to set aside a little bit of some funds for the cost of the HiSET test, which are exam vouchers for our students that graduate, but may need to go to adult school to pass the test. And we average, I think, about just a handful of students. So she figured that that number would be suffice to encourage, again, the goal is graduation and A through G completion. 30,000 around increased counseling, advisory, and mainly case management to ensure that our kids understand and are given those supports to complete the missing assignments in the school loop and give them that more bigger picture view of their college and career life. Because many times what we're hearing from our counselors and from our high school teacher leaders and administration is that, particularly our at-prom students, they just see the now, but they can't see themselves in the future going to college. So we want to create these more individual meetings with students to support the case management. And then lastly, credit recovery supports, which include during school, after school, and summer school supports around credit recovery. Now, yes, now we have Mr. Boyson, who's going to now transition to discuss the data that is presented to us tonight. And keep in mind that the goals and the areas of support and how we're going to address the goals that Andy and James will talk about, this funding will support those goals. So now, Mr. Boyson, thank you so much.
Oh, next slide, please. Thank you, Rosie. And next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so Leticia, our coordinator for student data, provided some figures for us. We're going to go over this in just more of a simplistic way, just to give a sense of what I believe we already know and what we've already talked about in the past, which is if you look at the right-hand columns of the different colors, we can see what we come to know already, which is the disparity between our white population, our Hispanic population, and our English learner population. So if you look at the green column on the right-hand side, that references Q2, which is the end of the first semester for 2021. And it shows the number of students at the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade level who receive A through C grades. And if you can see as you work your way down the table that the number which you have some numbers pretty firmly in the 80%, or the low, not firmly in the 80%, but the lower 80% range, and the 79% for the 12th graders. And then you can see as you go down to the Hispanic Latino population, that number chunks down at about a 10% drop. And then similarly as well for the English language learners with a bit of an outlier there with the 12th grade year. Also see with if we look at the D's for the second quarter, which is again the first semester with 2021, we can see how those numbers where we have a 2, 3, 3, 1% for the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade white population. And then as we move our way down the table, again, we see those numbers increase and continue to increase. Of course, there is that 12th grade outlier, and if you haven't quite looked into why that one class where we see some differences with the 9th, 10th, and 11th grade levels for English language learners. But again, these are trends that we have seen over years. And then we have the, if we look at for the first semester F grades with 2021, again, you'll see the same sort of trajectory, but with an even greater spike for our English language learners. As you see that number shoots up. Again, the 12th grade year is a bit of an outlier, but we can see certainly with our English language learners that there is attention to be paid and work to be done. Next slide, please. So these data tables were put together by our coordinator of student data. There's lots of different categories here. If you take a look at our RFEP category, we know that's reclassified fully English proficient. We have, if we're looking at language status, we have EO, and that's English only, then EL, English language learner. And so, and then we have the letter grade. So there's a lot of breakdowns here from our Ds and our pluses, or our pluses, our minuses, our solid grades. We also have our ethnicity, and then those are matched with how they might fit different language statuses. So, for example, we do have a population of Hispanic and Latino ethnically identified students, but they're English only. So their home language is English. So those are smaller populations, but you can see where our subgroups are really split up here. But the thing to notice is to take a broad look at it. And if we look at the spikes, the double-digit spikes, when we look at Ds and Fs, for example, we see that 15.69% spike, and then below that, a few rows, we have the 27.5% spike as it relates to Algebra 1. And then we have another spike with algebra readiness with 7.84%. And then we have the A through C grades as it relates to our math performance here. Next slide, please. And looking at this one, there's several spikes, but there's only one, as far as I can see, a double-digit spike. But before that, if kind of working our way down, most of the stuff is in the 2%, 2.38, you can see that. And then we have a 4.76 spike, but it's a moderate one. But really when we get down to Algebra 1, as it relates to Fs for our RFEP students who are Hispanic and Latino ethnicity, we have a 14.29% spike. There's a couple more. We see algebra readiness with the F range with English language learners with a 9.5 spike, as well as in geometry with D minus 7.14 spike for RFEP students who identify as Hispanic and Latino. Next slide, please. Okay, so, oops, sorry.
I'm sorry, is it okay, Andy, if I interrupt really quickly? Because I'm having trouble understanding what the columns to the right are. This when you're talking about the spikes, like let's say for the example, these are individual students, right? In each row? That's correct?
They're groupings. Leticia can speak.
Yeah, so basically, like if you look grades Ds and Fs, 13.89%, of Hispanic. So who received Ds and Fs? 13.9. So the biggest groups that received Ds and Fs were RFEP kids that were Hispanic Latino, 13.89, if that's the slide you're looking at.
Yeah, and like in geometry, right?
Yes, in geometry. Yes, in geometry.
Okay, so that's why you're kind of glancing down to see the Ds and Fs.
Yeah, so that's really, I mean, and I don't want us to, because again, and that's what we heard also from our staff is that, and it's unfortunate that the data is predictable. The data is predictable. We know which subgroups continue to not get access, continue to get the Ds and F with a significantly larger percentage, right? And what Andy was saying is that, yeah, like 2%, I mean, it's not good, but it's expected that we don't know why, we'll continue to support those 2% of that subgroup. But when we have RFIP kids are Hispanic Latino receiving 13.89% of that subgroup, then that's statistically significant, and it's not average across like the other subgroups.
So for example, Leticia, like those two rows right next to each other, geometry Fs, both are Fs, both are RFIP, both are Hispanic Latino, but there's different numbers on the sides. Like what's the difference between those two rows?
Because again, we only pulled because we're using a very antiquated system. It's the Infinite Campus, which is not really a data, it's not a data analysis machine. It is meant to just house student information like addresses, phone numbers, very raw basic data. So it was very difficult. It took probably 2 full days from 2 people, myself and Giannis, to pull and try to make sense of the data. But with that said, we just pulled the RFIP, but now this RFIPs that are Hispanic Latino, however, this may not include other, it might be if you had an RFIP student who was Hispanic Latino, who was SPED, that's where that percentage is.
Okay, so when you're looking for
RFIP?
Reclassified fluent English proficient. So an EL comes in, well, doesn't come in. The child comes in with a status of initially fluent to English. Well, not English. Comes in with having a second language. Then we test them to determine if they are an EL or an initial fluent English proficient. And those students are not represented here because it's a very small percentage. It's not a significant number. Then once an EL gets reclassified equals RFIP, equals reclassified fluent English proficient. We monitor them for 4 years, for the course of 4 years. But you might have, so if you see like double rows, you might have probably the larger percentage is the ones that only have like 2 classifications. They're duplicated. But the geometry above, that's 2.78, that might be a child that might have a special education designation. And that's where, again, we did our best to try to present this data, but our goal is that in the upcoming year, we're looking at Illuminate DNA to help us with analyzing the data in a more easy to understand manner. And this is, again, the requirement of the math placement. So that's why there are multiple math courses and multiple students. If we had presented everything, we probably would be talking about 30 different pages of data for us to present. So we try to condense it to the most important subgroups that we see.
Okay, so thank you. I don't normally like to interrupt the presentation. I was just a little lost, so thank you for explaining that. So it sounds like when you're kind of scanning for the spikes, really when there's 2 identical rows, you should be adding those numbers to consider that one spike, because there's other parameters that aren't relevant that make it look like 2, but it really is 1.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, again, I don't usually like to interrupt the presentation, but I was having trouble understanding that. So I appreciate you guys explaining it.
No, and I'll go on, Rosie, you can go on to the next slide, because again, it's the predictable data, unfortunately. And again, it's not unique to Cabrillo. We see this across California. And what's more important, and again, if we look back at the cycle of inquiry, the data is important, but we shouldn't spend once we find out that the gap is there, we all know where the gap is. The more important conversations come what Andy will present to you around the strategies and what the schools are doing in order to close that gap. And similar here in 12th grade, although not as big of a dramatic push, but again, this here, and Andy's going to show you in a bit, we're talking about the more advanced math here. And so we might see a very small percentage of the students enrolled, but we don't have enough. Like, we need to work on increasing more enrollment of our target subgroups, our at-promise students, into these more advanced placements courses. And Rosie, do you mind going to the next slide? And I think, Andy, I'll pass the mic to you now.
Thank you. In addition to this, we wanted to take a look at some site data. We had worked on this for our WASC self-study as well. So I asked our registrar, Marianne Alvarez, to come up with, in our entire site, how many students had met the A through G eligibility. And so this includes, just to be mindful of this, not only the IS students for the 2021 year, but 10th, 11th, and 12th graders. Now, there are not a whole lot of 10th graders who this applies to, but there are some who took Algebra 1 and then geometry as freshmen and then completed Algebra 2 as a 10th grade student. But really the numbers here are with our juniors and our senior students. So in total, and we have, I think it's about 150, 1,050 enrollment for that year. I have that number somewhere written down, but it's in that realm. And so we have 720 students have satisfied that, and we see a split, which is encouraging between our Hispanic and non-Hispanic, and that includes white as well as other subgroups as well. So that the number includes, again, our Asian, our Pacific Islander, 2 or more races, or decline to state. Next slide, please. We also wanted to take a look at our AP performance, which again, this is a goal that we're mindful of and continue to want to foster, so that our AP courses, not only in mathematics, but in all AP offerings that we have, reflect our enrollment populations. And that's an ongoing mission that we have. So you see, we have AP Calculus AB, and we definitely see some disparity in terms of population there as well, which certainly does not match our current split, which is somewhere around, I think, like a 52, 48, 46, well, actually 46 split in terms of 52 Hispanic, about 46 white, and then 2% of other populations, more or less. I'm being very broad in that, but I have concrete numbers in the WASC report. We have AP Calculus BC, which is our highest level of math course offering. And we see that's a little bit tighter, but again, not reflective of the overall enrollment population. And then we have AP Statistics, which is, another high of our 3 high-level math classes. And so again, we see that reflection as well. Next slide, please. Okay, our pathways. We've begun the conversation. I'll talk more about that in other slides of how it is that we can revise our pathways. But right now, this is currently what we have in place. And you can see different levels from students who at CUNA perhaps did not perform well, or did not place well, or recommended by their math teacher or their counselors to begin with strategic academic algebra support. We've changed the name for this fall to strategic algebraic support, to be a little bit more in line with what other districts and schools in the county name it. But right now it's known as algebra readiness. And again, we have if everybody knows, we have a 3-year math graduation requirement from our local educational agency, Cabrillo Unified School District. And so for this type of student, Algebra 1 is really where that requirement begins to be met. And also as well, it meets the California Department of Education requirements of an algebra class to graduate from high school. And so a lot of these are pretty traditional. If we see like row 3, Algebra 1, that's our typical type of advancement that we would see from incoming 9th graders. And then we have some students who at CUNA take algebra and they enter at geometry and they progress that way. Or we have accelerated pathways, which involve dual enrollment as well as summer school to go ahead and press forward to end up at AP Calculus AB or AP Statistics, or even more aggressive accelerated pathways so that students can end with AP Calculus BC. But that is more of something from the past, in which we used to have some students perhaps take algebra at the 7th grade level and then come up to the high school to take geometry in their 8th grade year, but that's been phased out. Next slide, please. Okay, so I want to speak to the board policy and administrative regulation, just to let you know that where we are at following that. We have been in a math advisory consisting of representatives from Cunha Intermediate, San Mateo County Office of Education, San Mateo Union High School District, and Sequoia Union High School District. And so we've met 3 times over the last year. Excuse me. And we're going to continue to meet this spring and through next year. And we're really looking to see what those districts are doing. They're larger districts, and they have some schools taking very innovative steps, and we're waiting to see how that all works out. But what I've given below with this math advisory has discussed the following topics. With the primary mission, how is it that we can remove barriers so that students can advance to more advanced math? How can we address what our English language learners who are struggling due to an access problem with their literacy, and how can we not let that get in the way of progression in mathematics? And how can we also at the same time still enable our students to progress and reach higher level mathematics, all the while meeting the needs of all students? So what you see here is a bit of a mashup of lots of different things that, again, Sequoia Union and San Mateo Union High School Districts are doing. Lots of different ideas. You can see a school like Hillsdale, for example, decided to make a change in which geometry is going to be given to 9th graders, and then Algebra 1 and Algebra 2 to kind of couple those two together to help promote better performance in the Algebra 2 course, and therefore enable hopefully more desirable outcomes as it relates to A through G readiness and eligibility. There are ways in which, for example, if a student fails Algebra 1, they go on to geometry. And they worry about taking care of algebra, just so that the student doesn't get caught in a cycle of retaking a class over and over again. They're, compressing classes, compressing Algebra 2 and pre-calculus, so that maybe a student takes algebra and geometry, they take that compression class, and then they can go ahead and take those higher level math classes. Perhaps in the 8th grade level, just doing CPM, so that you have a heterogeneous Algebra 1 class at the 9th grade level. So lots of different experimentations and innovations, trying to find that secret spot where we can reach the needs of all students. Next slide, please. Okay, placement protocols. So this is something which, again, this kind of circles back to, I think it was the Math Act of 2015, which really laid out barriers that had been put in place and litigation which was involved, which helped inform revision of our own policy as well as other policies within the county and the state. And so the math department of Cunha, they consult with their counselors, who in turn communicate with our Half Moon Bay High School counseling staff in early February, and then follow up with counseling staff in late May to see if earlier placements are appropriate. So we always want to check in. February might not be where students are in May, and to make sure that students, if they're in algebra readiness, is that appropriate, or should they be in Algebra 1? And then Delta Math, as far as our high school, to make sure that we're placing people correctly and per board policy, which is our in-house assessment, which is Delta Math, at the beginning and the end of the year, assist with current and next year placement. It currently serves as our local assessment in math, and interim assessment blocks with the CASPA website were used in the past up until 2018-19. And those will be restarted for the 2022-2023 academic year. Unfortunately, with our 2022, we have no 2021 CASP results for the 8th grade level, so that cannot inform us. But the 2022 CASP results will also be considered at the beginning of the 2023 academic year, as well as the current grades at the 30-day mark to properly place students. So this year, we had a Delta Math assessment. And based upon that, we asked our algebra readiness teachers and grades, do you believe that, are there any students that you think are not properly placed and should be placed in Algebra 1, just to make sure that those students are on a track that they ought to be on and could progress not only more quickly through A through G readiness with Algebra 2 as juniors, but perhaps taking a higher level math as a senior. And as well, our SPED co-teachers are consulted about changing placement. And we asked them, in addition to these other measures, do you think algebra readiness is not really the right placement? Is Algebra 1 the correct placement? Or perhaps that's in line with what the SPED teacher and the other data is telling us. Next slide, please. Okay, other placement protocols in relation to again, our policy and regulation. As students move on to grades 10, 11th, and 12th, math teachers share a spreadsheet which is shared with counselors in late May, letting them know if students will likely fail the second semester of math class. Of course, the teachers intervene, but this is just to give the counselors a heads up when students complete their course request forms. Students who pass a course for graduation credit do not have to repeat courses. And this is a big change that we've brought to bear. Our position is if a student passes a class with a D and obtains credit toward graduation, that they should not be compelled to repeat that class. And that's really essential to progression. Now, it does call into question a student's ability to be A through G ready, but we do believe that that people mature at different levels. They grow academically and intellectually. They might, algebra is different from geometry, and we really feel like students should progress. They should not be stopped. There should not be that barrier or restriction on their progression, even if they receive a D grade. And if they wish to become A through G ready, they can circle back and make amends and get themselves in a position to apply to a Cal State University or University of California school. And just a little bit about validation, second semester, a C in algebra, second semester, we'll go ahead and validate the first, and Algebra 2, passing grades of C or better will validate Algebra 1. So that's just something that relates to A through G readiness. And then counselors work with students and families to discuss differences between graduation requirements and A through G readiness to make sure that everybody's clear about what the goals and objectives are and how to go ahead and achieve those. Next slide, please. Lastly, uniform placement protocols. Student subgroup status is not considered when placing students, and that does not even factor in whatsoever what a person's ethnicity, race, or whatever identifiers might be. Reevaluation after 30 days, and this is important. We begin the school year as ninth graders. Some are in algebra readiness, and we go ahead and do a reevaluation using the our local assessment, Delta Math, in addition to performance within the class and teacher recommendation, and shift students into Algebra 1 if that's a more appropriate placement. And appeal placement. Families can appeal student placement, and this is in the student planning guide. And so you can ask and say, you know what, I think Algebra 1 is a better placement for my student. Yes, he, she, they struggled in their 8th grade CPM, but I believe that they will rise up to the occasion and they can go ahead and appeal that placement. Next slide, please. Next steps. So Half Moon Bay High School supports the next steps. We will continue to meet the math with the math advisory to see what pathway revisions are appropriate for CUSD. And again, some schools in Sequoia and San Mateo Union High School districts or unified high school districts are doing very innovative things, and we're looking to see how they settle at the end of this academic year. And we will try to strengthen articulation between Cunha with Cunha Intermediate School and continue to firm up our bonds and our communication with counselors and teachers in their math department and our math department through articulation. We will look at teacher to student ratios in 9th grade year courses to see how to reduce class sizes. I think this is essential this year with Algebra 1 and after a pandemic year. We're seeing a lot of learning loss, unfinished learning, and trying to find out ways to mitigate the difficulties students are having and going forward. We will continue to promote college and career readiness standards site-wide in an effort to support the 2022 revision of the math frameworks. So again, promoting literacy, which has so much greater play in math education as it had not been in the past. And also trying to wrap our department's mind around maybe looking at the emphasis of being math performance standards rather than math content standards, which is another approach that those districts are taking. Next slide, please. Okay.
Thank you. And now Mr. Barnes.
Good evening, everybody. Next slide, please. We'll get right into Cunha's data trends. So similar tables to what you've already seen with Mr. Boysen's presentation. So looking at some of these trends, if you look at 6th grade in Q1, we see a drop in the A through C percentage between Q1 and Q2, whereas you see a rise in the 7th and 8th grade for the white subgroup. And, I'm looking at that as a particular difference between Hispanic, Latino, and English learners, all of which you do see the downward trend as well. And my consideration of this is there's a good deal of support. We introduce students at Cunha fairly gently in their transition from being in a single enclosed classroom in their elementary school to multiple classes with multiple teachers and the kind of academic rigor that you see in a secondary school. So the first quarter for middle school students, in some of the classes, they receive P for passes. There is an emphasis on social emotional learning, on adjusting to school. And then we see later an increasing in the second quarter, you see a more emphasis on academic rigor. So it would be surprising to see a drop in grades at that point. In some of the tables I was looking at down below, we'll go to those slides in a second. The disaggregated numbers from the tables for Hispanic Latino students showed downward trends only for the English language learners, less so for a reclassified fluid English proficient. The English only Hispanic Latino students show the same type of percentages as the white subgroup. And throughout this entire presentation, you can see very clearly it's our English learners remain the subgroup most in need of support. Next slide, please. So here's one of our tables for the 6th grade. And it's a little easier to see, not quite as complex as the high school, but you do see the different subgroups and their percentages. So you look at the very top and you're seeing 19.05 for Ds for English language learners who are Hispanic Latino. If you drop down again for D minus, Hispanic Latino 38% are getting Ds and Fs. So that's a pretty strong indication that we have some work to do there. Next slide, please. So then Math 7, you got 25%, pretty strong for the reclassified fluent English proficient Hispanic Latino group. So they are still in need of support. So reclassification does not mean equality in terms of outcomes
to an English-only population. There continues to be a need for support for students who've been reclassified, both in English language arts as well as in math. And moving down again, you see some of the 10% areas, English language learners for regular Ds, Hispanic Latino for D-, and also again for the reclassified group D-, 10%. Next slide, please. And then we see where we do have a split in different course offerings, Algebra 1 and Math 8. You see the numbers here. Algebra 1 is pretty similar across the board in terms of the percentage. So a fairly high percentage rate of A through Cs. Then you go to Math 8, and again, you're seeing English language learners and reclassified students with the highest percentages of Ds and Fs, 14% there. One thing I should remark on, you'll note that there are no Fs here, and that's an artifact of the different subgroups that are not included. We did have Fs at CUNY in the second quarter. However, for Math 6, there was only one. For Math 7, there were no Fs, and for Math 8, there were 5. And for Algebra 1 and for RST Math, there were none. So very small numbers and not statistically significant. Next slide, please. So our pathway works this way. So it's relatively simple compared to what you see in the high school. All students take Math 6. All students take Math 7. When we get to 8th grade, then we're beginning to see some divisions in the possibilities of what students can take. So students can be recommended to take either Math 8, CPM Math, or Algebra 1. To look at that process, following the law on board policy, we use a number of objective markers. We have been using the Delta Math assessment that Mr. Boysen talked about. So we have 3-quarter benchmarks. We're just taking the 3rd quarter benchmark now. And of course, we haven't had the SBAC scores to rely on, although that will be coming back to us after this year. We're looking at 3rd quarter grades, or 3 quarters worth of grades. And in general, for students who want to be in Algebra 1, you're looking at the higher grades. The student has the ability to move on to a more advanced math. So the 7th grade placement assessment is also done via Delta Math. So it's another assessment using that tool. And all these 7th grade students take that. Teacher recommendation to make sure that the student, they are seeing the student as a person and making sure that they are capable of doing the work. And of course, for a parent waiver, whatever our recommendation, whether it's for a student to go into Math 8, CPM Math, or to go into Algebra 1, the parent can say, well, regardless of your recommendation, I want my student to take this or that. So that's our process for doing that. And one of the statistics that Mr. Boysen brought up was a disparity in the numbers of students between Hispanic, Latino, and the white subgroups taking advanced math. We also have data on that. Just to look at the 8th grade class. So for CUNY's 8th grade, the Hispanic Latino subgroup makes up about 51% of our population, just a slight majority there. So 122 out of 236 students. Then when you see how many of those 8th graders are taking Algebra 1 as opposed to the 8th grade math, we see out of 90 students who are enrolled in Algebra 1 at CUNY, 26 are Hispanic Latino, so it's 29%. So it's still a disparity compared to the population breakdown, but it's not as extreme as you're seeing with the advanced math in the high schools. There's still a disparity, which is a good clue for us to begin making sure we can close some of that achievement gap. The other thing that we have had in the past, and we brought back this year, We were planning on doing so regardless. The pandemic made it a much more important priority, is Math Plus. So Math Plus is a targeted intervention class for math. Since we brought it back this year, we actually used it in a different manner than what the original intent was. The original intent is you actually look at a targeted group of students who are not achieving in math the way you would expect them to, and try to, and they don't have other supports such as an IEP and any kind of math services there. So you're looking for those kinds of students who need extra help in math, and we would target them in small classes. What we did this year was to make it part of the wheel and other rotations for electives so that we could bring as many students as possible into an extra fun but helpful supportive math class, because we're expecting unexpected and have had learning loss due to the pandemic and remote learning and so on. So we wanted to sort of intervene as a whole group, essentially. Our plan going forward is to move back to what we originally have Math Plus for, targeted intervention for smaller groups. Next slide, please. So just again, the supports and next steps. Some of these we have talked about before, but these are more general supports that we have throughout the CUNA program. Grading equity focus, that work continues. Our academic dean is one of the most important positions and most important people in our school, who works on reclassification and support for struggling students. That's a huge asset to us, and a program we want to maintain and strengthen. We have Literacy Lab, which does similar to Math Plus for our students who are struggling in reading and writing. And of course, we have social emotional support classes, our wellness elective classes, and Cubs Connect. We spent a lot of time on PBIS this year. We used one of our Super Tuesday professional developments to present and work on our PBIS area expectations and revamp those. They've been a little hiatus for a couple of years, but really with the focus on a multi-tiered system to support PBIS is, our behavioral focus. Our partnership with Boys and Girls Club is huge at CUNA. Our after-school program supports at-promise students. We worked with the district on that, as well as homework in general, and a place for our students to go and get further academic support. It's a massively important program to us. And just as one further thing, our staff has agreed to pursue a 6-period day as opposed to a 7-period day next year. And we are in the process right now of looking at a potential schedule. I brought that to our ELAC group last night, and I'll be talking to the different parent groups and organizations, site council, PTO, student groups, and so on, as we finalize our decisions on how to do that. And speaking of math, one of the major drivers for that is to increase time for students to be able to work on math and math in the classroom. Right now, CUNA's periods are only 43 minutes in length, and a good deal of that time gets taken up in the coming and going at the beginning and end of class. So increasing some more of the academic time for math, science, and other classes as well is part of that decision. Next slide, please. I think that might be it. Okay, question time.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Before we go on with questions, discussion, I want to see if we have any comments from the public. If you have a comment, could you please raise your hand? Okay, I don't see any comments. So I'll open it up for discussion or questions.
Before we do that, I think this will take more than half an hour. Do you want to do a curfew?
Yeah, we can do that. Get a motion and a second to go past 10. If anyone read our new bylaw, our bylaws in our consent agenda, it does say in there that we are supposed to, when we make a motion, to state a time that we won't go past. And then if we go past that time, we have to quit. So we should make a motion and say a time that we think we won't hit, or make the time that we don't want to go past.
Last time we went till midnight, so.
Yeah, I was going to say midnight.
We still have 5 presentations and 4 action items. So I will say that we're going to go over midnight.
Like 3 a.m.
We can't make another motion later?
Some of us have to work tomorrow too.
Once you make the motion, it says that you can't, when that time comes, you can't make another motion, you're done. So if we got close to that, we would have to say, okay, what do we have to do tonight? We'd have to have another meeting.
Well, I can tell you that we can try to have staff present very quickly, but we can't control the board's questions and how that expands it. Not calling anybody out for anything, but so gosh, wouldn't it be great if we could?
Sean can speed read some of these.
How about I make a motion? Well, I don't know. I would, what if I made a motion that said we don't go past 12:30?
Thank you.
No.
I would appreciate midnight, no more than midnight. That's 6
Okay.
hours is.
Okay,
is,
you do it, Kim. You do it,
I
Kim.
move we don't go past midnight.
Well, make a motion to have a meeting that doesn't expend past midnight. Or something like that.
So moved.
No, you make the motion.
Okay. I move that we go past 10 o'clock and we don't go past midnight.
Second.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Lisette. Now let's do roll call. Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Lisette.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Thank you. We're sorry, Freya.
Freya, what time is it there?
It's morning now. It'll end by 10 a.m. It'll be fine.
When are you going to sleep? Poor Freya. Okay, let's move it. Get your questions up. Comments, questions.
My only question, comments is first, thank you. I know our systems really aren't designed to answer some of these questions and these analytical questions, but they are super important. So I appreciate all the hard work that went into bringing this data forth and to have that data cycle of inquiry ongoing. I think I see it expanding, and I think that's really great. I did have one technical question on the first set of slides, like the overall grades for each school. Maybe Leticia, this is probably for you because it's the methodology question. The first quarter, there was more, the numbers added up to closer to 100%. This quarter, they didn't. They're more like, they typically were between 80 and 90% when you added them up, rather than 100% across all the grades, like A's through F's. Can you explain a little bit why there's that difference?
So we had some no pass that were not included. So that kind of skewed the overall 100%. And again, the subgroup, there was like a small percentage, since we're only looking at we pulled like, it was a pivot table. So as we're pulling the data, I was actually writing code, is trying to figure out, it has to equal EL, it has to equal, Hispanic, Latino, white, and we just put the subgroup data. So it seems that it's probably that, because we did have some across the board, we had pass, no pass that our staff did include, and probably some independent study. We do have some students around independent study. And so we're not going to have the same percentage across the board.
Okay, that makes sense. It would just warrant just being kind of cautious how we interpret those results, because 10% or 20% of the data missing, basically, it's like we don't know what's happening within those groups. So I think it's just kind of a cause for just being cautious around how much salt we put in those results. Much as I appreciate seeing them there, I just want to,
Yes, I definitely want to say that's just one data point. And I know both Andy and James talked about Delta Math, because again, grades are only probably, I would say, 5 to 10% of what we actually look at. Once we get the CASP data, that's going to be about 80% of the qualitative data, quantitative data. And right now we are using for math, we're using the Delta Math, and we'll next year have that CASP data that will be the most reliable source, because not only can we compare among ourselves, we can compare ourselves across the state, and we're using that data management system through the California dashboard.
Yeah, and I see these there's data, they have different purposes too, because definitely the standardized test is good for like comparing our groups to other groups, for sure, I agree. The grades data is helpful because it just kind of sees what we're giving to our students in terms of the grades. And I think that's where I know there's been a lot of work at both schools in terms of like thinking through what kind of factors impact grades besides students' performance per se, or students' understanding of the data. It could be everything from they're hungry during class. So let's think about master schedules and how we give them little break time early, or they're late to class because they don't have enough time. And sometimes or they're struggling with mental health issues, or Mr. Boyd's even referred to sometimes kids develop at different stages. So they might struggle freshman year with math, but then they come up with it, for sophomore year, or they didn't do well in geometry because they don't have that spatial awareness, but they could do well in algebra. So I think it's just something as we continue to develop our capabilities in the data inquiry. I so appreciate that we have this raw data here and that you're pulling through the tools that we have. And that I really, truly appreciate, again, thinking about all that we do for our systems, like the investment that we're making in Illuminating DNA, or I don't remember the new program. That's correct. Going to make this easy, automate it, so we don't have to spend hours and hours on it, but yet we're getting the data, because it is easy to say, well, we knew all that, but really we didn't know exactly. If you look at these data, if you have good, clean data and you really look at it thoughtfully, you can see trends that tell you where the problem is. And I think and when you align the grades data with the CASP data, with the enrollment data that we saw a little bit about tonight, you can start to see where you're gatekeeping. When you see 4-to-1 ratios in our AP classes and 3-to-1, I think it was at Cunha for algebra, you start to see where the barriers are. And we realize, okay, we have to work before 8th grade. For example, when we start to see a 3-to-1 ratio, which really should be 1-to-1. So I just want to put a shout out and thanks, and kind of, again, it's my data geek side, just kind of knowing where data is really good and solid and where we have to kind of be a little cautious about it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you for that. I had one comment, just that math pathway that you showed up there. I thought that was great to see. I don't know if anything like that's on the website, but I know that would have helped me when my kid was going to school, to see those pathways. So if you have those and parents can see them, I think that'd be great too. I thought that was good to look at. Okay, I don't think we have anything else. Thank you very much for that presentation. We appreciate it, and we'll move along now. Okay, next up, approval of CUSD second interim financial report for fiscal year 2021-2022 revised.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm bringing to you the second interim, and while Rosie is bringing the presentation forward, I would like to get a couple of concepts back to your minds, remind you what the notion of basic aid is, and what is an LCFF, funded as LCFF and funded as basic aid. Basic aid basically is when a district receives from the tax revenue higher amount of dollars that it would receive if it were calculated through the LCFF. And we all districts, basic aid districts, we all calculate with the LCFF. So remembering that notion of what a basic aid district is, so that we can, as I go through the presentation, we can anchor on that concept. And another concept that I would like to remind you is that the timing of when we receive information about the potential revenue. Once we become a basic aid district, it's important to keep in mind that the county assessor gives us in October what is called the P1, which is the principal apportionment, and that P1 is in October-ish, but it is certified. That data is sent to the County Office of Education. The County Office of Education then transmits that to CDE, and that data then is certified by CDE in February. So that's where we are right now. So principal apportionment 1, information from the county county assessor in October-ish, and then to CDE certifying that data of the principal apportionment 1, P1. Now, P2, principal apportionment 2, that is in April, in the spring. That data confirms or adjusts the tax revenue. So those are two very important concepts, and as we go through the presentation. And then Rosie, can you please give us to the next slide? And a second interim is a point-in-time report. And by now we are bringing to you all the expenditures from July 1st to January 31st. During the first interim, we brought you our activity from July 1st to October 31st. So now this is what we are bringing to you. But remember, it's a point-in-time report that is next slide, Rosie. And right now we're bringing you the second interim report, but what is happening right now? We are expecting a May revised that should be coming soon. And with the P2 and May revise, we will be bringing to you a budget for the 22-23 school year. So those are the three reports that we bring to you: budget based on P2, principal apportionment 2, and whatever the May revised conditions are. But right now, it's what happened up until January 31st. And on the next slide, then as always, we built this reports with the advice of the Department of Finance, California Department of Education, FICMAT, and of course our monitor, our fiscal monitors, which is the County Office of Education. On the next slide, then, I want to bring you up to speed. What happened since budget adoption and first interim? Our first interim, we brought it to you on December 14. What has happened is that in January, the governor brought forward the tentative, the budget for 22-23. In there, it's bringing a 5.33 COLA. What does that matter to a basic aid school district? It matters only in so that we are going to have to calculate our LCFF revenue. What would that revenue be through LCFF? Otherwise, for a basic aid school district, it does not mean any more money. It just calculate more how we calculate that 5.33 based with our own basic aid revenue. So so the LCFF calculator, now it's going to be allowed for LCFF districts to get the current ADA data or an average of the prior 3 years data. Why? Because there are many LCFF districts out there that are declining enrollment. And if they are not basic aid, they are going to be receiving their funding based on one of these two. Why is it important for a basic aid district to calculate this? Because it's part of the LCFF calculator. So another thing that came is that it seems like it's settling the notion of expanded learning opportunities program, which is one that the governor had put in there to hopefully into perpetuity to support our students who are disadvantaged students. So remind you that it's English, the expanded learning opportunity grant, totally different. That's a one-time dollars. The expanded learning opportunity program is one that we think that it might stay if things continue to be as the governor is planning. Also, now into next year, we would be then implemented the universal access to school meals. And you will see on the presentation, the next presentation, some details of that on how we're preparing for that. The kindergarten expansion that is bringing some dollars, and as basic aid school district, it might be some things that we need to do with our own dollars. We will see what the basic, what the May revise would bring, and that I will bring to you in when we bring a budget to you for approval in June. We will have that more that information more settled. And also, it is the notion of having certificated and classified staff in a transitional kindergarten classes. Basically, the notion of 10 to 1, 10 to 1, implementation of 10 to 1, 10 adults, 10 students to 1 adult. There are some increases to the ED special education base funding formula, and some one-time dollars for color and career pathways, dual enrollment, electric buses, and school facilities. So those are what the governor's budget brought in January. The next slide then, Rosie, it's with this, we also have brought to you other plans. We brought to you the ESSER plan that in December, and we mentioned to you the A through G completion improvement grant that when I prepared this, we were not confirmed yet participation. We have since learned that we now have 162K that we're going to be implemented in activities. This is basically 118K for ensuring access to A through G for our disadvantaged students, and about 44K for mitigation of the learning loss. So that's how it is legislated, and that's how the two different resources have come to us. 118 for securing access and 144 for learning loss. One-time dollars also. And the kindergarten planning grant, we're going to be bringing in April a resolution for us to participate in some of the facilities for this pre-kindergarten planning. that is at the April, I plan on bringing to you, and then we'll be applying by June. And I already mentioned to you the Expanded Learning Opportunities program that will require a plan that we need to bring to you. It seems like it's shaping up. It seems like it's going to be more plans coming to you for approval. The next slide, Rosie. Any of these fiscal reports are anchored on some planning factors and some assumptions. Let me say again, assumptions that we use. And I told you that the Department of Finance or any CDE and FIGMAT, these are the assumptions that we use for this report. Note that in February, we got word that we were going to be getting a reduction in the CalPERS. In yellow, I marked to you how those reductions are now affecting us and how they are in the report, in this fiscal report. So in the next slide, Rosie. So at the end of the day is whom we serve and how we get funded. This is why we get our LCFF calculator, because we are going to be, for any grants, for anything that we received, these are the numbers that guide the amounts that we receive. And these are the factors, not this number of kids times whatever amount of dollars is what the grants are all about. And I bring you the notion that we're shrinking. This is the data that we certified in January. This is our CalPATS data certified at 2,799. And that's a certified data. But I pulled last week our numbers for the funding numbers, and I have it at 2,765. Are those all the students that we are serving right now? That does not include our Los Listos, and it does not include our non-public schools students. So funding comes with these numbers. Los Listos is not yet in these numbers because it's working out of grants, we're making our way into it because the governor is wanting to get the transitional kindergarten and the pre-kindergarten that Leticia has already reported to you. That is making it into the budget, but for right now, this is what we get funded on. The next slide, Rosie. I want to call your attention here to the notion that in 1920, that was the first time that we became a basic aid school district, and then prior to that, our share of taxes was about $13 million, 1819, $13 million, and the state was backfilling another $12 million to make our $24 million budget back then. So in this 2021, we 1920 we became basic aid. 1920 we got to keep some also some of our dollars, the rest of the dollars, but I want to call your attention what happens from 2021 to 2022. Remember what I told you that's not a big jump in there. So what happens is that in P1, in 2019-20, our what we received was 28.5 million. And 2021, we received 28.4, about the same, 28.5 million, 28 million and 485. But from 21 and to build our this report in October, we received the notice that we were not going to be getting what we expected, our full 2% that we had calculated. As I told you back then, not a big deal. We're basic aid. We could not take any drastic measures at that moment, but be aware that our 2% is, however conservative it is, it allows us not to have big jumps or surprises. But in doing that, the current expectation is that the CES values in San Mateo are growing faster than 2%. But the certified data that we got from the CDE on February 18 of this year, it confirms that's what they think that we're going to be funded. Does that mean that at P2 in the spring we might not get that higher percentage? We could, but at this moment the certified data says what we brought into this report. And the next slide, you will see that more clearer. Because we're a basic aid school district, our LCFF entitlement for this year, 21-22, is calculated at 29.5 million. As a basic aid district, we get a state aid. That's just all that we get from the state. And then in yellow, 1.021 million. And the taxes that we are expecting, it is with a 2% at 28,699,000. Adding that gives us a total funding of 30,313,000, which is bigger than what we would be getting from the state as LCFF. Therefore, basic aid. I just wish that this basic aid funding were bigger than what we would get from LCFF. That's what I would be called getting deeper into basic aid. But we are not. And yes, this number could go, the number of 28,699,000 at P2, I might get a higher number. And but that's in the coming in the spring. But for right now, that's how the assumptions with this LCFF calculator and with other assumptions. The next slide, Rosie. I also wanted to bring to you, so what about all this one-time dollars? What is it that we actually receive? And this table really gives you the federal dollars to the tune of $3.8 million, and the state dollar to the tune of $3.5 million. So that is, and why all those numbers? Why all those different resources? Because each and every one of those resources have their own rules, even though for the most part, those rules are in the next slide. Those rules, basically, this one-time dollars. Oh, before we change that, just I included in there the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, which we anticipate to be ongoing, but the May revise will tell if that's still there. And for this year, we anticipated $425,000. The rest of them are one-time dollars. So for the most part, all of these dollars, and the next slide, Rosie, these dollars are mitigated learning loss, distance learning, reopening of schools, in-person instruction, and our PPE, getting our facilities prepared for that. In the packet, I also put in there this link, which is I put a handout which details all of these rules for each and every one of those resources that I shared with you in the chart. Okay, so at the end of the day, the next slide, it's the numbers, down to the numbers. With those assumptions, we get a positive certification right now, because we have this end balances, 6 million, and then our reserve, the 3% reserve at 1.3 million, and with an unassigned for 4.6 million. But as we go, we are getting a deficit spending of about $692,000. So as we you can see that the reserve, if we continue like this, the 2 years out, that we would be spending our reserve. Now, that's what we project, and it is a projection based on the assumptions that I shared with you, a projection. Now, in the next slide, basically, so what could we do? You're going to be hearing that next year, SB 751 that requires that when the public school system stabilization account exceeds the 3%, and it did, then the following year, LCFF districts cannot have fund balances in excess of 10%. And so next year, that fund in Fund 01 or Fund 17, which is reserves and a regular general fund, LCFF funded districts cannot carry any larger than 10%. However, basic aid school districts can carry more than 10%. So that is the ed code, and that's what you're going to be hearing coming and over the next for next 22-23. So next slide, Rosie. So what do we do? What do we do with what are potential uses of the reserves? I just wanted to bring back to the notion that we currently have a vacation liability that as of June of 2021, it was sitting at 580K, and that it's growing. So we have that liability. The board may decide to go and fund any of the programs or the things that it's regarded as important that social emotional mental initiatives, multi-tiered system of support. We heard our colleagues talking about those, and school libraries, just to mention a few of the ones that we have been hearing from our colleagues, and also, of course, get to budget the cost of any formal salary offer that would be on the table. So these are potential management of the reserves. But as of right now, next slide, Rosie, I put in here for what we currently have as a 1% and a 5% cost of our the certificated, classified, and management. That is what it would cost us at this moment. And then on the next slide, Rosie, with what we have, and the second interim, as I presented to you, this is positive certification that we would ask the board. We ask the board for approval of this report with a positive certification. That's the end of my presentation to you, and I'll open for any questions. This is an action item.
Thank you, Jesus. Before we have board discussion, I'd like to open it up for any comments from the public. If the public has any comments, could you please raise?
We need a motion to approve.
Oh, sorry, thank you. Motion and a second first, sorry.
So moved.
Thanks, Freya. I'll second it. Okay, now
Sophia, thank you.
Oh, roll call. Oh,
and comments and then roll call.
Got it. Losing it. Okay, comments from the public. Raise your hands. Not like that, actually, on the screen. Okay, I don't see any comments. Let's move ahead for questions and discussion. I'll let someone else go, because of course.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead, Freya.
Okay, so yeah, Jesus, thanks for the update. That's exciting to hear about the expanded learning opportunities and the potential for longer term, because that's always a problem with one-term funding, but that's something. And are they anticipating that that would continue at the same level, or we just don't know till May?
We don't know until May.
Okay, so it looked like it was like 435,000. Is there kind of the sense that it'll be about that level, or we?
I would want it to expand more, because this was one that with the requirements for this was to offer K through in the elementary grades, and that's what Rosalva and they're doing out there in Hatch, opening it to all of the elementary school kids and starting to. It's a lot of let's get to those kids that the early intervention supporting in their.
Right. Well, good. Hopefully, it does expand and include more, as well as more years.
Yes.
And then that's great news on the CalPERS. That it sounds like there was some kind of legislation that limited it, but then it looked like there was still growth in the next couple of years, but it was less than before. Is there any sense that some other legislation would be passed to also limit that, to make those even less, or is that kind of the limit of the relief that we're going to get on the pension increase?
You know, that is very, very hot item in Sacramento all the time. So I expect that there will be more like not enough. This is not sufficient, and that we will see more legislation to address it.
So there is some potential for some more relief, even then from the assumptions that we've made, because it is still going up each time, which, you know.
Right.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Jesus.
Can go next. Thank you, Jesus. Much as I generally feel like it's nice to spend our time talking about the students and our employees, this is really important. And so I appreciate all your diligence in pulling this together with the massive complexity that's involved, especially with all these emergency grants that we've got and what's ongoing and what's not ongoing and what's federal funds they get through the state, and how do you look at that differently and everything. So I just can't thank you enough for keeping this all straight. So I'm definitely supportive of the positive certification. But I have 3 questions. One, just looking for my first question is looking at our reserves, this second interim as compared to the first interim that we got in December, it looks like the numbers are considerably lower. So doing those calculations, I'm seeing that like this year it's about 700,000 lower. Next year, 1.1 million, 1.5 million, 1.9 million in the third year out. And I know completely, obviously, anytime we look at a budget, it's a point in time. It's like the day you pull the data, that's what we know. And it's with the assumptions that we have. And so as you know, it's just the nature of budgets. They're constantly, there's a confidence interval, if you will, that can be pretty big on those things. But that's I think important to notice, just in terms of like the 3 years out, we're almost $2 million less in our reserves than we expected 3 months ago. I think that's important. Also, looking at your unresolved labor negotiations estimated costs, 1.4 million is what we're currently looking at based on the latest offers that Dr. McFetridge described in his latest community letter as well. So that will be every year $1.4 million. So if we look at the reserve this year of 4.6 or 4.7 million, that would take us down to, because we're negotiating now for the, the negotiations are for the current year. That would bring us down to about 3.2 million from 4.6. For next year, we'd go from 3.6 to 733,000. So we're almost zero there. And then the next year would be 2 years out. So not next school year, but the year after would be almost $2 million in the red. And it goes up to 4.5 million in the red 3 years out, which would be that last. So like if we were to show that salary increase would be seeing like multiple $1 million in red. And it just, again, I know things are subject to change. Maybe we'll get a little here, a little there. Hopefully things will continue, but I just want to point out that like we are now with what this major expense that we have planned, $2 million in the hole 2 years out. And this feels a lot like when Mary Beth and Lizette first joined us, a few years ago, and Freya rejoined us a couple of years ago, where we're looking at pretty big situation here. So I just want to point that out to people again. And I appreciate that your voice said it's a roller coaster, right? There's a lot that's moving around, a lot of unknowns, and a lot of different pieces. But I think it's just important that we acknowledge that. So that's my first question / comment. Like basically it's a comment / a question if I'm grossly wrong on anything I just said.
No, that would be the cadence. That would be the cadence of this. Of course, possibly helped by higher P2, but a higher revenue.
We should definitely hope for that for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, my second question is there are a number of things that we've talked about in terms of expenses that some of which you mentioned on that slide when you talked about like the vacation liability. And just to be clear, that for folks, that means where employees have accrued vacation. At some point, if they leave, you have to pay it out, right? And so it's not a good thing to have on your books, especially because each year the cost for that employee for that time goes up as well. So I think we should look at paying down that vacation liability and coming up with a schedule to do that as well. Cause it's, it used to be, I think it was only like $400,000 a couple of years ago. So that's
right.
$200,000 we just spent by not paying our bills. It's kind of like a high interest loan, I think of it as. So that's something that I appreciate that you mentioned. Other things I know are PTOs, especially at the elementary school levels, have been paying for a lot of core instructional work like PE or art, music, library, things like that. I'm not sure about music, but I know the other three. That's something that is not currently reflected in the second interim budget as a transfer to district, correct?
It is not, and Dr. McFetridge has been working with PTOs and Leticia and myself to line up this, what should be part of general fund and what should not.
Okay, cool. Additional mental health supports. I know that's something that has been in place because of the pandemic, and we are using emergency funds for that. That also is like basically assumed to stop when the funds run out. Correct?
That yes,
okay.
unless we all of those. As you look into the one-time dollars.
Yeah.
There was a lot of
any services are assumed to stop. Yeah, which includes like any tutoring or after school programs. I know maybe some of the after school stuff falls into the ELO program instead of the ELO grant. So maybe some of it will continue, but I just want to point those out. The expanded TK, I know when we're basic aid, basically those are additional students we're taking on without additional money because the money's a constant amount. So I just want to point out, I don't know how many students we're going to have over the years as we expand TK, but it's another half grade roughly. Mm-hmm. Right. So I don't know, 50 or 100 students or something.
So we just received that number, Sophia.
Oh, you did.
And so the estimation average is 81.
That's the 81 more students for no more money.
Well, we have about 35, so we're 2 classes.
Okay, so
every year 2 classes.
So it will more than double. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you, Leticia. And I know that universal school meals we'll hear a little bit about later, and hopefully there'll be some CDE funding for that. The bus fleet, I know we'll talk about a little bit later too, and so hopefully there'll be some grant money for that too. There's things I know that are getting discussed that in LCAP that might warrant more support as well. So I just want to throw that out there. And again, with the contracts, the employee contracts, like there's nothing built in, obviously, for even the current negotiations, not to mention any future negotiations. So we're currently negotiating for this year's salary schedules, I should say. The new year starts like in less than 6 months. So we're going to want to start looking at next year pretty soon. There's obviously no placeholders for any future salary schedule increases because you don't have that, the current one here because it's still unsettled. So I just want to
accept the step and column.
Yes, exactly. The step and column increases are in there, which is about 2% per year, right?
Right. Correct.
Okay.
So now let me just, as you refer to LCAP, remember that LCAP, funding, that's not a different funding. It's from the same pot.
Yes.
We need to set aside for those LCAP actions and services.
Yes. And I meant more that like through the LCAP process, we might identify things that we need to do that we aren't currently doing that we want to add.
Right.
Like improving communications tools or data inquiry tools, or I don't know, I'm just making stuff up, but things that might come up during the LCAP that we say, this is really important, but we don't have money allocated for it. So good. Okay. That's helpful. So though those things are not currently included, my last question is like the flip factor, because that's always something when we're kind of barely basic aid, that's always a factor. And especially if we look at like our enrollment numbers, we've lost about 300 students since the pandemic started. It's about 10% of our enrollment. I think that's a big unknown factor where I don't think it's unreasonable to expect that we'll get back some of those students at some point when things in life and everything settles out. That might be offset by crazy rising housing prices. So if our student numbers to increase or if I know a lot of groups like AXA and CSBA are advocating hard with the legislators and the governor to, rather than having all these separate pots of grant money, increase the LCFF base. So if the threshold for becoming basic aid goes up and it's here now, we're here. If it goes up and all of a sudden, we flip back. Right.
When we flip back, we get paid only for the students that we serve.
And so that could change our picture a lot. So I think, again, that's another super unknown variable where if we get hit by that, we could get hit hard. So I just want to make sure we're aware of that variable as well.
Yeah, that's out there. If we ever go back to LCFF funded, just to get you a notion of the magnitude. When we were coming from LCFF to basic aid, the taxes that we received were $13+ million, and the state backfilled 12 million more. So that was back then. So more and more districts are becoming basic aid under this current paradigm. But if that were to happen, many of us districts who are now basic aid would be looking at flipping back to LCFF.
Yeah, no, and it makes sense. It would be good for 95% of the districts in California. So I would strongly advocate it at the aggregate level. It just would make those of us that are barely basic aid put us back in that painful position.
And
so, okay, good. Thank you.
Here in the peninsula with high cost of living, and that we would be there. Several districts here in the peninsula.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't need to say much more because I echo what Sophia said. What she said, her worries are my worries. You know, the comments. I'm with you. The two things I wanted to stress myself about what you said was, one is the vacation liability. That number that keeps going up every year just makes me worry. And I just want to express my opinion as a board member to say that I would rather us get that on the books to start paying that back sooner rather than later, even if that means more years, a smaller amount over more years, even if we can just do a little bit right now. It's just that it's growing that I hate. So I really want to get that taken care of. I kind of feel like it's, you know, something on our backs weighing us down that just isn't taken care of that we have to. So for what that's worth. And then just, I wanted to stress, I mean, of everything Sophia said, the thing that worries me the most is looking at that third out year. If we're to give, you know, that raise to all of our employees, we're looking at a $2 million deficit. And that's what I walked into my first year, and it was horrible. So for what it's
that's
worth.
just technically, I think that's called the second out year, and the third out year is up to 4.5 million.
Okay, I mean, I
know that the language, the nomenclature is weird.
Right. I think of the second out year, and I don't go past that because I know the county's looking at that more closely. But you're right. Thanks for the correction. That's all I have.
I would just like to take and pause for a moment since we're talking about this, and I have two board members now saying that they have prioritized getting the bad debt off our books of accrued vacation liability. One more board member and I have direction on that. And it's something that I would need to discuss with the bargaining unit in question that has that liability. And so I'm gonna leave it there.
I also agree with that vacation debt that we have that's just growing. And we need to just, like Mary Beth said, we need to start somewhere.
So I will discuss it. This is a CSEA issue because they're the ones who have the vacation liability because they're, you know, I mean, CUTA works set times and they don't accrue vacation in that way. So I will need to bring it up as to that bargaining unit and those leaders, and we will bring back a plan to the board, and we will talk to you about that vis-a-vis negotiations with that bargaining unit.
Yeah, if it wasn't getting bigger every year, it wouldn't be such a concern, but the fact that it's getting bigger. Anyone else? Okay. Okay, with that, this is an action item, so let's vote.
All right, Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Lisette,
Aye.
passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosie. Okay, let's move on. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you. CUSD Nutrition Services Department updates.
So we are very glad to bring Stephanie Paoli, who is our interim coordinator of nutrition services. She's going to be presenting to you all the wonderful things that she and her staff are doing out there to make sure that our children are served meals every day. Thank you, Stephanie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Good evening, Board President Alexander, members of the board, and Superintendent McFetridge. My name is Stephanie Paoli. I'm Interim Nutrition Service Coordinator. I also want to introduce you to Jose Alvarado. He's with Total School Solutions, and he's been assisting the district with our nutrition services program. I am here today to provide you an update and overview of the nutrition service program and what we do each day to support our great students. Thank you, Rosie. March is National Nutrition Month. An overview of the presentation tonight will be how we served meals during the pandemic, universal feeding in school year 22-23, our K-8 food provider, local procurement efforts and partners, as well as some food service goals. Next slide. The nutrition programs that Cabrillo Unified School District offer under the Child Nutrition Program are the National School Lunch Program, the School Breakfast Program, and the Summer Feeding Program. Our programs are based on national standards. USDA and CDE administer these programs. We also must follow guidelines from the Healthy, Hungry, Free Kids Act of 2010. Next slide. Our goal each day is to serve nutritious and appetizing meals that prepare our students to learn and excel in the classroom. A hungry student will not do well if they are hungry. Next slide. Nutrition services impact on the institutional setting. By having well-nourished children, it helps to improve attendance, better health, improve mental ability, help develop cognitive skills, help improve behavior in the classroom, and our goal is to support students to achieve higher test scores. Next slide. Serving our students during a pandemic. In March of 2020, we pivoted on a dime to get meals out to families when the pandemic began. Everyone worked so hard to make this happen. At that time, USDA extended free meals to all students as well as other different waivers. One waiver that we currently use in this school year 21-22 is the Child Nutrition Response Waiver number 85. This waiver allows for LEAs participating in the federal school nutrition program to provide free meals to students through the seamless summer feeding option. This waiver expires June 30th, 2022. Next slide. Serving meals during the pandemic was difficult, but we managed to get nutritious meals to our students around the community. Next slide. The meals that we provided were for 2 days on Mondays and 3 days on Wednesdays. Locations in the community that we served were Moonridge, Pillar Ridge, Main Street, and 92, as well as our school site locations of El Granada and Hatch Elementary. Many families were able to take advantage of this opportunity. Our transportation department also helped out by driving us to some of the locations. It was a team effort. This is our team. We hand painted Halloween bags for the students in October 2020. We wanted to do this to boost the spirits of the students while they were learning remotely. Next slide. Preparing for next school year 22-23. All schools are required to implement Assembly Bill 130. the California Universal Meal Program. This includes an update to the state meal mandate, federal provision participation, supplemental state meal reimbursement. Next slide. The state meal mandate update. One of the major initiatives that we are working on for this upcoming school year is the state meal mandate, which is commonly referred to as the Universal Meal Service. All schools will now be required to serve a breakfast and lunch each school day, regardless of eligibility status. Next slide. In addition to the state meal mandate requirements that we serve one breakfast, one lunch, and second meals, I put there cannot be provided. They cannot be claimed for reimbursements. So second meals can be available for purchase. That is my mistake. Next slide. Other requirements for universal meals are that meal applications will still need to be collected for the purpose of claiming meals. We must still serve a reimbursable meal to all students. A reimbursable meal includes one fruit or one vegetable, a milk, and the entree, which contains the protein and the grain. Next slide. USDA federal provision participation requirements. California Universal Meal Program requires very high poverty schools to participate in a federal provision. For this purpose of universal meals, very high poverty schools are defined as those who meet the minimum eligibility requirements to participate in the federal provision. To meet those requirements, schools may apply for Provision 1, 2, 3, or CEP, Community Eligibility Provision. We will still need to collect meal applications next year. Next slide. Part of the Universal Meal Program requires us to apply for as much federal meal reimbursement as possible, either in the form of Provision 2 or Community Eligibility Provision, or collect meal applications from students. Based on our preliminary analysis, our district will be required to collect meal applications. But the State of California Nutrition Service Division will be reimbursing us for serving meals to all students. Next slide. The California State Legislature allocates funds to provide additional state meal reimbursement to cover the cost of the Universal Meal Program. The next slide will show you a breakdown of how the reimbursements will look. The CDE will reimburse LEAs for all non-reimbursed expenses accrued as long as LEAs participate and serve USDA reimbursable meals. So this shows how meals will be reimbursed for next school year. It is based on whether the student qualifies for free or reduced price meals. I want to focus your attention to the paid column. Previously, when we would serve a student under the paid status prior to waiver number 85, we would receive 44 cents reimbursement from the state, along with the $4 that that student paid for lunch. Under the Universal Meal Program, the state of California will be providing universal meal funds of $3.56 for each paid meal that we provide. In other words, the state of California will be funding each meal that we serve at the highest federal reimbursement rate. This is a great news for students. Breakfast and lunch will be provided to all students at no cost. Next slide. Universal meals will benefit everyone. Students will enjoy a free, healthy, stigma-free meal at school. Families won't have to worry about their students being fed. Schools will benefit by streamlining the meal service. Next slide. Some benefits of universal meals are that students receive a no-cost breakfast and lunch. It will eliminate over-identification issues for students, as well as improve the students at risk, the potential to reduce paperwork at the school district level. It simplifies the meal counting and claiming procedures, as well as increases breakfast and lunch participation. Next slide. Our K-8 food provider is Better For You. Better For You is our current meal service provider who delivers and prepares meals for our K-8 schools. The high school meals are prepared by the staff at the Half Moon Bay High School. We have been coordinating with Better For a year during the pandemic to ensure that we have consistency in meal deliveries. Better For You has been doing a great job given all the struggles during the supply chain challenges. Next slide. Another initiative that we are working on to develop is a conscientious meal program that takes into consideration the environmental sustainability of the food products that we purchase, along with valuing our workforce each day. We also want to make sure that we are serving our students the most nutritious and healthy meals as possible, along with providing great service to our students. Next slide. We also would like to increase the amount of our locally sourced produce, as well as connect local farmers with Cabrillo Unified School District and students. We want to educate students about the role on fruits and vegetables and a balanced and healthy diet. When students learn healthy eating habits at a young age, they maintain these habits, resulting in a better health and educational outcomes. Next slide. One of our community partners right here in the district community is the HEAL Project. They provide programs that help students learn where food comes from and how to make healthy choices. Next slide. Some of the ways they provide food education to students is through the intensive garden program, providing second and third graders a 26-week science-based garden education program. HEAL is currently serving 4 CUSD elementary schools. Next slide. Thank you. Another HEAL project initiative is the farm to family food distribution. While we were doing our summer food feeding during summer of 2021, HEAL joined our team in the weekly food distribution around the community and was able to offer fresh, locally grown produce to families. This program is still in effect at Hatch for the second and third grade eligible families. This program is designed to provide access to nutritious food at no cost and a limited number of low-income families. Some of the weekly items distributed include a variety of sustainably grown fruits, vegetables, and herbs. Next slide. As we continue this school year, our department goals are to provide meal service to all students without disruptions, given supply chain challenges and staffing shortages. We are preparing for school year 22-23, universal meal service, central kitchen planning, also trying to reduce our food miles through conscientious efforts to increase the use of local products. Next slide. Food Nutrition Services is proud of the work that we do to support our students, staff, and community. I would like to thank each and every one of you for letting us present tonight. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
I just got to jump in and say, Stephanie, that's fantastic. We haven't had a food service presentation in, I don't know, years, it feels like. And you've really stepped into this role and worked with Jesus. And I think
Jose Alvarado, thank you.
Alvarado. And the idea that we're going to try to like achieve the district's goal of partnering with local vendors and farmers, and the partnership with the HEAL project, which is part of our nutrition education and gardening education in the district. And Stephanie, just always your level of service. I just want to thank you.
Thank you.
Great. I just want to inform the board that in your, you saw that we have had contributions to the program. That's as we were feeding our children throughout the pandemic. Hopefully with the universal, we will get not to have as big a contribution as we do. But Stephanie made sure with all the people that they went out there, and it was very, 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 very invigorating to see that team feeding our children during the pandemic. It was great. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you to the team. You did great.
Thank you, Jesus.
We had one hand raised, Mary Beth.
Okay. Yes, thank you both for being here. Let's take our public comments. If anyone else, I see one hand. If we have any other hands raised, let's take public comments now. I see Stig. Go ahead, Stig.
Yes, I just want to say one thing about Stephanie. She has been working from the bottom and up, and she does amazing work. And I'm so proud to be the president of our CSA members. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Stig.
Thank you so much for being here, Jose and Stephanie. Are there any questions or comments from the board?
I had a few, if that's okay, I'll go first. And first I'll just say thank you. It's just great to hear. There's so many big kind of chunks of work that I know our district staff are doing. And it's so important. Like you said it, Stephanie, in the beginning of your presentation, if kids are hungry, they can't learn. So I appreciate all that you're doing with your team and Jose as well to make sure our kids aren't hungry and that hopefully they're sleeping, and, you know, we will be soon too, I'm sure. But I had a couple questions. Number one, like, are students able to just get pieces of meals, or do they need to take the whole meal?
To be a reimbursable meal, it needs to be the full
meal. Okay, so they need to take the whole thing. Okay, second question, and that was just kind of something I've been curious about how it worked. And also, I think you mentioned something about the forms, because I was kind of curious too with the transition to universal meals, how the forms are going to work. And it sounds like you said they're still going to be required for next school year, but I didn't really understand why. I know it's like a bureaucratic government thing, but.
So I will try my best to make that unconfusing for you. So depending on our DC numbers on April 1st, if we have, I think it's 40 or 41% eligible DC numbers from our enrollment, then we can apply for one of these provisions. If we do not, yes?
Go ahead, just to define DC directly certified.
Yes. Thank you. And if we don't, then yes, we will have to take applications. And as right now, that's what I'm saying, April 1st is the time we can pull those numbers.
And what
it's looking like we might need to collect applications next year.
Okay, what does directly certified mean?
That means that the county has a number of things. Some of the families are already receiving some of the services through the county.
Oh, like food stamps and things
stamps
like that.
or any of those are directly certified. And that you saw them you saw the directly certified in the accounts that I gave you.
Okay.
That's one of the columns.
Okay.
In the CalPAS report.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so per CalPAS.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we're below 40% direct certified, it's basically a measure of low income, right?
Correct.
Yes, and Board President Alexander, thank you for inviting me to the meeting, and Superintendent McFetrich. Great to be here with you on late night. And but the direct certification was implemented for schools a while back to make it easy for schools so they don't have to collect meal applications. So direct cert allows school districts to pull data from either the social services in your county or from CalPADS of which students are receiving food stamps for welfare, which is CalFresh and CalWorks. So, and the state under the Universal Meal Program wants us to collect as much federal reimbursement as possible. And then the state is going to backfill that difference. So we're going to be in a very good position with Universal Meal Service because we're going to get a higher reimbursement. And then that'll allow us to minimize the encroachment on the general fund.
Okay. So if the rates went up for CalFresh or CalWorks was the welfare one, then families will be getting access to those services as well as helping kind of reduce the bureaucracy around getting the reimbursement. Yeah. Okay, so that's interesting.
Yeah, but see, I don't know if the thresholds for qualifying for CalFresh or CalWorks is changing, but the direct cert is being driven by that. Okay. So the idea is, why ask our parents to fill out a meal application if they already qualify for a program?
Yeah, because I've actually wondered, there are much more efficient ways to do it. That sounds like one, or looking at census tract economics and just making estimates, based on that. But there are definitely better ways than asking low-income families to fill out another form. Right. Because you're going to get underreported results through that too.
Yes. And one thing to remember with universal meal programs, it's a California program only. This is unique to California.
Yep.
So we're very lucky to start rolling this out next year because our students have been used to free meals for 2 years. Yeah. And then next year would have been tricky because now we're going to have to ask the students to pay for their meals.
So let's say with either the directly certified or through the forums in the fall, like at school registration time, let's say it turns out 50%, well, maybe it's like 45% of our students qualify for free or reduced price lunch. How does that impact our reimbursement if the state is fully reimbursing us for every meal for every kid anyway? Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yes, we would still be receiving the high reimbursement.
Okay, so let's say no one fills out the forms in the fall, does it matter?
No.
We'll find out, and seeing is believing, because I see the state.
Okay, so it's a little bit of a trust issue. Okay.
They just don't want.
Go ahead, Stephanie.
They just don't want us to drain the Universal Meal Fund account.
Oh, okay. So filling in the form, the state wants us to fill in the form so we can drain the feds instead of the state.
Exactly.
Yes.
Got
federal
it.
dollar.
So it's okay.
And Jesus, doesn't it also help us with our other qualifications to get into the LCFF calculations of different funds, the concentration versus this part of the program helps to feed that part, right?
Correct. Yes, but we're going to make do our due diligence and put our best foot forward to collect as many meal apps as we can, because it does drive other program requirements. So
primarily LCFF, which really matters if we do flip back. So it's good to have that insurance that we would get that supplemental funding. I think we're unless we ramp up our numbers, I would personally believe that our numbers probably would qualify us for concentration funding too, but we're just never have that much compliance with the forms. So maybe if we had 100% compliance with the forms, we could actually get some concentration funding too, if we were flipped back to LCFF. But what are the other big ticket items that feed off of, is it Title I based on that too? Or
yes.
Title I is
35%. So we just found out, that 35%, well, we've always known 35% or above will qualify a school as long as it's a minimum of 35% socioeconomically disadvantaged, and that it's also no less than the school district-wide average, Title I and non-Title I. Secondly, for Title I, though, there are other indicators that qualify for so free and reduced. It's not just free and reduced lunch meals. For Title I, they also use like some secret formula of parent college education level. And what's the third one? I know there's a third one, right, Jesus?
But those are indicators to qualify for Title I. Now, all Title I students currently are entitled to free meal. Now, the free meal is fully provided by the state of California. The state of California is trying to get all the dollar for the federal dollar is going to be saying, okay, here are my Title I people, students, make me good with the funding.
Okay, that makes sense. It's basically a little bit lower stakes now than it was before, because at least we'll have the universal meal plan to cover the meal costs, but there'll be other benefits as well if we can streamline that. And with everything being online now, I'm hopeful that maybe it could get a little bit better. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question about breakfast and logistics. Have we been giving breakfast this year, or is this new?
The only school that we haven't provided breakfast is Kings Mountain, so that will be new next fall.
And what percentage of our students are actually receiving breakfast right now?
I can tell you.
And kind of what? I mean, I realize because then it's going to be available to everyone. I was just thinking of logistics and that school day when kids get to campus and having time to actually get breakfast.
Yeah. Well, numbers have dropped from what we did pre-COVID for breakfast. And my opinion on that is because the kids are more so outside and not congregating inside the lunchroom for breakfast club. So maybe next year, if we have breakfast club, the numbers would improve, probably back to pre-COVID or better. But we have done about 2,000 breakfasts for the month of February.
Okay. Thank you.
I was going to ask a similar question for lunch, like just to have a sense of like how many lunches are we serving a day? Or whatever you have.
Lunch for the month of February, it was about 9,000. So big difference in between lunches and breakfast numbers.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. Thank you. So it's like 9,000 meals is for 3,000 kids is like 3 meals per kid. But it's obviously not spread out among all the kids. Okay, that's good to know. 9,000 lunches and about 2,000 breakfasts. Thank you.
And when school starts this year, we're going to develop a little communication to all our parents, to get the word out that this will be something they don't have to worry about anymore. Eliminate that stigma of who's free, who's paid. It'll just be part of our school system. Each student gets a desk, a book, a lunch, a breakfast. So hopefully that'll encourage more kids to come eat breakfast and lunch.
So just real quick, I wanted to also say I really appreciate the local food program that I think you said conscientious lunch. I thought that was really exciting, and I'd love to maybe later we could have a presentation here more about that and how that rolls out. So thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Jose.
You're welcome.
Very grateful.
You guys are a great team. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for staying late.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's move on. Our next presentation is Personnel Services Update.
So I want to just introduce Bianca Forrester, our Interim Director of Pupil Personnel Services, and she's going to do a quick presentation. I want to mark here that it is 10 to 11, and we still have like 6 presentations. So Bianca says she's going to be quick. You told me I'm going to be quick, and we have some action items, but I think this is very important. Good news. Bianca's already hit the ground running. So Bianca, take it away.
Good afternoon, good evening and good night. And thank you, Dr. McFetridge, and good evening, board members and board president Alexander. I'm so happy to be with you all here this evening. Buenas noches a todos en la comunidad, a los padres, los estudiantes, a nuestro equipo y los miembros del board. Es mi verdadero placer de estar aquí con ustedes esta noche. So I just wanted to give you guys a quick update on where we are with the Human Resources Department. So our conception of the department is to really reinvigorate it and realign it to be an equity-focused and community like a customer service-driven kind of division of Cabrillo Unified, so that we can really respond to our team members with empathy, with reliability, and be known for our responsiveness and our quick response to their needs. So I see Cabrillo Unified School District through the lens of a philosophy of service leadership. I believe that our district is a mission-driven organization. I'm really excited to be part of a team that's focused on creating such an equitable education environment in which all students are supported to develop to their full academic and social emotional potential. The adult actions that I have observed and that I am bringing with me through the personnel department are really centered on the needs of our students and their families. And I believe that our decisions need to be grounded in data and that they need to be research-based. And so once again, I just want to really reiterate this strong push around the Pupil and Personnel Services Department being committed to a service philosophy. Next slide, please. In our recent weeks, we have hired and onboarded over 8 new substitute teachers. We actually have another 5 in the pipeline, and we just hired 1 today as well. We have 1 full-time education specialist teacher for El Granada Elementary School. We've hired 1 lunch assistant for Hatch Elementary, allowing the transfer of the previous employee to a full-time campus supervisory vacancy over at Cunha Middle School. We've hired 2 bilingual paraprofessionals for El Granada and Hatch Elementary Schools, 1 each. We've also hired 1 bilingual clerical 3 position for the Cabrillo substitute system management and front office support. In the migrant education office, we've helped them, supporting them to bring on a new administrative assistant. And then just in the last couple of days, we've hired a campus supervisor and a custodian, both for Half Moon Bay High School. Next slide, please. In addition to that, we're building strategic partnerships and really looking to enhance and engage our community in a robust way through our partnership with Notre Dame and Nemours University. I'm working with Dr. Kelly Delaney on securing a grant for the Commission on Teacher Credentialing Administered Classified School Employee Teacher Credentialing Program. This program we envision as having 2 pathways. We'll have a degree completion for our undergraduate folks to get a BA, and then a credential program. Through the articulation of the program, tuition will be paid in full, along with a stipend for books or rent, gas, childcare, food, whatever the need is. We're going to allow folks to select from a menu based on that. We're also working with San Jose State University in a partnership with them as well. In fact, I sent some information out today, and that was a great pleasure for me to meet with the folks from there and Dr. McFetridge. We're working with them through degree completion pathways and credential programs both, and they have generously invited us to join their handshake program for our recruitment and retention. So Mike Carey has gone ahead and signed us up on handshake so that we can get our district postings up there. Through the San Mateo County College District, we're focusing on our early childhood education programs. I know that you heard about the TK and UTK programs, and so we really want to make sure that we have a grow your own pipeline to staff those programs. And then I don't know why they're calling it convocatoria, but in any case, the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing and the California Department of Education have a visiting teacher program, and we are signed up with them, and we will be able to start to interview people in April for immersion opportunities here. And those will be teachers from Spain and Mexico. Next slide, please. I wanted to just let you guys know about the focus on service improvements that we've been making. So I recently wrote a substitute teacher handbook that was really focusing on supporting our guest teachers with lesson delivery, student engagement, classroom management, and that's now found on our website. In addition to that, in response to the civil jury report, or not civil, but the grand jury report, and just the need to really figure out what is going to be the framework for our work moving forward with an equity lens. I wrote a recruitment and retention plan to address our equity concerns and really to support our work around growing our own community pipeline to diversify our Cabrillo unified workforce. That's also been placed online and can be found also under the personnel tab. Some priorities ahead for the spring will be really doing a full systemic overhaul of our hiring practices with an equity lens. I've put out a survey and most people have already responded to our school and district leaders regarding our hiring practice so that I can use that data to inform what is on your wish list, what would you like to see, how can we be more responsive, how can we ensure that we are really supporting you in the work that you need to do to be able to get the best candidates for the positions to serve our students well. I'm also working on some HR team role clarification around who's going to do what. I'm working on developing an org chart and an updated personnel website. In addition to that, we're updating our employee leave processes and doing an analysis of all of our job descriptions, our HR forms, and just basically pretty much everything just needs an overhaul and a refresh. So it's been a delight to join the team. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to see you all this evening and to have this opportunity to share with you the good work that we've been doing. And I'm just delighted to be here. So that's all I have. Muchas gracias y buenas noches. Last slide, please. Are there any questions?
Wow. Okay, before we take questions, let me see if there's anyone from the public that might have a comment on this item. Raise your hands. There's instructions in the chat how to do it. Okay, I don't see any comments. So let's open it up for questions or comments from the board. And thank you. You've done a lot in a small amount of time.
It's my pleasure. It's really a team approach, and I really appreciate you all for setting the tone and the leadership and the guidance for us so we can really do this work well. I'm grateful for the opportunity to work with such an equity-focused group of people who really want to advance student achievement across all areas. It's a joy.
We appreciate you and our team.
Yeah, and I appreciate the breadth of what you're doing, the grants with NDNU, you know, the hiring, you're all over. I love it. I think it's great. I think it's wonderful.
Well, I do appreciate too that the board did approve the coordinator of student services position so that we could bolster this up. We had heard a lot from folks that there was a teacher shortage, and we had heard from the grand jury report that we needed to hire a more diverse pool of applicants. And I think it's very helpful that Ms. Forrester speaks Spanish quite well. And I do appreciate having seen her work with the substitute. I was just on the website looking, it's posted, the substitute handbook. That's fantastic for substitute teachers. All the substitute teachers you've hired in the past few weeks, fantastic. And making those connections with Notre Dame de Namur and Cal State San Jose. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then just getting that posted, the equity and hiring plan is perfect. And the grand jury report had asked us to do that. And Bianca, you made that happen. So thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the team, Bianca. It's great to have you. Thank you so much for hitting the ground running. I think we could talk about this for an hour, but we won't. I will hold myself back because there's so many great things that you're doing. And I think we could have definitely longer conversations. And just to dive in and understand more about from your experience, but where you're going with all this, because it's really exciting and really great. And two things I picked up in particular. One is like your mention about the substitutes and how we, it's easy to dismiss substitutes. It's kind of what happens in public education, right? But I think number one, it's an inevitable part of public education that we have substitutes. So we do need to treat them well and support them so that they're successful and our kids can be successful when they're with them. And number two, it really is, I think, an important opportunity in terms of a pipeline for employees that are, these are people that come into our schools. We get to know them. They can get to know us. If that could be a source for future employees, I think that's, in different regards, that's fantastic. So I just wanted to give you kudos for that, as well as like the CSEA training program. I think Mary Beth just mentioned too, the word, again, it's staff that we know and love. Let's build them up and train them up to new exciting roles that are of interest to them and value to our students. That's fantastic. Number two, the fact that you speak Spanish so fluently, I love it, because again, you could have different kind of trainings and, compare just to be able to speak with people in their language and to be more kind of culturally sensitive than you would be otherwise. It's a step. I think a step. So I'm grateful for that as well. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I welcome the opportunity. Any questions that any of you have, if they arise, please shoot me an email. I promise I'll get back to you within 24 hours. And it's been a lot and there's been a lot going on, but I absolutely make myself available to any and all of you here with pleasure to serve this wonderful community. I will tell you all that I've been in education for many, many years. And the thing that I like the best about this current context is that I can see tangible results. It's immediate. And the team is truly dedicated to really looking through that equity lens at how we're serving all of our students and families well. And that for me is really builds my capacity for this work. So thank you for your leadership around those things.
Great. So happy to have you. All right. And thanks for staying late. Okay, let's move on because we're on time crunch here. Thank you, Bianca. Okay, let's move on. COVID-19 safety update, new guidance for the use of face masks. Also, thank you for being fast. This is a possible action item.
Let me explain that. We put possible action item because, of course, we had announced last week that we would be following the state and local guidelines regarding masking. But we put possible action there in case the board, I put that in there in case the board wants to advise us to go back on that. But I don't think that's just the case. But Martha, you've got a great presentation here to present. And hopefully we can get this done quickly and we'll see. I think we have 6 items and 55 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, board members and Dr. McFetrich. This is your COVID safety update. Next slide, please. Well, just real quick, we're going to talk about the mask mandates, but then we're also going to talk about everything that's going to stay in place. And for you all and for the public, I added the pandemic recovery framework link, as well as the California Department of Public Health link addressing some of the issues we'll be talking about tonight. Next slide, please. Oh, and we're going to be covering AB 114, which is about COVID, having teachers sick leave for COVID paid for them. Next. Okay, mask mandates outdoors and indoors. So masks outdoors on school campuses is now optional. And although the Pandemic Recovery Framework and the CDPH, they both recommend that unvaccinated people continue to wear masks in crowded outdoor settings. And then the big news is masks indoors. And so the language is that after March 11th, this Friday, tomorrow, the universal masking requirement for K-12 settings will terminate. And then, of course, after they say that, they say, even though it's not required, it is strongly recommended that masking continue in K-12 settings. We've done a lot of work with principals and staff members to get this information out to them, as well as Dr. McFetrich sending information out to all families around this change that's about to happen. Next slide, please. The important thing to understand is that it's only masks that are changing, and all the other safety infrastructure that we have in place is going to continue. So all the mitigation infrastructure that we have, being able to provide PPE, our hand washing stations, our high efficiency HVAC filters, the air scrubbers, all that is still going to be in place at school campuses and still in place and in use. Also, I think one of the biggest impacts that we've had this year is our COVID testing program. We have weekly pool testing with follow-up rapid antigen testing, and also the ability to test to stay. So if a student is sick while at school or becomes sick while at school, we can test them and they can test to stay, in addition to being able to participate in Hazel Health to also test to stay. So even if they don't have COVID and they have a fever, we would like them to go home. So we have a couple of ways to test to stay. And then of course, we also have tests to return, and the isolation period has shrunk from 10 days to 5. So if you have a negative test on the 5th day, you can return to work, provided you're fever-free. So the testing program is really important. Dr. McFetrich kind of put in a plug for it earlier, and I just keep saying, if you're not registered for a testing program, please register. It's very easy to do. And if it feels cumbersome, please call and we'll walk you through the process. Please call your child's school and the people at the office will walk you through the process. Next page, please. Think some of the things that are going to continue is we're going to continue to contact trace. So contact tracing has really helped us to minimize school spread and has helped parents to be able to make decisions. We are now contact tracing using the group contact tracing protocol. It's on page 25 of our pandemic recovery framework. Volunteers on campus is going to stay the same. And the elementary schools are going to continue their drop-off and pickup practices to minimize people on campus. And we're still going to continue to hold district and site level meetings virtually. Next page. I wanted just to show you all this around this is on our COVID dashboard. You can really see when we returned, about the second week after we returned, we really did hit that spike of the Omicron variant. And you can see now we're really everything's starting to kind of go down. A week after we returned from winter break, we had a total of 8 cases. So we're still in that single digit trend, which is really nice to see. And of course, I want to just remind everybody that these numbers represent confirmed positive cases that were actually on our campus. And that's all that I have for my report. I think we're going next to AB 114, which Bianca is going to explain about personnel services.
So I'm sure you all are well acquainted that on February 18th, the governor, Friday, February 18th, I wrote a memo that went out to all of our staff, assuring them that we were not only going to adhere to the law around SB 114 and how our team members can access this benefit, but also that Cabrillo Unified School District made the choice to go above and beyond what is required of SB 114 to offer our valued team members a one-time replenishment of their sick leave, retroactive to August 12th of 2021, or pay in the event that the employee has exhausted all of his or her sick leave due to COVID-19. So I wanted to point out to the board that SB 114 will be in effect until September 30th of 2022, and it provides up to 80 hours of supplemental paid sick leave for full-time employees. I felt, and then in cabinet agreed, that it was very important that we send out this memo as soon as possible so that our staff would know that we are being timely in our communication and reliable, and moving forward, that they can really count on the Personnel Services Department to go above and beyond in providing that communication to them in a timely manner. I will tell you that we are beginning to get a number of these forms turned in and submitted to me and Susan Cicciarelli, who's been marvelous, and Martha's been a terrific thought partner around this as well. And so we're working with our employees and to support our employees through this process and through these difficult times. Do you have any questions about that?
Okay, there we go. The end of that report.
Thank you. Any comments from the public? Please raise your virtual hand. Instructions in the chat. Not seeing anyone. I'll open up to the board for questions, comments.
Real quickly, I just want to thank Leticia and Martha and the team for working on the Senate Bill 114 memo that went out to staff really about 2 weeks before we settled on an MOU about that with CUTA. So thank you for being proactive in that. I think that goes a long way for people who had anxiety about the loss of sick leave that they'd used.
Anyone else? And if anyone wants to turn this into an action item by changing any kind of direction, also let us know now or discuss now.
Just on that, please know the majority of districts in the county have adhered to the California Department of Public Health and Scott Morrow at the local health agency, San Mateo Public Health Department's guidelines about adhering to the state mandate, right? Since we heard about it. So we'd heard a lot of people saying that we should do this. I haven't heard anybody saying we should keep the masks. That said, like I said at the beginning of the meeting, we strongly recommend, we've talked to principals, I know principals are communicating, we strongly recommend masks, even knowing that the statewide mask indoor school mandate is now over. And the state will go from strongly recommend to optional over time based on metrics, and we wait on that information. But right now, we strongly recommend masks and all the other precautions that Martha, and I just got to thank Martha for having set up pool testing that's been end-to-end at no cost to the district, working with worksite labs, which was really important, especially during the Omicron surge. And just in general, Martha and Susan Vanna and all the health aides and nurses and setting that up. I just really appreciate it.
Superstars. Okay, thank you both. Thank you for being here so late. So thank you, and we're going to move on. Going to keep going. Okay, next, CUSD EV bus grant update and resolution number 05-2022, authorizing CUSD participation in the lower emission school bus program revised.
So you have this, sorry, Jesus, I was going to do an intro real quick.
Go ahead.
You know, Jesus and Matthew Spiegelman, Matthew works with the HEAL project and presented on this before, and this is coming back to us as we had promised. Jesus, go ahead.
No, I think that's it. Matthew has been helping us with this. Matthew, thank you for being here again. And it's a resolution, an action resolution that will authorize us to participate.
Yeah, it's wonderful to get to this point, and I'm glad everyone is still awake, ready for this presentation. Thank you for having me. Let's go ahead.
We're glad you are still awake.
We're holding in there. So I have a basic overview of what we've been working on in the district for the past 2 months, getting this grant as accurate as possible for our district and our needs. Essentially, we have everything necessary for the application now. And we were able to get 6 of our diesel buses put onto this application. Not all 9, but that's okay. It's a good one-to-one trade. And so that gives us a good shot at getting 6 new EV buses. So the fleet that we've compiled would be 2 80-seaters, 2 20-seaters with a wheelchair accessible bus, and 2 16-seaters, one with the wheelchair accessible bus. We're hoping to be able to get this grant applied to as soon as possible, as coming up in 2023, we will lose access to these diesel buses, regardless of if we have funds or not. Next slide, please. Our project costs have been narrowed down. They're pretty similar to the original presentation, but the cost of the buses is estimated at $1.6 million. For 6 charging stations and 5 years of software plan, $42,000. Infrastructure proposal that we recently received from Sizerco Energy Solutions would be $687,000, and that is accounting for material increases and market fluctuations, a very soft cost estimate. We're thankful that they were able to provide that. That was kind of the missing piece we had at the end. And that would bring our total cost for this project close to $2,329,000. Now, this is all hinged upon what the Bay Area Air Quality Management District decides they feel our district should receive. And upon receiving those funds, then we would move forward with either an altered plan or the original, depending on that award. Next slide, please. So these were some of the questions we covered in the previous meeting. One of the questions was, is it necessary to have wheelchair lifts on each bus? But by working with busing staff, Director of Educational Support Services, we found that the buses that I outlined in the previous slide would be best for our district's needs and would cover all our students accordingly. And we also went ahead and looked at the cost analysis of renting larger buses for field trips. This turned out to be near between $50,000 to $100,000 a year spent on leasing and the services required for that. And it was preferred by the transportation team to have these buses on site in order to avoid logistics and costs with renting larger buses. Next slide, please. So a brief overview of the infrastructure, as this was kind of the key portion of the project that we were waiting to receive. And we determined an optimal location for the charging stations by working closely with PG&E, members at our district, and Sizerco. They gave us an electrical consultant from Sizerco to provide an accurate estimate of this work in order to apply that money to the grant as well, in case that's something that the board would like to go forward with. And so we received that on Monday, and I was happy to be able to present those updates to you all today. Next slide, please. So in order to make the infrastructure portion a reality, because it is much more technical and time consuming in comparison to ordering the buses and having those delivered, there would be much work on the end side with PG&E in order to get our existing infrastructure up to the level necessary for these buses. And there was talks of an easement being given to PG&E on district land. This would be a small easement, and it may not be necessary, but it could potentially save the district money in terms of the infrastructure portion. If it's not necessary for us to go as far to receive these services from PG&E, that would save a lot of money in construction and trenching. Now, that is also contingent upon the award, and if we were to receive full funds, then that easement may not be necessary, but it is something to look at while working with PG&E in the future. And I'll go ahead and go into the details of that in the next slide. So this is a rough estimate of the district office and the site of where our infrastructure would be for these charging stations. So on the left side there, you can see existing PG&E connections circled with 2 red squares and a green square. And so there's the potential that we could add in a meter there and then trench all the way across to where we can see that green line ending at those buses. And that would be the location of our new charging services. Now, if PG&E were to make an easement, it would come across the road there and in further along that green line, providing a closer avenue of trenching for us and the work that we need to match with at the district. But it's not necessarily required to put that in, as they could work off the existing structures near the Hatch parking lot. Let everyone take a look at that for a moment. I think we can go ahead on to the next slide, please. So in terms of this infrastructure, this would be a commitment to location for the board and for the district. Essentially, if we were to move forward with this infrastructure proposal, we would be locking down the idea that we are having a transportation center at the district office, and that is how it would be going forward. These chargers are not able to be moved, and that would be something the board would be committing to. It was determined that currently in our district, this is the best site according to services provided, ease of upgrades, constructing and existing infrastructure. Next slide, please. Now, there is alternatives if we feel that this is not the best option for the site currently. So if we're unable to commit to the permanence of that infrastructure project, we can set up mobile charging systems. They would run on renewable propane trailers, and the minimum time that they would be leased would need to be at least 3 years, which would be helpful because the software and stuff runs for 5 years. Now, moving forward, it is possible to turn down funds from Bay Area Air Quality Management, but it was recommended to me that the decision regarding the charging systems and the infrastructure, basically how much money we're asking for from this grant, be finalized during initial review, close to the time after submitting the application. They don't want to wait a long time and then tell them, okay, we're sending back a bunch of money. So they'd like us to come with the most accurate plan possible for what we need and what's going to work best for our project. Next slide, please. So we're at the end of this presentation. The next steps and the timeline for us. So the application is currently under review. We've gathered all necessary items, and pending board approval, I will go ahead and submit this application. The Bay Area Air Quality awards funds after the review period, which can be anywhere from 4 to 6 months. Upon receiving those funds, the district would go ahead and order buses and chargers and begin construction on infrastructure if that was the desired route. It would be around 10 to 12 months to receive these buses and the potential of out to 18 months to finish the infrastructure. But if there is a gap where we have received the buses but not the infrastructure, then portable charging stations can be set up. And I want to give a special thanks to Randy, Jaime, Kathy, Holly, and Jesus for all their support and help in this project. It's been very fundamental getting us to this point. So thank you. And that's the end of my presentation. Next slide, please. And questions.
Thank you. This is an action item, so I want to make a motion in a second to submit the application before we move on to questions and comments.
So move to.
There is a resolution, right, Rosie?
It is a resolution.
So move to approve the resolution.
Thank you, Freya. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Sophia.
Could we open it up to the public for any comments on this item?
There's one hand raised, Christy Walker.
Can we bring Christy in?
There we go. Sorry about that.
You're good.
Now? So I have a question about the buses that are being ordered. So I think I'd asked last time this was presented, and I'm still unclear what the answer is, about whether they offer you can get the larger buses that have a way to get wheelchairs on board. Because I can see situations where you would be using a bus for a field trip and there would be a student in a wheelchair who would not be able to be accommodated if there's not a wheelchair access for the bus. So I'm wondering if that's a possibility or not, or if those are just on the so-called short buses.
The different types of buses that they're going to be ordered. Matthew, can you just go over the types of buses that are going to be ordered? That this is
Absolutely.
4 80-seaters and 2 of them with wheelchairs, right?
So it would be 2 large buses, the 80-seaters, and those would be primarily for field trips and a special occasion, I believe, like to a farm. That happens quite often. Now, my understanding was that the smaller buses with the wheelchair lifts are designed to accommodate those and to fit and go and provide the same services if they were going on a field trip or getting routes to school, essentially covering all of the needs there of our students. And the reason they don't have them on the larger buses is because actually it doesn't make sense to have those included on those as well, because it ends up taking away seats on that bus that are not designed for those. Instead, we have the buses specified for all our special needs students.
Okay. So if we had wheelchairs, we'd have to bring another bus or something.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, questions, comments? Go ahead, Sophia.
Just very, very quick question. Do we have any sense what portion of that 2.3 million might get approved by Bay Area Air Quality Management District? Or is it, could be 100,000 or 2.1 million?
I hope everything.
What's that?
I hope everything.
We're hoping for everything. Okay, go for the gold. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So there were other district projects that I looked at when starting out that were awarded contracts of similar size. And so it all depends on when Bay Area Air Quality looks at our numbers based on the buses we have, the miles they cover, and the students, the amount of students we are providing rides for. And they essentially look at, are these emissions going to be low enough where it's worth the money for us to invest in this? Is that change in emissions? And so I believe our school does travel quite far down the coast. And by applying 6 of these buses, we do have the best chance of getting that trade-in 1-for-1 value. So I'm really hoping for a great award from them, and I don't see why we couldn't receive that, but it will be decided when they go through that review period.
Sounds great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the presentation, Matthew. My question is on the installation for the charging stations. That sounds like it's like a commitment for making it a permanent location. Was there a secondary location considered?
Not that I had been suggested by maintenance staff or transportation. They were, go ahead.
That's the only location that we have right now based on where we are. And then the only second possibility might be at the high school, but being where we are right now, that is the best spot.
Just knowing we have another real estate proposal in the works, could that, if we say yes, we want it here, then what's the cost of moving it later?
We could not, PG&E would not want us to move it right now to, if we know that we're going to be moving it within the next 10 years. But that's the requirement. If we know for a fact that we're going to be moving that location, then anything that would be on the district. See, those PG&E could get the cost of installation. Otherwise, it would be on the district. So
it would be better to have the portables if we think there might be another purpose.
If there's a good chance that the district is thinking about moving locations within the next 5 to 10 years, I would definitely advise taking the mobile charger opportunity, extending out that lease for 3 years. And it's hard to say what the actual offsets of having those chargers put in the ground currently, based on our electricity being powered primarily by carbon emissions resources. And so in reality, having those portable chargers gives us flexibility with the site, what we want to do with real estate moving forward in the future. It doesn't tie you down into that location. And the carbon is probably comparable if they are providing like renewable propane, and there are better sources of clean natural gas now. So it's not a bad option.
So then I would offer a friendly amendment to go with the portable charging stations.
And I would just ask Jesus or Sean, would you have any concerns with that?
we think that we can amend it to include that, but just for flexibility, just for flexibility. But
the one thing that I should state is if we move past these infrastructure funds now, There are other programs that are opening in the same regard of providing funds for fleets and schools to do this type of transition. So it's not like there won't be any money in the future to do this type of work. It's just that right now we do have an estimate of the cost to do it at this site, and we do have a grant open to provide those funds possibly. And we have a good chance of securing some of those funds and having in the ground infrastructure that will be longer lasting and more sustainable over time within that charging structure.
So if we were to want to change it to portables, do you have the information you need to submit on time?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And the notion that our buses will be obsolete next year. So we have some pressure in there.
Yeah. Sean, do you have any concerns about portable chargers?
No, I mean, I always like the flexibility. I don't have a concern about that. I mean, you just heard from Matthew that that's a viable option and that would give you flexibility, and you might want flexibility in case.
Whatever. Okay, then I'm fine to second the motion for the friendly amendment.
And it won't hurt our application.
No.
And it's about the same cost, like 700,000-ish?
For the mobile chargers, I have not heard any quote on cost for those.
Okay, and we don't need that for the application, the quote?
No, that would be separate. Okay. The notion of using mobile chargers has been provided me by a busing company, the one that would potentially provide the buses we want to order. And the way they made it seem was that this could be like you sign a lease, but they provide these as part of building you buses as well while you transition to infrastructure. That was kind of the understanding I came about.
Does this make it so that we could have got the infrastructure paid for, but if we wait, then we might not?
That is true, but there are other programs, I believe, coming out. I cannot for sure say, but I believe there are other programs offering funds for similar transitions.
And could we possibly, I mean, if we did portable for 3 years, we could later put in go back with PG&E and look at a permanent installation once
Absolutely.
we're confirmed?
And try to find new funds for that project, yes.
Okay. And is that a better option than saying we'll do this and then having to change our minds?
That's tough to say. I don't understand the process exactly. I know you can return money to barrier air quality. They expect that if you have an ask and you end up undershooting, then you would return that money. Or if it doesn't suit the project or the project isn't able to go forward. But it was recommended that we kind of nail down what we would like before sending in the application.
Would they care if we were going to use that money, but we put it from this place to this place? Hard to say.
I don't think they would. Like, what do you mean?
Like if we said, yeah, we'll do it like you proposed with the easement. And then, in 4 months, we're like, oh, actually, we want to do it, but over here.
In a new location?
Yeah, in a different location.
I believe as long as you're still working with PG&E and using those funds to create electrical vehicle infrastructure for the buses, then I don't think the grant money is tied directly to the location.
Well, if that's the case, I mean, why not approve
push
it?
for the.
And if we stay, we stay. And if we don't, we don't.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Good point.
The requirement is not that of the grant, is that it's PG&E.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Okay. So the location doesn't matter for the grant. It's only for PG&E.
It's for working with them to get the established position to make sure they can ensure that they'll be able to change service and provide our new power outputs.
Would the only negative be then that if we decide to then go with the mobile bus charging, we wouldn't have applied for that funds from Bay Area Air Quality Management District, and so we wouldn't have that covered if we ended up switching to the mobile charging?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
That would be the case.
Are we ready to vote?
I think.
I just have one clarification question. I was thinking that we were only approving the resolution, and the resolution doesn't specify if it's a portable or not. So I don't think we need a friendly amendment.
Okay. Thanks, Rosie.
Okay, so we're just approving the resolution.
We're just approving the resolution to participate in the program.
Okay.
And providing.
What would we do without those?
Should we correct the motion, or should we just?
Let's do it. Let's do it again and make sure who did their first and second. Just
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution as shown in the board packet.
Thank you.
Someone want a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Lisette.
Okay.
So
anything else? Otherwise, let's vote. But Freya, do you have anything, Freya?
Well, I just had I didn't feel like we'd made a decision on that, but so I was curious as to when the grant was going to be applied for to make sure that we got the best benefit from the grant with the funds.
Yeah, we after the review of this week, the grant should be applied for this upcoming week. And then from there.
So are we all clear on the guidance that we're giving? Are we saying that we want him to go with the infrastructure, the 600, 700,000, or the mobile charging station for the grant?
I would suggest go for the 700,000 because the location doesn't matter for the purposes of the grant. So I don't see any downside.
Well, the downside would be that if we got that approved and we decided we did not want the actual infrastructure, we wanted the mobile, we'd have to pay for that out of pocket instead of getting it from the Bay Area.
Which I think we would anyway, right?
I believe we would anyways, yes.
Oh, he had said before it could be included in the grant, but that the mobile part?
No, the mobile charging may be included with the busing company. The way it was explained to me was that they would put up mobile charging in order to ease the transition and at no cost to the district, but that's not something I have fully clarified with them.
So we might have that flexibility later anyways. Okay.
That may be a cost.
We just don't want to proceed with PG&E and installing something without knowing about it.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Vote.
Lizette, you have something?
Oh.
Okay. We're ready to vote, I think.
Okay. Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Lisette?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosie, and thanks for the clarification there. We were getting in the weeds. Okay, thank you, Matthew, very much for all your hard work on this, and thank you for staying so late.
You're welcome. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Okay, we're going to move along. Adoption of proclamation recognizing April as National Autism Acceptance and Inclusion Month. This is an action item. Go ahead, Sean.
Well, I just want to appreciate that Christy Walker spoke earlier, and you'll remember that last year, Christy worked with me to amend this proclamation, and I'll read it very quickly. Whereas April has historically been designated National Autism Awareness Month, and whereas many people now understand we need to move past simple awareness and advocate instead for acceptance and inclusion of individuals on the autism spectrum, and whereas it's estimated 1 in every 54 Americans have autism, and autism is a lifelong neurological difference, and national autism prevalence right now places it as the 3rd most common developmental difference in the country today. Autism can result in differences in communication, socialization, sensory perception, behavior characteristics, with resulting difficulties ranging from mild to severe. Autism knows no racial, ethnic, class, gender, or social boundaries. Our understanding of autism has grown tremendously since first diagnosed in 1943, but there's still much to learn, as evidenced by our desire now to increase our acceptance of autism. Every year, people around the world join to support National Autism Awareness Month, and yet we recognize we are intentionally aiming to move from mere awareness to acceptance and inclusion. Cabrillo Unified School District, Governing Board, and Coastside communities celebrate the countless ways individuals on the autism spectrum contribute to and strengthen our communities. And it's absolutely vital that children and adults living with autism feel included and accepted in our classrooms, businesses, and communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Cabrillo Unified School District Board of Education hereby observes April as Autism Acceptance and Inclusion Month, and I would recommend approval.
Hey, Suze, you should mute your open mic. I would like to make a motion to accept this proclamation.
Thank you, Mary Beth.
Second.
Thank you. I'll take Sophia.
I'd like to open it up to the public for any comments on this item. Raise your hand virtually, please. Okay, I want to open it up to the board for any discussion. Thank you, Christy, for helping us make this better. Thank you for your help on that and your work. Okay.
Real quick, Rosie, for whatever reason, Ms. Cortez got kicked out and is now on the attendee list.
Okay, let's, I don't think anyone has any comments. I don't see any mutes off. Let's take a vote on this and hopefully Lizette will be back for the vote.
There she goes. Sorry, Lizette.
When you're ready, Rosie.
Okay,
we'll
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Lisette,
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, adoption of proclamation recognizing April as California Friday Night Live Month. Sean.
This is a new proclamation. Ruby Salazar of Youth Leadership Institute and her colleagues gave this to me or presented this to me last year. And I'll read it real quick. It's a lot. It's a lot. The California Friday Night Live program was developed in 1984 as a model program for the state of California to engage youth in helping reduce alcohol, tobacco, and other substance use through building community partnerships for positive and healthy youth development, which engage youth as active leaders and resources in their communities. Youth in Friday Night Live programs experience a safe environment that includes physical and emotional safety, along with opportunities for community engagement. Participants in Friday Night Live programs are afforded opportunities for leadership and advocacy that include decision-making and governance, learning to express opinions constructively, and taking action on issues or projects that they care about in their community or school. Youth in Friday Night Live programs experience opportunities to build caring and meaningful relationships with peers and adults that include learning about their peers and building relationships with them, receiving guidance from caring adult staff, feeling supported by others in the program, as well as having practical program needs met while enjoying a sense of belonging to the group. Additionally, youth in Friday Night Live programs experience opportunities to engage in exciting and relevant skill development activities that better prepare them for the challenges they may face, and to also develop healthy personal attitudes and behaviors related to the prevention of alcohol, tobacco, opioid, and other drug use, violence prevention, and academic completion. In an unprecedented time marked with upheaval, loss, and uncertainty, young people in Friday Night Live programs throughout California and here on the coast side have epitomized resiliency, strength, and courage in their relentless commitment to making their community a better place. And during the month of April 2021, last year, youth at more than 600 chapters raised awareness in their counties throughout the state of California to reduce underage drinking, underage gambling, and tobacco use by mobilizing communities with a unified call to action. And thanks to Youth Leadership Institute and others, Friday Night Live programs have continued this past year on the coast side and throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, and therefore be it resolved by the governing board of CUSD that the month of April is recognized as California Friday Night Live Month in recognition of leaders, staff, volunteers, and youth committed to improving the quality of life for present and future generations. Again, I thank Ruby Salazar for the work that she and our Youth Leadership Institute colleagues do, because I think this is really a fantastic way to help students find meaning and have safe and productive Friday nights.
Thank you. Go ahead.
We would encourage your passage and approval of this new proclamation for the district.
Thank you for bringing this to us. Could I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Second.
Thank you, Lisette.
If the public has any comments, please virtually raise your hands now. Okay, I'll open it up for board discussion or questions. Don't think we have any. Thank you for bringing this to us. We appreciate it and we're glad to approve it. Well, not yet. We have to vote. Go ahead.
We have one hand raised.
14 minutes. I don't see the hand raised. Where am I?
It was Ruby Salazar, but
Oh, Ruby's here.
yeah. So and I know she wanted to make a comment.
Good. Let's do it. Oh, good. She's here.
Thanks for joining, Ruby.
Thank Thank you for having me here today. So good evening, everyone with the Cabrillo Unified School District. My name is Ruby Salazar, and I work with the Youth Leadership Institute and have been part of the Friday Night Live program for 5 years, and I'm here to speak in support for the FNL proclamation. I started off in the FNL program as a youth, learning about the LILA, a policy that could help reduce access to youth on alcohol by reducing alcohol signage that local corner stores had. I gained new experiences from joining the program, like attending my first city council meeting, giving public comment for the first time, connecting one-on-one with city officials, and surveying the public on the LILA. I got to learn a lot about my community while also having fun times with my peers. Now I have the opportunity to give those same experiences to youth in our FNL programs through coordinating the Friday Night Live Coastside Youth Council and FNL programs in San Mateo County. Last year, youth worked on social media campaigns to help raise awareness about alcohol consumption in their school by creating a series of food fun posts that shared data collected by the California Healthy Kids Survey. Youth also created several alcohol prevention posts that were posted among the Half Moon Bay community, as well as a public service announcement on alcohol prevention. This year, youth get the opportunity to intern for our program to gain further skills on leadership, working with adults and their peers, engaging with their communities, and gaining the necessary skills they need in order to succeed in their next steps, whether that be going to college, securing an internship opportunity they always wanted, attending a commission, or just building out their resume for future opportunities. FNL programs across California are doing this great work, impacting youth communities for the better, and it should be recognized. This is why I believe that the board should adopt this proclamation so we can continue celebrating the work youth are doing in all Friday Night Live programs. To conclude my public comment, I'd like to share some quotes from FNL chapters, from youth in our chapters that were shared during our youth development survey on youth experiences in the program and why FNL is important to them. It's important to me because it gives me a chance to get out of my comfort zone and try something new for once. I was able to develop new skills like being open-minded to others' ideas and learning how to be an active listener to people I didn't get to talk to on a day-to-day basis. It gives me a safe spot and allows me to use my voice and speak up about things I believe in. I've learned so much through this club, made new connections with teens and adults. I had fun while educating myself as well, which is why I will always be grateful that I joined FNL. Youth across California have similar experiences in FNL programs, and it should be recognized. Thank you, Sean and Roosevelt, for all your support with the proclamation so far, and thank you to the school board for taking the time to review our proclamation to have April declared as FNL month. Thank you, and for all the work that you all do. I mean, it's almost midnight. I can't believe it. But yeah, I'm really grateful for everything that you have been doing. So yeah, thank you so much.
Ruby, thank you so much for the work that you do with YLI, with Youth Leadership Institute, and with Coastside Collaborative. You are really an important member of our community. I'm very impressed by your work.
And thanks for hanging with us till midnight. Great. Thank you so much. Thank you. We're glad, super glad to hear from you. So with that, I just want to check one more time if we have any comments or questions from the board. Seeing none, Rosie, if we could please vote.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Lisette?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
She's a good sport to hang in with us this long, and it was good to hear. Okay, Sean, adoption of proclamation designating April 22nd as Earth Day.
Okay, so we did speak to this with the environmental committee yesterday, and the environmental committee had written this last year, and it is the same proclamation as last year, talking about Earth Day celebrated April 22nd, 1970, and talking about how we acknowledge our responsibility to help protect our shared environment, and that we know that our actions can either worsen or improve the climate crisis, depending on our choices. It's an important educational tool. That there was students on the environmental committee. We set goals, and then there's a whereas, and we proclaim that we, mark April 22nd as designate that as Earth Day, and call upon schools, staff, students, and families to observe Earth Day. And then there were pledges. Last year, these pledges included creating a clear, transparent tracking system to monitor waste diversion, energy use, and net carbon emissions. And We are actually currently working with San Mateo County Office of Education staff here in district office, our new construction manager, Ronaldo Vesalisa, Matthew Spiegelman, Jesus Contreras. So we're working on realizing that goal. We also talked about organics, recycling systems, our board policy 3510 on green school operations, keeping this district-wide sustainability committee that Lizette and Freya have helped lead. The pledges for the Half Moon Bay High School included creating a tri-bin waste system. I'm happy to say that we saw pictures yesterday of that. That's finally gotten started. That was harder than we thought, but that's starting, and we'll be able to monitor that waste diversion as part of the tracking system. And that we heard from Cunha that they have plans on starting to do similar, not with the tri-bins, but with just painting new bins. And we're going to continue to try to work on some of these pledges and then try to get that going across our schools and across our district. And I think you've heard about our different efforts with regard to solar generation, water conservation, low flow toilets, LED. I told you solar already, Project Heal, sorry. Gosh, Amy Bono hates it when I say that. The HEAL Project, and their work to be garden education on 4 campuses. So there's a lot of work happening. And of course, we want to honor April 22nd. Yesterday in the committee, some teachers who could attend and the students were talking about their next steps of trying to encourage principals and teachers to honor and make pledges on April 22nd. I see Mary Beth. Okay, I've said enough.
Next time we got to make it 12:15. This isn't doing it for us. Okay, thank you very much for bringing that to us. We need a motion in a second.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Freya.
Second.
Thank you, Sophia.
If we have any comments from the public, please virtually raise your hand now. And I'll open it up to any questions, comments from the board. Seeing none of any of that, thank you very much for bringing this. Rosie, can we do a roll call, please?
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Lisette?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, last item, selection of CSBA delegates assembly on ballot for San Mateo County Subregion 5B. Here it is.
You have the option to vote for 3 candidates. You talked about this at a previous board meeting. Of course, you had nominated your own Sophia Lane, who is an incumbent on this. And you have the opportunity to vote for one of these 3, and you would just designate those for us. All the asterisks are the incumbents, and you have another candidate that is a new candidate, and they will serve 2-year terms beginning April of this year and going through a 2-year term through 2024. And you just need to have a nomination and a vote, I think.
And you can vote for up to 3 candidates. So if you want to vote just for one, you could do that.
So a motion and a second, and you guys can roll.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Lisette.
And I'll second it.
Wait,
Who seconded that?
What is the motion?
To nominate these 3 people. I guess I would like to ask Sophia, since she's an incumbent, is there any recommendations?
I think Noelia and Clayton are good. My recommendation would be to vote for the 3 of us. I don't know Patricia at all. And I haven't seen her active at the San Mateo County School Boards Association, which would be a good kind of starting point for this role. Clayton and Noelia, I can vouch for and I would support.
I make a motion to vote for Sophia's 3 recommendations, including her. Is that valid?
The 3 incumbents. I think you could say it like that. The 3 incumbents, Lizette.
Whatever works.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you, Kimberly.
If we have any comments from the public, please raise your hand now virtually, and I'll open up to the board for questions. I don't see any comments. I don't see any. Freya, do you have a comment? No?
Getting ready to vote.
Okay, sorry, let's vote.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Lisette?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, moving on to future events. March 15th, Family Engagement Series, How to Support Your Child's Relationship to Food and Their Bodies by Sarah Rubin, MFT, ATR, BC via Zoom, 7 p.m. Closed session is not tomorrow. We moved it to March 25th. There'll be a special board meeting closed session. It will be virtual it'll be March 25th from 1 to 4 p.m. virtual. Let's see, April 11th to April 15th, spring break, no school. April 20th, school finance office hours via Ring Central, 4 p.m. April 21st, regular board meeting. It will be virtual, just like this one. Same time, same place, April 21st. That is it.
I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
We have 2 minutes.
Wait, what?
No.
You almost talk as quickly as I do.
I second Lizette's motion.
Thank you. Okay, Mary Beth.
Aye.
Freya.
Aye.
Sophia.
Aye.
Kimberly.
Aye.
Lisette.
Aye.
5-0.
Good night, everybody.
2 minutes left, plenty of time.
Hey, enjoy the next 2 minutes before Friday.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.